The Last Job You'll Ever Hate by Zachary Djimas and C.J. Murphy. Synopsis. What if the job you've always hated is the one AI is finally here to take? In The Last Job You'll Ever Hate, How to Win in the Age of AI, Stay Relevant, Stay Employed, and Stay Human, authors C.J. Murphy and Zachary Djimas deliver a powerful, optimistic roadmap through one of the most misunderstood revolutions of our time. As artificial intelligence and automation transform the workplace, fear has taken hold. Will I lose my job? Will I be replaced by a machine? Will I be left behind? This book flips that fear on its head. Rather than replacing humans, AI is creating space, clearing the path for people to stop surviving work and start thriving in it. This is not just a book about technology. It's a call to action for every worker, leader, and learner who wants to take control of their future, not be controlled by the machines. With real-world stories, hard-hitting truths, and a hopeful lens on the evolution of work, this guide offers a clear breakdown of what AI can and can't do, the human skills no machine will ever replicate, action steps to upskill, pivot, and design your future-proof career, insights into industries most impacted by AI and where new opportunities are emerging, a blueprint for how to lead with purpose, not panic. This is not the end of work, it's the end of meaningless work. The Last Job You'll Ever Hate invites you to step boldly into a future where your greatest asset is not how fast you work, but how deeply human you are. Dedication. This book is dedicated to every thinker, builder, dreamer, and doer I've had the privilege to work alongside throughout my career. Across industries, departments, and late-night whiteboard sessions, your ideas and integrity helped shape not just organizations, but the way I see the world. You are the quiet architects of the future this book envisions. A heartfelt and special thanks goes to my friend Dr. Han Brandt. Your foreword gave this book a powerful voice before the first chapter even began. But even more meaningful has been your wisdom behind the scenes and your thoughtful provocations, your laughter when I needed it most, and your relentless belief in the work. To the friends, colleagues, and co-conspirators who challenged my thinking, sparked new questions, and stood by me through every rewrite and reimagining, thank you. From coffee shop scribbles to midnight Slack messages, your encouragement made the lonely parts less lonely and the hard parts worth doing. Finally, to those reading this now, you are part of this journey too. Thank you for showing up with curiosity and courage. It is my hope that what you find in these pages not only informs, but ignites. Preface. This book is for anyone who has ever struggled to understand artificial intelligence, AI, and the impact it's having and will have on all of us. These pages are meant as a companion for everyone caught somewhere between excitement, confusion, hope, and fear about a technology that, seemingly overnight, has moved from science fiction to daily reality. C.J. Murphy and Zachary Djimas began shaping the idea for this book in the midst of a generational turning point, a moment defined by the arrival of generative AI tools like ChatGPT, which sparked a wave of excitement and disruption. They saw, in their own lives and the world around them, how this technology offered dazzling promise yet introduced raw anxiety. For some, automation and AI meant new creative possibilities. For others, it caused uncertainty, even dread. But as their own lives have shown, this is not the first time society has found itself at such a crossroads. The story of AI is only the latest entry in a long, human saga of adaptation, reinvention, risk, and resilience. Childhood in Analog: The Roots of Change. Both Chris and Zachary grew up before knowledge fit in a pocket and work crossed time zones with a click. Each was a child of the late 1960s and early 1970s, Zachary from the Northeast, Chris in the heart of the San Francisco Bay Area, raised on rotary phones that stretched across kitchens, televisions with fuzzy rabbit ear antennas, and afternoons that bred creativity out of boredom. Zachary's world was colored by classic working-class values and hands-on jobs that shaped his view of work and purpose. Chris, meanwhile, was a California kid whose house smelled of old library books and soldering irons, who tagged along with his dad to tech swap meets and electric car rallies before Silicon Valley was a brand name. He spent his childhood sketching band flyers, building Heathkit radios with his uncle, and recording pirate radio shows in his garage, an early sign of the creative tinkering that would become his professional signature. Their earliest encounters with technology, Zachary's first computer class with tape drives, Chris learning layout with real rulers, glue, and stacks of type, were primitive by today's standards but deeply enchanting. Technology was a tool for invention, not efficiency. School computer labs were science fiction foretold, and nobody imagined that decades later, their entire livelihoods could be disrupted or elevated by digital code. The first digital leap, from paper to pixels. By the mid-1980s and early 1990s, technology began creeping into daily work in fits and starts. Zachary left behind the heat of busy kitchens for the blinking servers of business support, building early automations by trial and error. He became an expert not just at entering data on green screen terminals, but at making sense of the messy human processes they represented. In the Bay Area, Chris's journey mirrored and diverged from Zachary's. First as a design student, then as a young creative at a scrappy startup, Chris caught Apple's early Macintosh revolution, the wild promise of digital paintbrushes, desktop publishing, and creative software that let him bridge art and technology. His first big project was digitizing decades of a local newspaper's archives, a tedious blend of scanning, correcting, and reimagining the very idea of how stories are preserved and shared. But Chris soon found that the utopian promise of technology didn't always reach the human heart of work. At a nonprofit, he watched as newer, smarter systems tangled staff in bureaucracy, misfired on the quirks of human need, and, if unchecked, stole time from care and connection. Watching the world change, bit by bit. The late 1990s and early 2000s amplified the march of technology. Zachary was at the heart of the action, on the technology team at Merrill Lynch as Y2K threatened global markets with the hum of a few mistaken lines of code. He became a Unix wizard, his every automation another reclaimed moment with family in the 24/7 world of finance. Chris was, at the same time, riding the second dot-com boom in Silicon Valley, helping nonprofits and creative agencies navigate the shift from pamphlets and gallery shows to online communities, digital campaigns, and remote collaboration tools that united teams across countries. Both saw the same story play out. Technology could liberate or it could alienate. It could empower or it could grind the soul out of a job. Why looking back matters. For all their different paths, Chris and Zachary learned the same lesson. Technology only matters if it serves people. The history of work is a story of slow, uneven adoption, until suddenly, overnight, everything changes. Pace matters. Principles matter more. Both watched customer service go from neighborly phone calls to dehumanizing press 1 for more options voice trees. Both witnessed old line companies celebrate short-term savings through offshoring and automation, only to discover they'd lost customer loyalty, trust, and institutional memory, the goodness and the peril. Technology's double-edged sword change is inevitable, but its rewards are not. Automation, done poorly, makes workers obsolete and customers invisible. Done wisely, it returns the gift of time. An hour at dinner, an afternoon creating, a life less ruled by alarms and errors. For Zachary, a script was never just about fixing servers. It was about reclaiming fatherhood and peace of mind. For Chris, design software was never about faster turnaround. It meant more energy for true creative expression and authentic storytelling. Automation and AI can be tools of collective and individual good if we choose to shape them that way. The human decision, what drives technology forward machines, do not decide the future. People do. Progress in finance, design, healthcare, and beyond has always been sparked by a human question. What will we do with the time, surplus, and freedom we gain? Sometimes the answer is creativity, innovation, and jobs no machine can master. Sometimes it's simply more layoffs. why this moment feels different today. The explosion of generative AI makes the pace feel dizzying. New scripts, bots, and tools are rewriting what's possible in every field. But, just as in the past, what matters most is not the tool, but the vision and values of those who wield it. This book was born from the zigs and zags of our real lives, the hope and skepticism we share, and a conviction that no matter how fast change comes, it's people, imaginative, resilient, sometimes stubbornly analog, who determine its real meaning. What you'll find in these pages. Here, you won't find tech hype or doom, but honest stories for anyone who wants to thrive, not just survive, as the future arrives. How nurses use AI to sort cases but still must comfort grieving families. How teachers, amid automated grading, are reclaiming their best role as mentors. How auto technicians, awash in digital diagnostics, teach the next generation intuition and craft. How every sector, from finance to logistics, is redefining not who gets cut, but what becomes possible. You'll get frameworks, lessons, stories, and hope. This is a manual for finding the last job you will ever hate, not by hiding from technology, but by demanding that every leap forward leaves us more dignified, more connected, more human. Above all, let our combined stories be a map and encouragement. Change is coming, as always, but so is the chance to build anew, together. So buckle up and join us for an adventure into opportunity. Chris J. Murphy and Zachary Djimas P.S. Visit our companion website at https://thehumanworkforce.com.t. Forward by Dr. Han Brandt. There are adventurers who scale the highest peaks, and pioneers who cross uncharted seas. But perhaps the boldest journey of our age is the one we now all take, navigating the seismic shifts of work, meaning, and identity in the age of intelligent machines. At this inflection point, The Last Job You Will Ever Hate unites the stories of two fellow travelers, Zachary Djimas and Chris J. Murphy, to offer a map, a warning flare, and a beacon of hope for anyone facing the uncertain frontier of work reshaped by artificial intelligence. As I reflect on decades of research into organizational change and human adaptability, one truth stands tall. Technological revolutions are, at their core, human stories. Each wave, whether the birth of the printing press, the first loom, or the microprocessor, has tested, threatened, and ultimately remade the meaning of work in our lives. But never have the stakes felt more personal, nor the pace more vertiginous, than in this moment, when the boundaries between human and machine blur and old certainties yield to exhilarating uncertainty. The stories you are about to read are not those of distant experts. They are the lived experiences of people who have ridden, and sometimes nearly been drowned by, multiple tides of technological change. Zachary and Chris did not set out to become futurists or chroniclers of creative destruction. They were, to begin with, like so many of us, workers, parents, community members, dreamers, and above all, survivors. Yet it is precisely their ordinariness that will speak to you and guide you most powerfully. Origins: childhoods in analog and opportunity. For both authors, the journey began in seemingly ordinary places, touched only at the margins by technology's promise. Zachary Djimas came of age in the suburbs of New York, surrounded by the sturdy rhythms of working-class life. His home was filled with the soft static of TV sets, fighting weak signals, phones that clattered back into their cradle with authority, and paper. So much paper. In Zachary's world, a good job meant sweat, skill, and knowing that, come evening, you'd earned the peace of home and family. Across the continent, Chris J. Murphy grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, just as the valley was morphing from fertile farmland into Silicon Valley's humming cradle. His childhood days blended analog and emerging digital possibility. While the air in his neighborhood buzzed with new ideas, Chris's home life was all about making and mending, with a creative bent. Saturday mornings were for sketching comics and building model radios with his father. Afternoons often found him experimenting with early computers or helping neighbors fix broken speakers. Even as emerging tech crept into their lives, meaning was found not in the gadget but in the act of creation and connection. Looking back, it is clear that neither Zachary nor Chris set out to become early adopters in any modern sense. Their school memories are filled with clunky computer labs, typing classes on earth-toned IBMs, and paper assignments that were handed back, creased and marked up by human hands. Each viewed technology as a tool in service to more fundamental aims: family, creativity, and purposeful contribution. And yet, the tides of change were already stirring beneath the surface. The first digital turn: work, art, and early automation. As they entered adulthood in the 1980s and 90s, both found themselves thrust into the first great digital swells. At the time, few could see how profoundly these forces would reshape not just industries, but the very substance of a working life. Zachary's path led him from the busy, sweaty camaraderie of professional kitchens into the hush of office tech support. It wasn't ambition that brought him there, but the simple calculus of earning a living. There, in offices lit by flickering fluorescents, he encountered the raw, early power of automation: System 38 servers, green screens, troubleshooting by manual and by wit. Computers were not yet smart, but they offered something more valuable: the possibility of winning back an hour with his children, or enjoying a long evening free of emergency pages. Every script he wrote, each tiny automation, was crafted as much in pursuit of peace at home as productivity at work. Chris, meanwhile, found himself in a swirl of intersecting currents unique to the Bay Area. Art school led to hands-on gigs digitizing archives for an old-line newspaper. Late nights were spent wrestling archival photos into early versions of digital design software. For Chris, computers were never the goal, but always a gateway ways to bring art to more people, to rescue history from decay, to create space for voices often left out of the story. Yet he also saw how new tech, when applied without care, tangled creative teams in needless bureaucracy or distanced mission-driven nonprofits from the human beings they aimed to help. Generational crossroads: tedium, tension, and discovery. By the turn of the millennium, the first wave of internet optimism and its volatility created opportunities and anxieties everywhere. Zachary joined a technology team at Merrill Lynch just as the specter of Y2K loomed. The work was high stakes, but in truth, often tedious. Line after line of code patched, pagers buzzing at all hours, every error a potential crisis. In these late-night troubleshooting sessions, Zachary learned a secret that would empower him and, decades later, guide this book. Automation's greatest gift is the return of human time and presence. It is not about replacing work, but about giving space for what matters. For Chris, the Bay Area became an epicenter of creative reinvention. First as a digital designer and then as a creative director weaving together tech and storytelling, he helped launch new formats: online portfolios, collaborative campaigns, networks that connected distant creative teams. But in nonprofit outreach and grassroots advocacy work, he also witnessed the other side: how modern software could slow things down, add red tape, or even push good people toward burnout. Progress always ran in two directions: lessons and warnings from a changing world. By the early 2000s, Zachary and Chris had matured into practitioners and skeptics. Each saw automation spread beyond technology and design, from financial trades to healthcare, from logistics to education, from customer service to the arts. With every leap forward came new wins: fewer mindless tasks, new creative opportunities, better data, and sometimes a sense of professional rebirth. But with each advance came risk as well. Automation done without forethought threatened to strip meaning, connection, and even the dignity from work. Customer service lines, once answered by a neighbor or a friend, transformed into automated mazes, frustrating and impersonal. Corporate cost-cutting, justified in the language of innovation, migrated jobs overseas and emptied offices of institutional wisdom. Zachary saw the value of offload scripts, but also the loss of camaraderie and expertise. Chris watched nonprofits struggle to keep their soul as platforms scaled, but personal touch slipped away. The lesson they learned, and that I see echoed through research and practice the world over, is that technology, unmanaged and unexamined, rarely leads to lasting progress. True advancement happens only when people shape the tools to serve real, human needs. The Promise and Peril of AI: Why This Book Matters Now. It is against this backdrop that the latest wave, artificial intelligence and especially generative AI, crashes onto the scene. In the past, the world changed in increments. Today, the rate of change feels exponential. AI models draft resumes, diagnose illness, write code, create art, and assist in ways both miraculous and unsettling. Here lies the heart of the last job you will ever hate. Zachary and Chris do not shy away from hope, but neither do they fall for hype. They invite you, the reader, to consider not merely what is possible, but what is desirable. Their stories echo the central choice of the age. Will we use new technology to reclaim our time, our craft, our creative presence, or will we allow efficiency and innovation to hollow out our communities and sense of meaning? Much as Zachary reclaimed evenings with family through thoughtfully designed scripts, and Chris expanded his creative reach while fighting for authenticity in the digital churn, millions of workers now stand at a crossroads. The job you find on the other side will be shaped not only by the tech itself, but by your courage to ask hard questions. Does this tool serve me, my team, my community? Does it free time for learning, healing, making, and caring? Does it connect or isolate? Does it help me grow or just keep me busy? What you will find in these pages. Within these chapters, you will discover stories not just of adaptation, but of active creation. Zachary and Chris weave together perspectives, from the trading floor to the design studio, from small-town America to the global metropolises now tied by AI-driven networks. You'll hear from nurses leveraging algorithms but refusing to surrender bedside empathy, teachers reclaiming their role as mentors in a world of automated grading, auto technicians partnering with smart tools while honoring old-school intuition. Across every field, the through line is clear. The future belongs to those who merge adaptability with purpose, who build on both code and conscience. You will also find practical frameworks: how to assess new tools for true usefulness, how to preserve dignity and meaning as roles shift, and how to champion human connection in an era of bots. The book is at once deeply personal, rooted in honest struggles and reinventions, and widely applicable, drawing on lessons relevant to leaders, frontline staff, creators, and builders of every stripe. A final word of encouragement. As a scholar, I have spent years probing the psychological toll and opportunity of technological disruption. What Zachary and Chris offer here is rare, a field guide not for the experts but for all of us who must learn, adapt, and flourish even as yesterday's playbook becomes obsolete. Let this book be your reminder and your rallying cry. Change will always arrive, but whether we face it as cogs or as creators is up to us. We can ask more than "how do I keep up?" We can ask, what do I want my work and life to become? In choosing wisely, each of us can claim the last job we will ever hate, not because it is free of challenge, but because it is full of dignity, growth, autonomy, and the uniquely human gift of meaning. So read on, be inspired, challenged, equipped, and above all, emboldened. The future of work is not written yet. Zachary and Chris have shown the way, but the map is yours to draw next. Dr. Han Brandt, Scottsdale, Arizona. Part 1, The AI Workforce. Chapter 1, Welcome to the Machine, and the Humans Still Trapped Inside. Let's speak plainly about something nearly everyone feels, but few of us have the courage to name. Work, despite every technological upgrade, still feels astonishingly archaic. The modern office sparkles with the glint of sleek new devices. Algorithms curate our Netflix binges, recommend the best jogging routes through the city, and even nudge us when it's time to breathe, or stand, or sleep. Cloud servers do the heavy lifting behind nearly every app, and the average smartwatch packs more processing power than the shipping computers that first sent humans to the moon. Yet for all this innovation, millions of us are quietly drowning in repetition, routine, and the suffocating noise of business as usual. The typical workday now unfolds beneath a barrage of digital pings. Documents live across disconnected platforms, tasks multiply in unfathomable to-do lists, and meetings, oh, the meetings, seem expertly engineered to leave little room for deep work, reflection, or, dare we imagine, creativity. Far too many of us are not working in partnership with our machines. We are working around them, sometimes even against them, jury-rigging hacks and workarounds just to wrest a few moments of actual progress out of the relentless friction of modern work. There's a jarring dissonance that lingers in the background, a kind of cognitive static. In an era when machines can learn to recognize faces, parse the subtleties of emotion in text, and even compose fake news articles that hoodwink seasoned journalists, why do so many humans, especially knowledge workers, feel trapped? If we're so technologically advanced, why does work still feel so stubbornly stuck? Let's bring this abstract frustration to life. Picture Maya. She's composite, yet achingly familiar. A project manager in a mid-sized design firm, ambitious, thoughtful, in the prime of her career. Maya is not burned out because she's lazy, nor uninspired because she lacks talent. She is, in fact, fiercely capable and altogether determined to do meaningful work. But the tools meant to enhance her abilities often seem to encircle her, erecting hidden barriers she can't quite see, much less control. Maya's day begins with a quick glance at her watch, the first digital ping. Overnight, her inbox has become overgrown with an Amazonian thicket of unread emails, most of which require another login, another search, another moment wasted. Within 15 minutes, there are notifications from 3 workplace chat tools, each embedding its own polite urgency. A project proposal lingers from last night. A calendar reminder pops up for a morning sync she already dreads, a gathering that will end, predictably, by scheduling another meeting. Her team is scattered across everything: task lists in one app, brainstorming threads in another, client feedback entombed inside yet another siloed tool. Maya used to imagine she'd spend her days solving problems, inventing new approaches, building teams with heart. Now, more often than not, she is a manager of digital traffic, ferrying files from one platform to another, parsing out updates, pasting the same status notes into different channels to keep every stakeholder in the loop. Her creativity, her very spark, gets shunted to the after hours. Once the meetings are over and the notifications die down, then and only then does Maya allow herself space to think. She isn't alone in this. In fact, she is the rule, not the exception. This silent epidemic is not unique to Maya's industry, her city, or her personality. Surveys from the likes of Gallup, a bellwether in measuring work engagement, suggest that upwards of 80% of employees globally are disengaged at work. This isn't because they lack the skills or the will. They are disheartened, exhausted, or simply going through the motions, battered by incessant, low-value tasks. The world doesn't lack talent or drive. It is choking on busyness that masquerades as productivity. The instinct, for both employees and managers, is to hunt for a culprit among the people. You hear it everywhere. Maybe it's a problem with motivation, or a generational defect, or a plague of poor time management skills, but that blame only deepens the malaise. The problem isn't the individual, it's the system, including the technology that was supposed to save us. We built shining tools, but locked ourselves in with them. Here is where our conversation about artificial intelligence must truly begin, not with visions of job-stealing robots uprising in the night, but with the lived reality that millions endure, a workday overflowing with digital tools, yet starved for satisfaction or meaning. It's time to ask the right question. What if technology, far from rendering humans obsolete, is the key to freeing us? What if the real promise isn't replacement at all, but rescue? For decades, the story we have told ourselves about automation has focused on the factory floor. First, it was machines welding cars, sorting packages, and building electronics faster than any assembly line worker. Automation will gut blue-collar jobs. Pundits warned. Knowledge work, the narrative reassured, is safe. But look again. Today's automation is subtle, invisible, and everywhere. The tools that once displaced workers in hard hats and coveralls are now quietly refactoring the work of coders, designers, sales teams, and executives alike. Inboxes are now triaged by algorithms that learn our priorities and nudge us with smart filters. Virtual assistants summarize sprawling meetings, extract highlights from hour-long calls, sift resumes, and even draft legal memos in minutes. AI is embedded into every major platform, often working so silently it escapes notice. The revolution, once something you could hear in the clatter of machinery, now hums at a pitch we can barely perceive. Yet for all these advances, something fundamental has not changed. Most organizations have simply grafted new technology onto the old architecture of work, like slapping a turbocharged engine onto a creaking horse-drawn carriage. The result is disappointing, if not dispiriting, a burst of speed, but little real transformation. Our machines are smarter, but our days are still lost to status updates, pointless reporting, and duplicate entry. It doesn't have to be this way. The true promise of artificial intelligence isn't found in doing the same old things faster. It's about making space for work that only humans can do, creating, empathizing, leading, inspiring. Imagine for a moment a world where Maya's digital assistant not only triages her emails, but more importantly, filters and highlights what truly matters. Imagine reports that, once her monthly albatross, are now generated automatically, freeing her to interpret the results, gather her team, and make actual decisions, not just distribute information. Picture team sync meetings that no longer exist for the sake of ritual, but to solve pressing challenges, align on meaningful outcomes, and spark creative debate. Taken to scale, this is not about marginal increases in productivity, but about an entirely new productivity. One measured not by throughput or transaction speed, but by impact, ingenuity, and human satisfaction. It is the difference between checking boxes and designing the boxes worth checking. This is the story unfolding in progressive companies, those who ask not just how AI can replace routine work, but how it can elevate the job itself. Consider the example of a global architecture firm experimenting with design support AI. Rather than using machine learning simply to automate drafting, they've taught the tool to suggest novel structural patterns, flag energy inefficiencies, and even generate early-stage renderings from raw sketches. The entry-level associates who once spent late nights redrawing layouts now spend their time brainstorming with senior designers, engaging with clients, and iterating on real-world solutions. Their roles are not shrunk, but expanded, made deeper, not shallower. This is not job elimination. It's job elevation. Machines are extraordinary at rules, patterns, and relentless scale, but they cannot care what those patterns mean. They can sort resumes, but they cannot sit across from a nervous candidate and sense possibility in a trembling voice. They can crunch performance numbers, but they cannot rally a team in crisis, quelling fear while sparking hope. They operate tirelessly, but they cannot create trust, love, or resolve conflict after a strategy disagreement. The spark, the why and for whom of work, remains profoundly, stubbornly human. So here we are, at the threshold of a new era, and the critical question before us is not what can AI do, but what does AI free us to become? It is time to look hard at the metrics we cherish. Does productivity still mean motion? Or is it finally time to prize meaning, progress, and innovation? Is busy really a badge of honor? Or is it time to rebuild systems that put the human, real, fallible, creative, restless humans back at the center? If we design wisely, AI has the potential to become a restorative force. It can give us back the most precious and irreplaceable commodities: time, focus, energy, and even joy. It can liberate us from the tyranny of low-value work and open wide the gates to purpose, inventiveness, and connection. We have proof in seeds already planted, in smart tools that nudge us to pause and breathe, in platforms that measure ideas generated and relationships built, not just hours clocked or emails answered. The story of AI's impact on work is not complete. The tools are here. The challenge is to use them for elevation, not just acceleration. As you turn the pages of this book, reflect on your own workday. Where are you most alive? Where are you merely present? What in your job should be handled by something that never gets tired or loses heart? What must only you do? AI cannot imagine, hope, or care. That is our job, the oldest, most essential job of all. Designed right, this isn't just a technological step forward. It's an opportunity to reclaim why we work. Welcome to the machine. Now let's get the humans out of their cages and back to the center where they belong. Chapter 2. Before AI, a day in the life not truly lived. To know where we're headed, we have to summon the courage to look with clear eyes at where we're coming from. Before we dream of work transformed by intelligent systems, before the promises of artificial intelligence began to echo in our conference rooms and strategic roadmaps, there was Maya. Maya is not a case study, not a data point in a research paper, but a person, ordinary, extraordinary, entirely real. In her, we might see a bit of ourselves or any of 1,000 colleagues. Her story is common, but it is also an indictment. Maya works as a mid-level project manager at a sprawling global financial services firm. She's exactly the person any forward-thinking company claims to want: sharp, purposeful, steadfast. Her career was a conscious choice. She didn't step into this world to be a manager of checklists or a fixer of broken processes. She came because she wanted to move things forward, to build, to connect, to accelerate progress among good people doing honest work. Yet, each morning, as she stares into the blue glow of her laptop, she feels the steady siphon of intention. Pieces of herself taken not all at once, but hour by hour, click by click. This, then, is Maya's day. Not on its worst or most chaotic version, but on a day so normal it vanishes into memory. 8 a.m., inbox avalanche. The day starts not with a burst of vision, but with volume, a cascade of unread emails, their number multiplying exponentially with every passing minute. 70, 80, sometimes 100 fresh messages greet her. Nestled among them are signals of true urgency, but most are the white noise of organizational life, updates she didn't ask for, threads she was copied onto for no clear reason, meeting invites, password reminders, status checks, gentle nudges cloaked in professional courtesy. Maya hasn't done a single thing that's moved her projects forward, but already she feels behind. 8:45 a.m. Data scramble. Suddenly, a request from above. An executive wants a status slide for a key initiative. The data exists, but not in one place. Instead, it's scattered across a trio of systems, none of which speak to each other, each with its own quirks and formatting rules. Maya launches a digital scavenger hunt, copying numbers from one portal, pasting them into another, triple-checking formulas, wrangling date formats that don't match. She's not uncovering new insights or probing the root causes of issues. She's just patching holes, fixing what should never have been broken. 10 a.m., the stand-up that stands still. Her first meeting of the day, a daily stand-up on Zoom, unfolds like clockwork. On the surface, it's meant to accelerate communication and foster alignment. In practice, it's 30 minutes of performative update sharing. Each person reads in monotone what they posted yesterday on the group chat. Few listen. Maya, ever diligent, scribbles notes, knowing she'll be responsible for the recap. She calculates the time lost with a twinge of resignation. Multiplied across 10 people, that's 5 hours the team could have been doing almost anything else. 11 a.m. Policy labyrinth. A client, frustrated by a procedural hurdle, asks for an exception. Maya becomes a detective in the firm's internal archive, sifting through policy binders and legal PDFs thick with jargon, searching for evidence of precedent or at least some loophole for common sense. Having found nothing, she sends a carefully worded email to legal. A reply, she knows, may take hours or days. Until it arrives, the project is stalled. 12 p.m., lunch interrupted. She steals a few minutes to reheat leftovers, trying to catch a breath. But as soon as she sits down, her phone buzzes with a ping. Her colleague's report is riddled with errors, a formula broken by a link to an outdated data source. Maya, already tired, pushes her lunch aside to fix the problem. By the time her attention returns to the congealing food, her appetite is gone, her sense of normal fragmented. 1 p.m. Deck duty. An afternoon of deck duty beckons, building a PowerPoint for a management briefing. The insights are strong, but hours are spent polishing slides, nudging logos into compliance with brand guidelines, matching color schemes to this quarter's preferred palette. The form is pristine, the substance untouched. Maya knows that she's not really improving her impact, just adjusting the window dressing because that's what the system expects. 3 p.m. The scavenger hunt. Later, a senior leader pings her for an urgent vendor update. The information should be easily accessible on the shared drive, but in reality, it's fragmented. Some is buried in emails, some in an old project plan, some in a private chat. Half her team is in meetings, the other half aren't sure what's most current. For the next 45 minutes, Maya is less a project manager, more an archaeologist of recent memory, reassembling a story from mismatched scraps. 4:30 p.m. Fire drill. Just as she's found her rhythm, a procurement disaster lands. A critical document was lost somewhere between a dozen reply-all email chains. Tensions flare between teams. Maya serves as firefighter, mediator, and therapist, patching the missing pieces, smoothing egos, triangulating the way forward. But metrics don't credit her for diplomacy or resilience. They only log the delay. 6 p.m. Finally, the work. The official workday is over. Only now, with the interruptions behind her, can Maya begin to do what she's actually paid for. Map out timelines, flag risks, devise strategies, chart contingency plans. Ironically, her mind is at its sharpest as her body and will begin to fade. Her best thinking is forced into overtime, into stolen hours, always slightly behind the pace of her original ambition. 7:30 p.m. Not quite off. She closes her laptop, heats a simple dinner. Nothing fancy, just what can be assembled and eaten in front of the TV. But as she's rinsing her plate, a Slack notification glows on her phone. It's a director asking for a quick update. Maya answers, because quick is rarely just quick. Ignoring it means scrutiny, questions, a sense of not measuring up. She replies, always polite, always prompt, and finds herself once again unable to fully exit the day. What unites the pieces of Maya's story is not a personal failing. It is a system that rewards motion without meaning and maintenance over mastery. Maya is not inefficient. She is, if anything, heroic in her ability to keep the machine running. Yet far too often, her humanity is used as glue, holding together processes and people that were never designed to work together. She was hired for insight and leadership. Most of what she does is being a human duct tape dispenser, covering cracks, smoothing over disconnects, and keeping the engine from stalling. The pain is both collective and silent. Maya isn't alone. Project managers, analysts, coordinators, sometimes even executives, are quietly drowning in work about work. The complexity isn't in the challenge, but in the clutter. Teams are overdosed on communication, yet starved for connection. Collaboration, stripped of meaning, becomes mere coordination. Even high performers risk being ground down, not because the mountain is steep, but because the path is littered with pointless detours. The cost of this system is far more corrosive than simple inefficiency. It isn't only burnout, though that is real enough. Nor is it just missed targets, though those take their toll. The deeper wound is the erosion of belief. Belief that the work matters, that talent is seen, that there is any space left for hope or betterment. Little by little, the soul of work disappears, replaced by a relentless procession of tasks barely worthy of a human being. And this is precisely where the conversation about the future must start, not with what AI might disrupt, but with what desperately needs restoring. Intelligent tools, if guided by empathy, can unclutter Maya's world. clearing her inbox of the unnecessary, stitching data across silos, summarizing meetings, and clearing a path to the work where she is irreplaceable. Not because Maya isn't smart, not because she's slow, but because she is human, and humans deserve to spend their days in ways that draw out their best. The first step toward a better future is to see the present with open eyes. Before we get to what AI can build, we must reckon with what inertia is breaking. If we don't, we risk letting another wave of innovation become just another cycle of disappointment, a new coat of paint, but the same old rot inside. The goal of technology, done right, is not disruption for its own sake. It is restoration, a clearing away of the debris piled up by decades of well-intended, but ultimately dehumanizing systems. So, as we turn the page to the next chapter, we'll step into a more hopeful world, a day in Maya's life shaped by intelligent tools designed not to replace her, but to finally let her rise. We'll see what happens when people are released from the chains of administrative clutter and can, at last, do the real work that only they can do. Work that makes them come alive. Because that, in the end, is the only future worth building. Chapter 3. After AI, Maya Unburdened. Let's return to Maya, not a case study but a whole person, not an ideal, but a professional doing her best in a world transformed by intelligent systems. This Maya is no superhuman, nor has she undergone some fundamental change in grit or ability. What's changed is the architecture around her. The ground rules of her workday have shifted. In this version of reality, Maya's organization has moved beyond lip-service innovation. They've embedded artificial intelligence deep within both the technical and cultural roots of their business, not as the next shiny gadget, but as a philosophy, a central operating principle. The result? Maya's bandwidth is restored, her vision refocused, her best traits unlocked rather than suppressed. 8 a.m. Begin with insight, not exhaustion. Most days, Maya doesn't wake up with her mind already abuzz with dread. Her phone no longer serves as a harbinger of chaos, but as a trusted assistant. The AI in her workflow has distilled her inbox from 90 unread messages to 6. Each email comes not just prioritized by urgency, but tagged with context. Why was this surfaced? Does it require a decision, a quick review, or just a glance? AI-driven summarization means she spends time where it counts. The clutter evaporates before it ever lands on her to-do list. Instead of scrolling, searching, and sifting, Maya begins with a briefing generated overnight. Relevant project updates, key insights, flagged risks, all delivered in clear language. No more hunting through email threads or toggling between disconnected dashboards. Her attention, for the first time in years, is her own from the start. 8:30 a.m. Protected time, prioritized work. Her calendar reflects a shift in what her company values. The most precious currency is not mere availability, but attention. Maya has 90 minutes statically protected every morning for deep, creative, strategic work. No pop-up pings, no quick asks, and no expectation to multitask her focus away. During this time, she works on a complex project risk analysis. Her AI sidekick pulls context, suggests frameworks, and proposes mitigation strategies based on years of collective organizational memory. Instead of spending her minutes collecting data, she spends them deciding what to do about it. Maya's relationship to her work becomes proactive, not reactive. The system, thoughtfully constructed, ensures she works in flow, not in fragmentation. 10 a.m. Meaningful syncs, not mindless meetings. Meetings have not disappeared, but they have evolved. The team still checks in each day, but now through AI-mediated channels. Each person's overnight work and concerns are captured and prioritized by their own digital assistant. The system then compiles this into a dynamic dashboard. Exceptions, bottlenecks, and breakthroughs are highlighted automatically, minimizing status fluff. Instead of every person reciting what they did, the stand-up directs Maya straight to where her input will move the needle now. The team spends 15 focused minutes on blockers and next steps, instead of an hour lost to round-robin updates. Conversation, not ritual, shapes their progress. 10:30 a.m. Bureaucracy bypassed. Old world friction dissolves, particularly in the quagmire of paperwork and policy. When a client requests a policy exception, Maya's AI-empowered system doesn't force her down a tangled trail of PDFs. Instead, it scans the company's policy corpus, finds similar historic exceptions, and drafts an appropriate, precedent-aligned response for human review. Legal oversight is still there. No one is cut out of complex decisions. But the wasteful scavenger hunt is gone. Maya can resolve a request in minutes, not days or weeks. The bureaucracy becomes breathable. The obstacles are engineered out before they become emergencies. 11 a.m. Recovery, not reaction. A vendor calls with troubling new data, a delivery delay. Once, this would have spawned a frantic hunt for information. Blame traded across endless email chains, status lost in translation, tempers fraying. Now, the AI system has already flagged the risk, diagnosing the potential reasons for delay, proposing solutions, and even drafting contingency communications. Maya simply selects her preferred course of action, clicks send, and the machine handles both notification and remediation workflows. She doesn't just run projects, she steers them, wisely and calmly. Calm, not chaos, is the new normal. Maya manages the big picture. The details dance invisibly in the background, coordinated by algorithms trained to catch the cracks. 12 p.m. Lunch, real pause, real nourishment. Maya steps away for lunch, not with one eye on her inbox but fully present. The system understands the boundary between break time and emergencies. There's no anxiety about what she's missing or what will explode in her absence. She eats outdoors, breathes, reflects on the morning, and returns to work recharged. In a world designed for human energy, not just raw output, renewal is not just permitted, but required. 1 p.m. Presentations that present themselves. Reporting has become revelatory, not repetitive. When Maya needs to brief executives, she doesn't lose hours tweaking fonts or aligning boxes. Real-time data from all project systems flows into her AI's presentation builder, which crafts polished, branded slides and highlights key points. Maya's role is to interpret, not format, to weave insight, not chase design perfection. The time once lost to making things presentation-ready is now invested in sharpening strategy. Her capacity for leadership flourishes, never muffled by performative admin. 2 p.m. Creative collaboration takes on new life. With AI handling logistics, note-taking, action item tracking, follow-up scheduling, the team dives straight into the work that matters, solving new problems, iterating on ideas, testing creative solutions in real time. The technology listens, transcribes, and sorts, surfacing action points before the meeting ends. No more wondering, who's doing what? The system provides clarity, and the conversation remains freewheeling and innovative. Energy is spent in creation, not curation. 4 p.m. People, not paperwork. The last stretch of Maya's day offers her something rare in corporate life: margin. With admin streamlined, Maya uses her afternoon window for mentorship and support, not because it's scheduled, but because it's possible. She sits with a newer team member, helping them untangle a thorny project issue. She listens, truly listens, offering empathy, guidance, and the kind of connection only a human being can deliver. The oxygen reclaimed by AI flows into the human spaces that organizations often say they value but so rarely make room for. 5:30 p.m. Work that ends. As her day ends, Maya is able to close her laptop completely, confident that her AI will watch for the rare urgent issues. She is no longer tethered, no more reflexive inbox refreshing, no more after-dinner Slack anxieties. The boundaries between work and life are recoverable again. She feels weightless, present, ready to engage with the people and passions that live outside of work's domain. The work, importantly, will wait. She is no longer in a race against reactivity. The shape of progress. Notice what hasn't changed. Maya is still a project manager. She's accountable. She makes choices, steers outcomes, and drives results. She hasn't become superhuman or obsolete. She is simply unburdened. Everything that surrounded her has shifted. Instead of fighting against her tools or spending her days maintaining a Rube Goldberg machine of platforms, she is empowered. Her attention, the most valuable resource she owns and her organization should protect, is honored, not scavenged. Her focus is on high-leverage work, on strategy, on connection, on leadership, and on those problems for which only a human can supply the answer. What AI delivers here isn't just speed or new features, it's restoration of meaning. It reduces the time Maya spends on checking boxes, shuffling updates, solving puzzles caused by outdated systems, and instead places her back in the unique human role: leader, mentor, creator, connector. What's revolutionary isn't it that she does more, it's that she does more of what matters, nor is this merely a utopian fantasy. Companies are already illuminating the path, global consultancies leveraging AI-powered research assistants, so consultants shift from slide building to client advising, investment banks using deep learning tools to surface market anomalies, so their analysts spend more time on interpretation and less on collection. Hospitals streamlining nurse rounds and patient care with AI-driven alerts, allowing clinicians to spend less time looking for information and more time in genuine patient interaction. In manufacturing, smart systems now flag bottlenecks and suggest workflow optimizations, freeing plant managers to focus on people, safety, and lean innovation. In each corner of the workforce, when the system is truly redesigned, productivity ceases to be about how many hours you log in front of a screen and becomes about how deeply you can engage, think, and lift others. The ripple effect is profound. In Maya's world, burnout rates plummet because the pressure to chase an endless checklist dissolves. Creativity rebounds because the margins of the workday, once chipped away by routine, are now broad, protected, and alive with possibility. Engagement rises, not because someone gamified HR dashboards, but because people are allowed to pursue the work they came to do in the first place, to solve, to connect, to make a difference. It's also important to recognize what this progress is not. It's not about a relentless sprint toward more, nor is it an excuse to demand higher and higher output on the back of technology. It's about rebalancing, trading quantity for quality, mania for meaning. Progress shows up not just in KPIs, but in how Maya's day ends, with energy still in the tank, a mind not frayed by fragmentation, and a heart still open to those at home. The truest measure of innovation is not just what it allows us to do faster, but what it allows us to become. For Maya and countless others, the future of work shaped by intentional AI isn't an abstract promise. It's a lived reality, possible whenever we choose to build systems that put human flourishing at the core. The journey ahead. As we move forward in this book, the outline of After AI becomes sharper, but the deeper challenge remains. How do we transition entire organizations so every Maya can experience this transformation? How do we retrofit the cultures, incentives, and workflows lagging behind so that AI delivers progress and not merely productivity? How do we ensure that clarity, energy, and restored humanity become the baseline, not the bonus? To answer these, we'll turn to both the emotional infrastructure of thriving teams and the concrete strategies that make AI an ally, not a tyrant, in the workplace. We'll examine what it means to nurture psychological safety and creative risk-taking, to architect days around human strengths rather than legacy habits, and to scale individual breakthroughs across whole enterprises. We'll ask how to bring all voices into the future, so every Maya in every company isn't just unburdened, but empowered. Maya's Unburdened Day is not science fiction. It's a strategic, ethical, and achievable redesign powered by technology, but led by unmistakably human wisdom. We don't arrive here by accident. We arrive by choice, built day by day. If this is the future opening before us, the most urgent question is not, is this possible? But are we ready to build it for everyone, not just the lucky few? Because progress, at its best, always invites everyone to rise. And in that invitation, we will find the real measure of what we value most. Chapter 4. Maslow's Machine: The Human Ladder in a Digital Age. In 1003, while the world was reeling from war, Abraham Maslow dared to distill the bewildering complexity of human life into a single, elegant metaphor: we climb. He theorized that from our most basic drives, breath, hunger, safety, we ascend, one rung at a time, toward fulfillment and meaning. The pinnacle of this climb is not simply surviving, but thriving. It's the rarefied air of self-actualization, where we become the truest version of ourselves. Maslow's idea wasn't merely a theory, but a provocation, a challenge to rethink what it means for a person, a family, or an organization to flourish. Now, as intelligent machines permeate every corner of our working lives, Maslow's ladder does not stand as a dusty artifact. Instead, it's a vital checkpoint, forcing us to ask, as we build a future suffused with algorithms, are we using technology to help ourselves climb higher? Or are we, perhaps unwittingly, allowing it to dismantle the very rungs that help us rise? To answer that, we need to walk Maslow's ladder again, this time with an eye toward modern work and the world technology is shaping. At the bottom of this hierarchy are our physiological needs: food, shelter, rest. For most, work is the gateway to securing these essentials. Yet when automation is rolled out thoughtlessly and headlines celebrate job elimination as the epitome of progress, the soil beneath our feet begins to shift. Anxiety about next week's paycheck or looming layoffs suffocates creativity and loyalty. Survival anxieties crowd out almost every higher function. But there's another path. Imagine a workplace where technology isn't just a tool for efficiency, but a safeguard for health and stability. Hospitals where AI optimizes shifts, so nurses don't collapse from fatigue, logistics firms where technology provides steadier pay and more predictable hours. In these settings, technology shores up the foundation rather than eroding it. The direction we choose is, and always will be, up to us. Above survival sits the need for safety, once secured by locked doors and clean water, now just as dependent on psychological trust and emotional well-being in our digital age. Too often, the introduction of AI means surveillance and secrecy, programs that monitor, track, and decide in the shadows. People become wary and disengaged when change comes without explanation or empathy. But it doesn't have to be that way. If AI is developed transparently, designed to alert us to burnout rather than punish missteps, if it roots out bias instead of reinforcing it, it can help create environments where people feel truly protected. In places where people feel secure, they show up wholeheartedly. If technology can foster that sense of safety, it deserves its place in our workplaces. Next comes our need to belong. We are, at our core, social beings. We hunger for connection, for the sense that we are seen, valued, and part of something larger. In the digital era, this need often goes unsatisfied. Days fill with video calls and Slack messages, but real trust and camaraderie evaporate in the shuffle. Still, AI, when used intentionally, has the capacity to reconnect us, to prompt timely check-ins when a colleague grows distant, to match mentors and mentees based on actual passions and talents rather than random assignments. Thoughtful technology can serve as a bridge, reminding us that even in the virtual world, belonging is still within reach. With belonging comes the desire for esteem, the respect, recognition, and sense of achievement that drives us forward. Too often, our work is reduced to numbers on a dashboard or a quarterly review dashed off between meetings. Such rituals rarely capture growth or effort, yet AI, when used well, can reverse that trend. It can spotlight progress, offer tailored feedback that builds on strengths, and provide real-time recognition that isn't just hollow praise, but meaningful encouragement. When people are seen for what they contribute, they move beyond mere compliance. They become invested, creative, and generous with their best selves. At the very top is self-actualization, the flowering of potential, the opportunity to create, lead and leave a mark. Most workplaces, mired in the basics, never climb this high. They focus on paychecks and process, on simply keeping the lights on. But AI offers something revolutionary, a chance to strip away the drudgery and give employees the time and space their brilliance demands. When repetitive tasks vanish, individuals gain the freedom to coach, innovate, and inspire. It's the difference between simply getting by and truly soaring. This isn't a pipe dream, it's the lived reality in organizations willing to design work that lifts people up, rather than wearing them down. Despite the promise, too many organizations get stuck. They chase speed at the expense of depth, automating without true imagination. They miss the central truth. AI is not a shortcut to bigger profits, but a tool for human growth, if we choose to use it that way. Imagine hiring processes that unearth purpose as much as policy, data tools that track well-being as thoughtfully as they track profit, or organizations that judge success by the distance their people climb, not just the outputs they deliver. The tools exist. What remains is marshaling the collective will to implement them with wisdom and care. Before rushing to adopt the next technological marvel, leaders would do well to pause and ask, does this new tool make people feel empowered or expendable? Does it help them climb or merely keep them in line? At the end of the day, do they feel engaged or do they feel like another cog in an impersonal machine? Maslow's pyramid was never meant to be static or time-bound. It stands as a timeless guide, a moral compass for any era in which humans strive for meaning. Today, in the shadow of AI, it is more relevant than ever. The real question isn't what AI can achieve, it's what and whom we are designing it to serve. For all our innovation, the future belongs not to machines, but to people. People who build systems with both insight and empathy. If we get that right, then the climb ahead will not only be possible, but profoundly worthwhile. Chapter 5. The Corporate Crossroads, Choosing Between Efficiency and Elevation. Every revolution begins with a choice. It's tempting to picture this as a moment of drama, a great shout in a public square, a sudden declaration in an emergency board meeting, a signature scrawled across a historic document. But for most organizations, the revolutions that matter happen in quieter places. They unfold behind heavy doors in softly lit boardrooms, where leaders squint at thick printouts and argue over bylines in contracts. Here, decisions are less about fireworks and more about focus. Spreadsheets jostle for attention against mission statements, and the future of thousands, sometimes millions, can hinge on a few subtle words. Right now, across the world, organizations are standing at a new kind of crossroads. Artificial intelligence, once a science fiction fantasy, then a cautious experiment, has become commonplace. It's in our inboxes, our customer service lines, our hiring platforms, and marketing reports. Its presence is so pervasive that many barely notice it quietly reshaping the texture of daily work. And with this mainstream arrival comes a profound, gnawing question. What kind of organization will you, as a leader or as a participant, choose to create when machines can do more than any human once imagined? The urgency around this question has never been more palpable. Shareholders are clamoring for efficiency. Wall Street analysts scrutinize margin points with hawkish intensity. Competitors gleefully present cases of streamlined operations powered by AI, lightning-fast customer service, predictive maintenance, hyper-personalized sales emails, and targeted risk analysis. The digital race is on, and the pressure to outpace the competition grows more frenzied by the day. But underneath all this momentum, the question that matters most is not financial, but philosophical. It is not about market share, but meaning. We must ask, will we use AI to strip the humanity from our workplaces, degrading the very qualities that have always made organizations creative and resilient? Or will we harness this technology to actually elevate our shared humanity, our ability to connect, imagine, adapt, and achieve together? It's easy and dangerous to be seduced by the mirage of pure efficiency. Picture a boardroom where quarterly projections dazzle on a 12-foot screen, hours saved, headcount reduced, operational costs slashed. The conversation is brisk, the mood atomized. A leader stands and announces, "We've automated 70% of customer inquiries, digitized our document management, reduced our payroll by 15%. The charts are all up and to the right." At first, it feels like winning, but beneath that layer of impressive statistics, something more profound is often being lost. Every layoff, every role replaced by an algorithm may soothe a quarterly target, but quietly chips away at the foundation of trust, morale, and hope. Some of the damage is immediate. Fear and insecurity ripple through the survivors. But others, subtler, reveal themselves in time. The collective spirit begins to fade. The sense of belonging gives way to resignation. The belief that people matter here is what keeps organizations alive. It's the mortar holding the bricks together. When cost-cutting becomes your ethos, employees transform from assets into liabilities. In this landscape, innovation falters, not because technology failed, but because human beings no longer feel it is safe, necessary, or wise to care. If you wander the halls of a company deep in the throes of automation, you might notice signs of what can only be called the slow burn of dehumanization. This is rarely a dramatic overnight collapse. Instead, it's a steady erosion. An AI system scans resumes and makes hiring decisions, but the logic behind its choices is inscrutable, leaving candidates and managers alike unsure. Predictive analytics dashboards become the new gospel, but the broader goals, purpose, meaning, mission, slip quietly from view. Gradually, employees learn not to ask questions about process or challenge decisions. Instead, they do their part and withdraw, day by day, into disengaged routine. Consider the cautionary tale of a global retailer that, 2 years ago, rolled out an AI-driven scheduling tool to optimize staffing. The tool was designed to trim labor costs to the absolute minimum, tweaking shifts according to real-time sales data. On paper, it was a triumph. Profit margins grew and top executives celebrated. But in the stores, low-wage workers found their hours slashed unpredictably. Some weeks they struggled to cover rent, others they were stretched too thin across back-to-back 12-hour shifts. Turnover soared, service scores dropped, and the hardest-hit employees stopped showing up at all. Policies intended to maximize efficiency, it turned out, were eroding trust, dignity, and, eventually, profits, too. This is the quiet danger of technology introduced without intention. AI, by design, is indifferent. Its goal is always set by humans. When implemented with a narrow, cost-focused lens, it doesn't just change how people work. It changes why they work, a shift as transformative as any technological leap. Distant managers gain surveillance tools rather than building partnerships. Dashboards become substitutes for conversation. And people, sensing they are merely parts in a system optimized for someone else's benefit, stop bringing their best selves. Over time, creativity stagnates. The passionate, resourceful problem solvers, the misfits, the inventors, the quietly persistent, seek their fulfillment elsewhere. But this crossroads is not a dead end. There is a better way. A path taken by those rare but courageous companies who refuse to let efficiency become an excuse for erosion. These organizations view technology as the amplifier of humanity, not its replacement. They reject the lazy question, how can we eliminate headcount? Instead, they ask, how can we elevate human potential in ways we never imagined before? For them, AI isn't a shortcut, it's a ladder. In these forward-thinking spaces, the arrival of AI is not a cold mandate from above, but a conversation. Employees are invited into the innovation process itself, their pain points recorded and their insights folded into design principles. Sometimes it's as simple as asking a warehouse worker how a new scanning system could reduce repetitive strain. Other times, it's as ambitious as co-creating a new workflow with cross-functional teams and soliciting feedback at every stage. Technology is not just bolted on, it is brought in with empathy, trial, and iteration. For example, at one major European insurance provider, leaders embarked on a multi-year transformation aimed at digitizing claims processing. Rather than use AI just to eliminate jobs, executives held listening sessions with claim adjusters and policyholders alike. Their goal was not only faster resolution, but also clearer communication and less paperwork. The result: AI took on the data-heavy triage, but humans were redeployed into resolution advocate roles, coaching customers, negotiating settlements, and shaping policy improvements. Customer satisfaction climbed, stress dropped, and company culture became a magnet for top talent eager for meaningful work. The companies who thrive in this new age understand that empowered people always outperform efficient processes, every time. While competitive benchmarks can measure transactional outputs, the true drivers of enduring value are harder to quantify: trust, mastery, purpose, and the ever-elusive sense of belonging. These firms design with, not for. They build from the inside out, honoring human strengths by marrying them to machine precision, not succumbing to it. How then should organizations chart a course through this crossroads? A new playbook is emerging, and its most important lessons are both practical and profound. First, redistribute, don't simply replace. Let AI shoulder the repetitive or mundane, and free your people to do what only humans can: solve ambiguous problems, build relationships, envision new markets. Second, invest in skills as deeply as in software. The technological arms race means little if your workforce is rendered obsolete by the very tools you buy. Reskilling and upskilling shouldn't be corporate buzzwords. They must be real opportunities, embedded in day-to-day practice, available to everyone, and valued at the highest levels. Third, design with, not for, your employees. Bring them into the circle of conversation, not only by surveying their opinions, but by inviting them as co-makers. Ask them what slows them down and excites them, and let their day-to-day realities shape policy. In one mid-size American manufacturing firm, line workers facing potential layoffs after a robotics upgrade were instead retrained to operate, troubleshoot, and improve the machines. Productivity soared, complaints dropped, and the US versus them mindset faded. Fourth, elevate the human mission. Remind people constantly why their work matters. This goes beyond metrics and machines. It means connecting daily effort to a broader purpose. Salesforce, for instance, has woven ethical AI principles into product design and training, regularly inviting employees into open forums to debate fairness, transparency, and customer impact. Fifth, lead differently. In an era where information is ubiquitous and ambiguity is the norm, managers must transform into mentors and supervisors into stewards. Authority should shift from control to creation of conditions where people can thrive. Consider Microsoft's approach to integrating AI co-pilots. Rather than leaving managers to adapt alone, the company invested in extensive training and change management, making leaders into champions of continuous learning rather than gatekeepers of knowledge. Maslow's hierarchy, viewed through this new lens, becomes not just a classroom diagram, but a blueprint for organizational leadership in the AI era. Every system you implement, every piece of software, every HR protocol, every communication tool serves either to reinforce fear and scarcity at the pyramid's base or to draw people up toward a sense of mastery, meaning, and growth. We must acknowledge that our tools do not sit neutral on a shelf. They carry the values, assumptions, and aspirations of those who select and apply them. Whether a culture tilts toward cost avoidance or toward contribution, whether people feel like replaceable cogs or irreplaceable creators, comes down to the choices leaders make at this crossroads. In more and more organizations, these choices are coming to a head in moments both large and small. Consider Unilever's global effort to embrace a talent marketplace, an internal platform enhanced by AI that connects employees not just to job openings but to stretch assignments, mentorship opportunities, and personal development projects, instead of allowing automation to herd people onto fixed, shrinking tracks. Unilever invites its workforce to continuously seek growth on their own terms. The company doesn't just measure success by how many processes are automated, but by how far individual people can develop. Stories emerge about junior marketers who, within months, find paths into data science, about mid-career sales leaders reskilling into sustainability roles, inspired by the company's mission to do well by doing good. This isn't just good for morale, it's good for business, feeding the company with new ideas and a reputation that attracts the next generation of talent. The contrast is stark when we look at organizations that miss this opportunity. In many call centers, for example, the implementation of predictive routing and voice analytics has increased efficiency, but at the expense of agent autonomy and fulfillment. Agents often report feeling monitored rather than supported, and career ladders seem to disappear as more interactions are automated. Over time, turnover grows, customer satisfaction drops, and the very efficiencies gained are offset by hidden costs: lost institutional memory, low morale, the continual grind of hiring and retraining. What separates the organizations that thrive in the age of AI from those that atrophy is a refusal to treat either people or technology as afterthoughts. The best leaders see the rise of intelligent machines not as an existential threat to human work, but as a prompt to more deeply consider what only humans can do, and to design everything around maximizing that potential. Moving forward, there are practical questions every leader, manager, or changemaker can ask before rolling out the next artificial intelligence tool or transformation initiative. Does this technology make my employees feel safer and more empowered, or smaller and more expendable? Are our policies and investments helping people climb, connect, and grow? Or are they simply keeping people compliant and replaceable? Is our use of AI generating a culture of curiosity and contribution, or one of control and caution? If the answer tips toward the latter, it is a signal to pause, reconsider, and invite others into the conversation. Ultimately, artificial intelligence does not write the human story. It is just a tool, a blank canvas with no will of its own. What matters is the intentionality, wisdom, and heart with which it is wielded. The true legacy of this era will not be written in code or patent filings, but in the lived experience of millions. Did we use our new tools to build organizations in which people could do their best work, find fulfillment, and help one another climb? Or did we, in a rush toward more, end up with less? As we stand at this crossroads, the opportunity is extraordinary but fleeting. The next few years will shape not only shareholder returns, but the daily reality of work for generations. If we move with care, creativity, and courage, this could be remembered as the moment we chose elevation over mere efficiency, when, with machines at our side, we didn't lose our humanity, but reclaimed it in bold new ways. In the chapters that follow, we'll move from big-picture questions of leadership and culture to the specifics of organizational design. We'll explore how to structure teams, policies, and systems that marry the strengths of artificial and human intelligence, scaling not just performance but meaning. Because in the end, the most powerful organizations of tomorrow will not be those that choose between human or machine, but those that consciously, continually build a future where both thrive, and where the climb is open to all. Chapter 6. Inclusive Futures. Designing a tomorrow that belongs to all of us. History is rarely written in lines of code, and the age of artificial intelligence will not be remembered for algorithms alone. It will be remembered for who benefited, who was left out, and who, amidst the rush and spectacle, was brave enough to care about the human faces behind all that innovation. The real story of AI unfolds not in the glass towers of innovation hubs or in the digital swirl of ones and zeros, but in the daily rhythms of school lunchrooms, on midnight shifts at logistics depots, in the nervous excitement of first-generation college students discovering new worlds, and in the anxious eyes of parents wondering what the world will look like for their children. Technological revolutions have always come wrapped in hope and hazard in equal measure. The steam engine, the assembly line, the internet, all brought new wealth and new wounds, each leaving behind people who struggled not through lack of will, but through lack of access, opportunity, and voice. Today, AI offers similar promise and peril. The tools we invent are staggering in their potential, recommendation engines that help match the lonely to communities, smart sensors that alert nurses before a baby's fever spikes, digital assistants that can schedule and predict and analyze far beyond human speed. Yet as these tools race from prototype to ubiquity, a chasm opens. A place where some leap ahead, their lives made easier, richer, and safer, while others teeter on the edge, unsure if the future has a place for them at all. We stand at a fork in the road, and the choice is urgent. For every gleaming story of AI success, there is a quieter, grittier tale of dislocation. Consider the mid-career warehouse worker in Pennsylvania who has spent more than half her life fine-tuning the rhythm required to meet quotas, feeling a subtle pride in her expertise, and now watches a robot arm make effortless what once took her keen senses and battered knuckles, or the bank teller in Michigan, once beloved by her regular customers for remembering birthdays and children's names, now retrained at a self-service kiosk, hoping to salvage a few hours a week. Or the city dispatcher, her mind a living map of shortcuts and school zones, displaced by a cloud-based system that knows the streets but not the subtleties of trust, of knowing that certain blocks are safer after dusk only if you ask Mrs. Reed on the corner. These workers are not impediments to progress, they are its beating heart. Their knowledge is rarely captured in an operations manual, but lives in their decisions, their pride, their care. When their jobs disappear without guidance or support, the wound cuts deep. What is lost is more than a regular paycheck. It is rhythm, purpose, a sense of pride earned from competence and contribution. It is routine and community, the everyday reasons to get up and try again. Progress that leaves such people behind is not progress, it is fracture, and its costs multiply silently until communities, companies, even democracies begin to fray at the seams. And yet, within this tension is not just a warning, but an invitation. We have an opportunity not only to avoid the wounds of past digital divides, but to actively design systems that repair and even reverse their effects. Rather than building a future that privileges the already advantaged, we can, if intentional and compassionate, make AI the great leveler, a force for expanding opportunity and dignity. Doing this begins with a fundamental shift in mindset. Inclusion is not charity, it is strategy, economics, and ethics entwined. For when educational, training, and economic opportunities are distributed widely, societies are stronger, businesses have broader talent pools, and innovation becomes more robust and creative. But achieving this requires more than inspirational speeches or glossy corporate responsibility reports. It takes real, ongoing work, a willingness to build bridges, not just celebrate breakthroughs. The heart of this shift is reimagining education and skill building as dynamic, continuous, and welcoming to all. Take Singapore's Skills Future program as a lodestar. In Singapore, every citizen is given access to substantial credits for lifelong learning, from digital marketing to robotics to geriatric care. This is not a one-time gift, but a recurring promise. The state stakes its future on the idea that no one is obsolete, so long as they are offered pathways to renewal. Such programs are rare in scope and vision, but they show what is possible. Citizens who are nervous, but not afraid, who instead of hiding from change, walk toward it, knowing their society stands behind them. Imagine what it would look like if similar investments were made everywhere, if digital literacy were treated not as a privilege of the privileged, but as a baseline human right, like reading and math. Reskilling wouldn't be a rigid requirement at a distant, expensive college, but flexible and local, embedded in community centers, libraries, online platforms, and mobile classrooms that reach wherever people live and work. Credentials would measure what people can do now, not just what they did in the past, and support would flow most to those for whom the next step feels least certain: the single parent, the veteran between jobs, the rural young adult debating whether to leave home for a distant city. For companies, this is more than compliance or good optics. It is vital stewardship. Businesses that benefit from automation have a responsibility to the people whose livelihoods are impacted, whether directly or through cascading economic effects. The true leaders won't just issue statements celebrating new efficiencies. They will make and keep bold promises: automatic retraining for displaced workers, real apprenticeships open to workers of all ages and backgrounds, hands-on learning that respects what people know even as it teaches them something new. A logistics company in the Netherlands has embraced this, offering every warehouse associate the opportunity to earn certifications in robotics maintenance. The roles pay better, offer more security, and keep wisdom in the company instead of watching it fade out the door. Such commitments must extend beyond company walls. No business operates in a vacuum. The most successful, sustainable companies will be those that partner with local schools, nonprofits, government agencies, and advocacy organizations. By pooling resources and knowledge, they broaden their reach to include those traditionally left behind in technological leaps: people in underfunded schools, the elderly, immigrants, disabled workers, the formerly incarcerated. Metrics for success will not only track how many jobs were automated, but who gained access to new ones, who rose in their organizations, whose voice was heard in the boardroom or break room. But true inclusion does not stop at the point of offering access. It demands attention to the invisible architecture of technology itself. Tools must be designed from the ground up with the full diversity of humanity in mind: multilingual, culturally aware, context-sensitive. Interfaces must be accessible, not as an add-on after compliance officers raise concerns, but from day one. Screen readers, adjustable displays, voice navigation, and uncluttered design. Platforms for building, not just using. Technology must be available to all. Low-code, no-code, and voice-driven tools that empower the nurse, the factory technician, the civil servant, the community organizer to shape their own solutions rather than waiting for experts to do it for them. We see glimmers of this future in places where democratization of creation is not just a slogan. The Indian startup ecosystem, for example, has exploded with services that enable small-town entrepreneurs to create payment apps and neighborhood networks without formal engineering training. In Denmark, social workers and healthcare aides co-design AI monitoring tools, ensuring the algorithms serve real needs and respect privacy born of lived experience rather than imposed from above. Government, too, has a moral and practical mandate to do more than regulate from a distance. It must act as a catalyst, creating incentives for inclusive innovation, expanding digital infrastructure to every community regardless of zip code, funding learning hubs, and not just test scores, and elevating the voices of citizens, especially those least likely to be heard, in every debate about technology policy. When public and private sectors unite in this mission, great things become possible. We see it in Estonia, where government-backed digital IDs let everyone, from grandparents to recent immigrants, access government and private services. Or in Canadian rural broadband initiatives, where Indigenous leaders have worked alongside technologists to design infrastructure that fits their unique needs and values. At the heart of all these efforts is a commitment to ensuring that everyone not only survives disruption, but climbs, up Maslow's pyramid, into belonging, esteem, contribution, and meaning. A future worth building must be broad-based. It must include warehouse workers and web developers, gig workers and graphic designers, immigrants and parents and veterans and students, people at the beginning of their careers and those searching for a second or third act. Inclusion isn't a side project or a committee's task. It is the scaffolding of a world in which innovation is only real if it lifts all of us. This is not ultimately a chapter about technology. It is a chapter about us, about what kind of people we dare to be when faced with transformational opportunity. Do we treat those whose roles are displaced as replaceable or as renewable? Do we design purely for disruption or for dignity? If AI becomes just another wedge, a way to sort insiders from outsiders, we will all lose. Some immediately, others as the fractures deepen and confidence in each other erodes. But if it becomes, with courageous design and shared will, a tool for empowerment, we will remember this era not just for its technical wonders, but for the way we chose to lift one another up. As this book now turns from frameworks to the specifics of labor and life, industry by industry, let us hold fast to one guiding principle. The future is not something to be done to people, but something to be built with them. That is how tomorrow will truly belong to us all. Part 2: A Blueprint for the Future. Chapter 7: The New World Ecosystem: Designing Work that Breathes, Learns, and Evolves. If you have followed the journey of this book to this point, you have witnessed an honest examination of what is unraveling in the modern world of work. We have confronted the loss of meaning and the erosion of trust and have taken a clear-eyed look at how artificial intelligence is transforming what it means to contribute, to be part of a team, and to build organizations that put people first. Those explorations, while necessary, have mostly asked us to look backward or inward, to diagnose old wounds and question what has been lost. Now, however, the conversation must shift. This chapter marks a decisive turn, from simply analyzing what is broken to asking how we might create something better. The moment has arrived to move out of survival mode and into the role of architect, for it is not enough to react to change. We must participate in shaping what comes next. Picture the new work ecosystem. It does not resemble the rigid organizations that once defined the landscape of business. Those structures, with their reliance on job titles, vertical reporting lines, and identical office rows, are quickly giving way. Today, what is emerging is organic, resilient, and constantly growing. Work is beginning to feel less like the mechanical repetition of tasks and more like the interdependent life of a vibrant ecosystem. The energy is dynamic. The rules are less about obedience and more about adaptation. Instead of boxes on a chart, people form a web of connections, drawing on each other's strengths and perspectives whenever new challenges arise. In this world, the individual is no longer reduced to a role, and teams are not locked into established routines. Each person is a node within a living network, uniquely equipped by experience and talent, able to contribute in ways that transcend titles or department boundaries. Artificial intelligence does not impose limits here. Rather, it serves as a sort of invisible architecture, giving structure and support without trapping anyone in old ways of working. AI enables the ecosystem to respond with remarkable agility, surfacing talent where it is needed most, and creating space for uniquely human contributions, such as intuition, storytelling, and nuanced decision-making. The shift from the old model is profound. For decades, organizations relied on structures that favored stability over innovation and routine over exploration. People were trained to fit the mold, performing clearly defined tasks and advancing more through longevity than by demonstrating creativity or adaptability. Far too often, talent was boxed in and ambition was met with caution. Now, the dominant logic is different. The focus has moved from the job to the problem at hand, from static roles to dynamic teams that gather in response to opportunity or challenge. Just as the body's cells rally quickly to address injury and then disperse, workers now assemble with focus and intent, deliver a result, and move on to the next need. This is the anatomy of modern problem-solving: fast, fluid, and collaborative. Consider how jobs themselves have evolved. Conventional boundaries fade as roles become ever more modular and flexible. A designer who leads a sprint on Monday might advise an ethics committee by Thursday and coach an AI training session the following week. The lines separate less along titles and more around value contributed. The story is the same in every department. With the help of smarter platforms, organizations are able to highlight what each person actually knows and can do, regardless of whether that knowledge fits on a resume or aligns with an existing job description. Teams assemble rapidly around capabilities and mutual goals, not around reporting relationships alone. Day-to-day work flows differently when guided by intelligence rather than bureaucracy. Artificial intelligence now does the heavy lifting of tracking obstacles, reallocating team resources, and proposing novel solutions. The work of managers shifts as well, turning them into coaches who cultivate talent and guide learning instead of traffic controllers who assign and monitor tasks. The way teams form begins to resemble an organic process rather than a bureaucratic one, allowing for quick adaptation as success stories and new requirements emerge. Geography and department become less relevant. What matters most is assembling the best mix of experience and skill to meet each moment. As artificial intelligence takes on routine and repetitive duties, what rises to the surface is the realm of tasks that can never be automated. This is not a story of loss. It is an invitation for discovery. What remains is the essence of human purpose, the ability to judge, to show empathy, to craft narratives, to imagine the future, and to build meaningful connections. Machines may reveal patterns, but it remains entirely human to decide what truly matters. Within this landscape, people demonstrate their greatest value not by following rules, but by asking the questions that no machine can anticipate. They excel at navigating ambiguity, leading forward when there is no clear pathway. In this context, artificial intelligence does not dictate. Instead, it serves as a collaborator and an assistant, with people continuing to set the direction. This vision is not about replacing workers. Rather, it is about finally giving people the chance to use their deepest talents and unique wisdom. Already, these changes are visible in the day-to-day reality of workplaces that have begun to experiment and adapt. One of the most promising developments comes with the democratization of technology itself. Low-code and no-code platforms are empowering not only IT professionals, but also those who work directly with customers and on the front lines. These new creators do not wait for permission from technical experts or distant managers. Nurses find innovative ways to streamline digital triage. Teachers design custom learning paths powered by adaptive AI. Warehouse supervisors automate tedious processes directly, drawing on their real-world expertise rather than waiting for outside intervention. New roles are emerging to capture this creative shift: process design architect, experience curator, AI integrator. These are not just titles, but signals of a transformation where everyone is empowered to build, improve, and lead from their own vantage point. Talent systems within leading companies are also evolving. Instead of maintaining the singular career ladder where progression is measured by years in service or incremental promotion, these organizations invest in what can be thought of as a dynamic map, a continually updated understanding of each person's skills, passions, and record of achievement. Internal talent marketplaces are created so that people move between projects and departments by following opportunities for growth and impact rather than being limited by status or permanence. The old question, "What is my job?" is steadily being replaced by a more meaningful one: where can I contribute my best next? Beneath all of this runs a deeper current of care for the workforce. The most progressive employers are reimagining the hierarchy of needs that guide organizational excellence. They provide stability as a foundation, ensuring that people know where they stand and what they can count on. Safety is established not only in physical terms, but in how decisions are made, and fairness is practiced. True belonging arises when missions are shared and collaboration is encouraged at every level. Esteem is built not on empty praise but on real recognition, as individuals are celebrated for their contributions and strengths. And perhaps most importantly, these environments give room to grow, to innovate, to experiment, and to lead. No one is reduced to a function. Instead, individuals are recognized for what they can unlock in themselves and others. People who feel seen and valued do not simply show up. They arrive with energy and creativity, eager to make an impact. None of this is only theory. Across industries, the new work ecosystem is already being built in pockets and pilot projects. It is present in forward-looking startups, in the corner offices of companies that have decided to lead, and in the everyday experiments of those ready to ask, "What if we approach this differently?" These prototypes serve as proof of what is possible, teaching lessons and adapting methods as they are put into practice. The challenge on the horizon is clear. How do we expand access to these models? How do we build equity into their foundations and ensure that the benefits do not accrue only to the fastest or most connected? The answer will determine not only the future of individual organizations, but the shape of work and opportunity in society at large. It is no longer enough to pursue automation for its own sake. The winners in this new landscape will be those who are most adaptive, responsive, and genuinely committed to unleashing human potential. As we move forward into the next chapters, our focus will turn to how these principles and trends are unfolding within specific industries. We will meet the pioneers, those building tomorrow's economy today, and explore how sectors as diverse as agriculture, construction, healthcare, and retail are blending artificial intelligence with a renewed human purpose. We must now ask a different question than before. Instead of worrying about what jobs may be lost, we will discover together what it means to create work that finally lifts people up, invites their best, and is worthy of their engagement. Together, let's step into that future. Chapter 8. Design Architects, the Builders of Human-Centered Intelligence. With every turning point in technology, a new kind of builder emerges to meet the moment. In the era of steam, it was the engineer, blueprint in hand, mapping out the future of movement and progress. When electricity sparked the world to life, the inventor stepped forward, turning sparks into light and imagination into reality. Later, the rise of the internet paved the way for the developer, the quiet craftsman who built bridges across a digital landscape. Now, as machines become not only tools but thinking partners, and exponential technological possibility becomes the new normal, a fresh kind of builder takes the stage. This builder is neither confined to a single discipline nor narrowly defined by what they can code. Instead, their power rests in shaping systems, cultivating relationships, and infusing purpose and ethics into every solution. These are the architects of the modern age, designers who ensure intelligence remains human-centered. You may not see the title Design Architect on every organizational chart just yet, but this is the role already shaping the future of work. Design architects serve as the vital connective tissue between business need and technological potential, between user frustrations and the promise of new platforms. They are both translators and strategists, creators and catalysts. Most crucially, they are designers of possibility for people and organizations alike. To understand how this role has come to the forefront, consider the evolution of the technologist. Not long ago, the developer stood quietly in the background. They mastered obscure languages and constructed complex systems far from prying eyes, often working in isolation from the end users. Once finished, these systems were handed over, sometimes clumsily, to the people expected to use them, rarely with much input from those outside the technical sphere. Technology was built behind closed doors, emerging as a finished product rather than a collaborative process. That wall has come down. The rise of low-code and no-code platforms, along with artificial intelligence tools, has pushed technical capability out toward the front line, empowering those who know the real-world problem best. Now, a business analyst can build an application to solve a workflow bottleneck. A compliance officer can automate a process that once consumed hours every week. In hospitals, nurses can design solutions that improve patient scheduling. The traditional developer has not disappeared, but the role is evolving. Increasingly, as generative AI drafts code, models data, and builds interfaces, what matters is intention rather than mere technical instruction. The essential question becomes not, what can I make the machine do, but what should I help it achieve and why? The shift places values, relationships, and purpose at the center of design. Within this transformation, a particular role comes sharply into focus: the process design architect. These professionals are not defined by a fetish for deep code, but by a deep care for the human experience. They care how systems feel to those who use them. They care about the ways organizations function and how outcomes ripple out into the world. Rather than staying anchored within a single department, they move comfortably between teams, disciplines, and technologies, forever connecting the dots that others might miss. The process design architect begins by listening. They transform everyday frustrations and aspirations into workflows that are not only functional, but intelligent and adaptive. They listen intently to stakeholders, frontline workers, and end users, surfacing needs that may not yet have words. Whenever they touch a system, it becomes more compassionate as well as more compliant, with fairness, accessibility, and ethics built in from the start. In the era of artificial intelligence, they actively collaborate with digital assistants, working in real time to generate, refine, and even simulate workflows. The partnership between human understanding and machine speed becomes their hallmark, yet they are never content to declare a system done. For a process architect, every solution is only ever evolving, always open to measurement, adaptation, and improvement. This is not a role for anyone content to stand on the sidelines. It demands deep engagement, real empathy, and courage to bring a human perspective to every conversation. As artificial intelligence redraws the digital landscape, it gives rise to a wave of new, hybrid roles. These positions take root at the intersection of technology and humanity, where clear communication and trust matter as much as technical prowess. Consider the AI workflow strategist, whose job is to orchestrate how automation weaves through every segment of a business, ensuring both efficiency and equity at every touchpoint. Or the prompt engineer, a relatively new but increasingly vital professional. By crafting clear, safe, and context-aware queries for large language models, they act as the sculptors of our conversational digital future. The AI integration analyst bridges the gap between legacy technology and the latest intelligent tools, ensuring continuity for every employee regardless of what generation of system or thinking they started with. The ethical model trainer ensures that every machine learning system is transparent, accountable, and sensitive to the complexities of real life. Finally, the digital twin architect goes beyond simply planning. They create virtual replicas of entire business processes, allowing organizations to test and optimize systems before making changes in the real world. None of these roles, however, are solitary. Their strength comes from collaboration and from the willingness to sit with contradiction. These professionals learn to navigate the delicate balance between logic and empathy, data and design, risk and possibility. Humility and curiosity guide their work, just as much as technical mastery. There is a notable shift in the capabilities that now matter most. The competition is no longer for mastery of a specific platform or for fluency in a particular programming language. The ability to blend disciplines is what unlocks creative leadership in the new world of work. The architects and hybrid professionals leading this transformation possess process fluency, able to map complex workflows and rapidly spot inefficiencies. Their literacy extends across modeling and simulation tools, as well as data integration platforms, making them comfortable with the practical realities of digital design. They bring the sensibility of a craftsman, a natural eye for clarity, usability, and human impact. Because these systems touch every part of the business, collaborative strength is essential. Design architects must move easily between finance, human resources, operations, and strategy. They have an ethical grounding that provides the wisdom to ask what technology ought to do, not just what it can do. Finally, they master the art of storytelling, translating complexity into understanding and making technical possibility feel inspiring and accessible to all. As artificial intelligence integrates more deeply into daily business, trust becomes the defining element of value. Trust is not secured through technical domination, but through steady, human clarity. Those who can weave together logic and transparency earn the right to lead and to influence. The evolution of the builder is best seen in what they enable, not only in what they create. In the past, technologists were valued by the things they alone could build, by the code written and products launched. The new measure of success is different. Design architects and kindred professionals are judged by what they enable others to accomplish. No longer content to be the experts in the corner, they instead design rooms where everyone can learn and contribute. They create the conditions for a new analyst to experiment, for a veteran operator to suggest better ways, and for users themselves to become system collaborators. Their impact multiplies, moving from a linear contribution to something exponential. They are builders of capability and culture, opening up new pathways for growth and discovery. This shift speaks directly to the summit of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Design architects work at the point where technical achievement gives way to self-esteem, fulfillment, and collective advancement. Their creations are not just systems and workflows, but meaningful environments for growth and learning. They become the artists of our shared digital spaces, mentors for a rising generation of builders. And in their commitment to helping others thrive, they model a new vision of success, one measured not by individual mastery, but by the uplift of the entire community. While the roots of this new profession may often be found in the IT department, the mindset travels effortlessly across domains. The nurse who transforms patient flow with digital solutions, the teacher who builds a personalized curriculum with the help of AI, the public official who streamlines civic services using modern tools, and the nonprofit leader who applies data for greater social good, each embodies the spirit of the design architect. This movement makes clear that the AI revolution is not, at its heart, a revolution about software. It is a revolution in how we serve one another and how thoughtfully we design our systems for meaning, equity, and possibility. In the chapters to follow, we will witness how this transformation plays out in everyday life, across sectors as varied as education, healthcare, logistics, construction, and more. We will meet builders who are redefining what it means to work, to contribute, and to lead in a world where intelligent machines become partners rather than replacements. The future is not a finished product to be received. It is a work in progress, inviting each of us to be its architects. Let us build it, together. Chapter 9. Healthcare Innovation, From Burnout to Bedside Restoration. Few industries carry the emotional and ethical weight that healthcare does. This field is the meeting place of purpose and pressure, a domain where every decision is personal, and the stakes are as high as human life itself. For most nurses, doctors, and support staff, the original calling was never about managing paperwork or navigating bureaucracy. These professionals enter medicine with an urge to heal, to connect with patients, and to serve communities at their most vulnerable. Yet somewhere in the evolution of modern medicine, that sense of mission encountered a maze of metrics, systems, and checkboxes that now define the daily experience of too many caregivers. Hospitals, once places of care and recovery, have increasingly come to resemble complex systems obsessed with efficiency and throughput. Appointments are measured down to the minute. Charting consumes hours, sometimes becoming a separate language all its own. The beautiful art and presence of medicine gets edged out by alerts, protocols, billing codes, and a steady stream of compliance reminders. This new reality exacts a high price. Today, more than half of physicians in the United States report symptoms of burnout. Nurses walk away from the profession faster than schools and hospitals can replace them. Patients report feeling unseen or unheard, while the very clinicians trained to care for them feel lost in cycles of exhaustion and depersonalization. The urge to heal is there. The system, however, too often gets in the way. Despite all this strain, a quiet but extraordinary transformation is beginning to emerge. The promise on the horizon is not about replacing human healers with machines. Instead, it is about using intelligence, artificial and collective, to restore the healer's ability to do what they do best. This transformation is less about machines taking over and more about machines stepping quietly into the background to lift the weight from the shoulders of doctors, nurses, and all the hands and hearts who serve at the bedside. To see where we are headed, it is necessary to look honestly at the pain points still present. Even with all the technological advances and sophisticated systems, too many caregivers find themselves trapped by the very tools intended to help them. Every shift brings countless hours spent entering data into electronic health records. Team communication can be fractured, leading to inefficient patient handoffs, errors, and duplication of work. Intake processes remain stubbornly redundant, and insurance approvals too often slow the rhythm of care. Alarms, notifications, and required clicks are relentless, each one demanding precious attention that might better be given to a patient or family. The result is a steady depletion of both time and emotional energy. Clinicians want to give care, but the system sometimes seems determined to turn them into data entry clerks. Everyone involved feels the consequences. Staff turnover increases, errors become harder to avoid, and the human relationship at the center of medicine suffers. Amid this, the real revolution is about restoring the healer's touch, not substituting it. The most promising use of artificial intelligence in healthcare is not to diminish the role of humans, but to lighten the load, to automate the repetitive tasks so clinicians can return to the presence that made them choose this work in the first place. AI is now being deployed to draft and summarize notes from patient encounters, to assist in triaging messages and highlighting urgent concerns, to manage scheduling, reminders, and the intricate coordination required for complex care. These systems can also scan and analyze lab results, medical images, and large population datasets with a speed and accuracy previously unattainable. Doctors reclaim the ability to make eye contact. Nurses can take a breath, knowing their notes will not fall behind. Mental health professionals are allowed to focus on listening without dividing their attention between a patient and a digital chart. In this vision, technology quietly handles the mechanical tasks so humans can reclaim what is most meaningful. As the workflows in healthcare become more intelligent and less burdensome, a new generation of human-centric roles is also taking shape. One such emerging position is the AI Care Coordinator. These professionals use a mix of expertise and digital tools to ensure every patient's journey is seamless, reducing the risk of anyone getting lost among transitions or missed instructions. Digital empathy trainers are now tasked with developing AI systems that can better mirror human tone, emotion, and subtlety, helping to ensure that even automated reminders or communications feel caring and responsive. Telepresence clinicians bridge the physical distance between patient and provider, blending remote visits with real-time AI support for translation or data analysis. Preventive health strategists use behavioral and demographic data to intercept chronic issues before they escalate. Clinical workflow optimizers work side by side with frontline caregivers, identifying and clearing away bottlenecks so everyone on the team can work not just faster, but smarter. These roles are not compromises. They represent a genuine upgrade in how modern care is imagined, delivered, and coordinated. Perhaps the most transformative change happening now is the emergence of ambient AI. These background systems are designed to listen and support without distraction. Smart voice tools, for example, now attend clinical visits and generate structured documentation as physicians and patients speak naturally, eliminating the need for typing or toggling through screens. The impact is simple but profound. Patients feel acknowledged and seen, while clinicians regain the mental clarity to stay fully present. The most effective technology is invisible, not stealing focus, but quietly returning precious attention to where it belongs. Trust remains the backbone of healing in every culture and generation. Healthcare has never been only a science. Central to its power is relationship, a bond of confidence and hope between caregiver and those in their charge. AI can help with diagnosis, flag patterns or anomalies in data, and even suggest next steps. However, it cannot offer empathy, cannot listen through silence, or share in the vulnerability of a difficult moment. At its very best, AI does something different. It protects the space for those uniquely human moments. Intelligent systems can prompt clinicians to notice subtle emotional cues, offer gentle language in challenging conversations, or automate background documentation so the professional can be completely present. Machines take on the background work, while humans remain at the heart of every encounter. Whether facing new life, diagnosis, or loss, what matters most is not intelligence but presence and trust. This renaissance in care is not limited to hospitals or clinics. It is quietly reshaping the education of future healers as well. Modern training now asks aspiring clinicians to evaluate AI recommendations with critical judgment and ethical insight, preparing them to collaborate comfortably with digital colleagues while still protecting human dignity. Medical schools are expanding curricula to include AI literacy, health informatics, and the design of systems that serve people rather than processes. The goal is not to sideline the study of anatomy or human development, but to prepare a new generation to lead with heart while working alongside intelligent tools. The healer of the future will be fluent in technology, yes, but more importantly, will be wise in deploying it for equity, empathy, and real-world effectiveness. There is a larger shift underway, a restoration of meaning. When intelligent systems free clinicians from digital noise, the door opens to purpose. Instead of just reacting, caregivers can now educate and advocate. They can spend energy on prevention and connection, not only on triage or paperwork. Teams can come together more often to innovate, mentor, and design new models of care that meet evolving community needs. Seen through the lens of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, AI can help healthcare walk back up the pyramid. The foundations of safety are stronger thanks to predictive risk alerts and more accurate clinical support. A renewed sense of belonging grows as teams, no longer divided by endless task switching, unite around common purpose. Esteem and self-actualization, so often the casualties of burnout, begin to re-emerge as providers once again find meaning in their calling and pride in their skill. AI does not replace the deeply human needs at the center of medicine. It simply clears the path for fulfillment, growth, and healing. Healing, after all, is not a product. It is a promise. At life's most vulnerable moments, every patient deserves to be met with time, compassion, and attentive care, not with bureaucracy or distraction. Technology will never fully deliver on that promise for us, but it can, if designed and deployed with purpose, help us keep it. The future of healthcare belongs not to those who chase efficiency alone, but to those who restore presence, connection, and meaning at the bedside. As we leave the halls of healthcare and move forward to explore the world of finance, consider how these same principles, trust, human judgment, and thoughtful innovation, will now shape our experience of value, security, and wealth. Just as in health, the question of how we value one another remains at the very center of progress. Chapter 10. Finance Transformation, From Manual to Meaningful. For much of modern history, the world of finance has been a domain defined by its rigor and its unwavering commitment to accuracy, compliance, and control. At its core, finance has always served as the engine of trust for the global economy. Each decimal point, each meticulously balanced ledger, every polished report, these are the building blocks that give structure and assurance to societies and markets. Yet, this meticulous devotion to detail, vital as it has been, comes with its own cost. Behind every immaculate financial statement lie countless hours devoted to spreadsheet reconciliation, manual approvals, endless compliance checks, and repeated cycles of report generation. The professionals drawn to finance for their keen judgment and insight have too often found themselves trapped in a labyrinth of procedural tasks, their greatest abilities quietly sidelined by the relentless demands of routine. That era is beginning to fade. The arrival of intelligent technology in finance is not just about making processes faster or reducing the margin for error. It is ushering in a much deeper transformation, one that returns meaning and purpose to every role touched by numbers and risk. Automation and artificial intelligence are doing more than lifting the burden of manual work. They are making space for the people behind the ledgers to regain their roles as strategists, coaches, creators, and trusted stewards. The first step in this transformation is the breaking of the cycle of repetition. Even with the adoption of modern finance software, a significant portion of daily effort is still spent consolidating data from fragmented systems, verifying compliance line by line, compiling rigid reports for regulators, and managing a sea of dashboards and exception approvals. In many organizations, these urgent, repetitive tasks continue to drown out the time needed for truly important work. The demands for instant reconciliation, constant monitoring, and flawless reporting all too often bury human insight under piles of digital maintenance. It is no wonder that seasoned finance professionals find themselves asking if this is truly the best use of their talent and expertise. Now, a new future is taking shape. In this future, artificial intelligence and automation form the silent backbone of financial operations, dedicating themselves to the mechanical lifting so that humans are free to engage in higher-order thinking. Picture a world where invoices are not chased by hand, but are captured, validated, and reconciled in minutes. Compliance requirements such as Know Your Customer and Anti-96 money laundering checks become ongoing, adaptive, and nearly infallible. Sustained by fatigue-proof algorithms, pattern recognition tools flag even the earliest signs of fraud, operating on a scale and depth of detail no person could manage alone. Regulatory reports are compiled not after the fact, but in real time, with automated systems ensuring nothing is missed. Forecasts, once static and sluggish, adjust continually, reflecting the pace of change in markets and in individual businesses. The outcome of this transformation is a powerful return of time, focus, discernment, and, above all, innovation. These are the true currencies that finance now has to offer. With systems handling the repetitive, the roles and responsibilities of people working in finance are shifting. The most forward-looking organizations are already seeing new positions take shape. The best finance jobs of tomorrow are not about clocking hours on compliance or running endless calculations. They are about creativity, communication, and a new kind of care. One of these evolving roles is that of the behavioral risk analyst. These professionals combine an understanding of psychology and market data to predict behavior and help organizations steer clear of systemic crises. The AI-augmented wealth advisor uses sophisticated simulations to explore risk, but when with clients, devotes attention to empathy and trust, not only portfolio charts or technical talk. Financial ethics officers take responsibility for fairness in algorithmic lending, applying discernment where a model might overlook nuance. Compliance automation designers are now building rules and standards into the DNA of financial systems, keeping companies proactive and flexible rather than boxed in by the cycle of reaction. Customer intelligence strategists translate raw numbers into meaningful insights about individual goals, habits, and life changes, helping institutions serve their customers as people, not just as accounts. The arrival of these roles both preserves employment and deepens its relevance. The work is no longer about technical compliance for its own sake. It is about making every position truly matter. One powerful illustration of these changes lies in commercial underwriting. Traditionally, the process of granting business loans required weeks of effort, collecting stacks of documentation, assessing a company's creditworthiness, and evaluating risk in ways that were both time-consuming and often limited by bias or incomplete information. Now, with enhanced automation, optical character recognition tools scan and extract relevant data from tax filings and bank statements in moments. Risk engines model everything from historical performance to emerging market threats based on thousands of live data points. Real-time data feeds keep underwriters alerted to sudden shifts in competitor performance or market trajectory, yet the role of the underwriter has not been erased. On the contrary, it has been elevated. These professionals now devote their energy to interpreting ambiguity, solving for exceptions and edge cases, and collaborating closely with clients to reach solutions that algorithms alone cannot provide. Their work is now that of a trusted advisor, not simply a gatekeeper. This is not a simple evolution. It is a transformation in meaning. Despite all the potential of artificial intelligence, the heart of finance will always be what only humans can do. Managing money is ultimately about managing meaning, for families planning for the future, for businesses hoping to grow, for investors and institutions navigating risk in a world that is rarely predictable. No machine can replace the calming presence of a human advisor when a client faces financial loss or anxiety. Algorithms cannot explain difficult decisions with empathy or help someone move beyond unspoken fears about their future. The best financial professionals are both storytellers and stewards, connecting data with purpose in a way that inspires and reassures. In this context, reskilling becomes essential. The finance leaders of tomorrow will require more than a mastery of spreadsheets. They will need to partner fully with new intelligent tools, using platforms like ChatGPT, Excel Copilot, and Alteryx to investigate trends and spot risks in ways that go far beyond traditional analysis. Ethical acumen becomes vital as financial AI raises questions about fairness, equity, and access. The ability to translate complexity into clear action for clients will define the new standard of excellence. Those who excel will be the ones who innovate fresh products and services, always grounded in insight, opportunity, and a keen sense of responsibility for the people they serve. Finance education, too, is evolving to meet this moment. Top institutions are introducing and expanding curriculums centered on data visualization, storytelling, and the care required for effective communication. There is a renewed emphasis on AI governance, the responsible oversight of advanced models, agile design for financial services, and the development of products that center on client equity and well-being. The profession is no longer simply about technical problem solving. It is about acting as a bridge, translating the power of technology into deeper trust and broader service. Artificial intelligence begins by strengthening the foundation of finance. It enhances security, quickly detecting fraud, and supports safety by automating regulatory compliance. Yet perhaps its greatest gift is the creation of space for higher-order needs. The chance for belonging as teams bond over shared progress, for esteem as professionals are honored as trusted advisors, and for self-actualization as individuals create new value and vision for the future. In this transformed environment, finance moves from the department of no to the department of what is possible, making new solutions and new forms of relationship its hallmark. The firms that will thrive in this era will not be those that chase automation for its own sake. The leaders will be the ones who use intelligent tools to amplify rather than replace their people. These organizations will scale trust and deepen relationships at every level. They will reward integrity, creativity, and boldness, confident that finance at its best supports the flourishing of every other industry. When finance evolves with purpose, the effect ripples outward, transforming not only companies and markets, but careers and communities as well. In the chapters ahead, our focus will turn to education, another field as foundational as finance, and one equally rooted in trust and human potential. There, we will explore how artificial intelligence is not simply automating instruction, but is reshaping what it means to learn, to teach, and to grow. For the future of work does not hinge only on smarter tools, but on how well we prepare people to wield them wisely. Chapter 11. The Future of Learning, Awakening the Human Mind in the Age of AI. If artificial intelligence acts as the great accelerator of our era, then education must serve as our compass. Throughout history, societies have looked to education as more than just instruction. It has been the bridge across generations and the rich soil in which individual and collective dreams are planted. But as the world around us transforms at a rate no curriculum can match, we face an urgent question: what is education for in a world that never stops changing? The old answer once seemed straightforward. One was to get an education, land a job, and follow a predictable path. That world, however, has faded. Today, roles shift as quickly as the ink dries on a resume. Skills that once guaranteed a career become outdated in a matter of years, not decades. It is quite likely that children entering school now will eventually work in professions that do not yet exist, roles whose names have yet to be invented. In this reality, education can no longer be preparation for one fixed destination. Instead, it must become a lifelong companion, an ecosystem rooted in curiosity, a source of adaptation, and a wellspring of meaning. For over a century, many of us experienced education as a kind of factory. The classroom was a carefully structured environment meant to deliver order and scale. Rows of desks reinforced discipline, standardized tests promised a near-scientific measure of progress, and advancement was registered in grades and seat time. This method was good at producing reliability and predictability. But the world beyond those classroom walls has changed fundamentally. The future now asks for more than recall. It demands resilience, creativity, collaboration, and above all, the courage to inquire rather than merely memorize. learners must move beyond the accumulation of content and instead gain the confidence to venture into the unknown. Into this changing landscape, artificial intelligence enters not as a replacement for learning, but as a force that can make learning more personal and even more human. In the emerging classroom, AI-powered tutors are available at any time of day or night, meeting learners where they are and in the language most comfortable to them. Adaptive platforms respond in real time to how each student learns, not just marking right or wrong answers, but identifying patterns of struggle or flashes of unique ability. Far more than simple scores, data now tells a story about engagement, emotion, and growth. Teachers, often stretched thin by the demands of grading and paperwork, are finally freed to focus on what matters: mentoring, coaching, and nurturing curiosity. Education becomes responsive and dynamic. Students are measured not against each other, but against their own progress and potential. This marks a shift from education as mass production to education as a soulful and individualized journey. Within this new order, the role of the educator transforms. AI does not diminish the need for teachers, it elevates them. Tomorrow's educators are not content delivery systems. They are guides, experience designers, co-creators of meaning. Their roles are as varied as the learners they serve. Some become learning experience designers, weaving journeys that cross disciplines and connect ideas. Others serve as AI literacy coaches, training students not just to use machines, but to question them thoughtfully. There is need for education data translators who turn analytics into clear insights for students and parents. Virtual mentors step in to support well-being and growth across both digital and physical spaces. Curriculum architects design challenges based on real-world problems, not just textbook exercises. In this vision of education, the best teachers do more than impart knowledge. They awaken the learner. Imagine what such a classroom could be. I would spot when a student is struggling, offering help before embarrassment or frustration sets in. Generative technologies would collaborate with learners, helping them craft essays, build visualizations, or test scientific concepts, bringing ideas to life. Students might explore ancient history through virtual reality or walk the surface of Mars, all without leaving their hometown. Projects take the place of tests, collaboration is celebrated, and creativity consistently outshines conformity. Students would build portfolios that serve as living artifacts of who they are becoming, not just scrapbooks of what they have memorized. The classroom shifts from a space of control to one of exploration, where invention overshadows rigid instruction. This new culture of learning does not end with school. In a world reshaped by AI, graduation is no longer a finish line but a checkpoint. The most resilient societies will be those that embrace lifelong learning as a universal strategy. Companies are already offering micro-courses, digital credentials, and on-demand skill building. Intelligent platforms scan labor markets and help people chart personalized learning journeys, aligning evolving opportunities with developing interests. Individuals become learning entrepreneurs, choosing what, when, and how to learn, propelled by shifting industries and emerging needs. In this world, education is portable, deeply personal, and above all, never finished. Yet such transformation brings with it deep responsibilities. Without intention, technology risks amplifying inequality rather than remedying it. The future of learning cannot be left to efficiency alone. It must be equity by design. Universal access to broadband, digital devices, and foundational digital literacy is only the starting point. Content must reflect a diversity of voices, cultures, and lived experiences. AI tools must be built for accessibility, attentive to the needs of neurodiverse learners, and audited for fairness rather than making unexamined assumptions. Policy must uphold the privacy and dignity of every student, ensuring that data empowers rather than exposes them. Lasting educational success cannot be claimed until every learner has an honest chance to belong and thrive. When education is powered by AI but anchored in humanity, the Maslow pyramid looks refreshingly new. At its base, safety is ensured by letting students progress at their own pace, freeing them from fear of failure or comparison. Genuine belonging grows as learning paths connect learners to each other and to meaningful communities. Esteem is redefined, measured not by rote achievement, but by progress, perseverance, and curiosity. At the summit, self-actualization comes into reach as lifelong learning invites people to pursue their full potential in their own voice and on their own terms. Education shifts from being a system of requirements to a launchpad for possibility. It exists not just to prepare for a job, but to spark the process of becoming. Above all, the future of learning is not about more screens or endless data streams. It is about reigniting the spark of discovery. Artificial intelligence will not extinguish the wonder of learning. It will fuel it, granting students the space and tools to wonder, question, and grow. Success will not be measured by the diploma alone, but by the confidence of those who walk out into the world believing they can contribute and make a difference. Our greatest task is to nurture a society where every learner, regardless of background, finds the courage and opportunity to invent, think deeply, and dream big, equipped not just to take on jobs, but to shape the world in lasting and meaningful ways. Next, we turn our focus from what can be enhanced to what cannot be replaced. In the coming chapter, we'll explore the uniquely human callings, those rooted in trust, presence, and emotion, which will always remain the heartbeat of a thriving society, no matter how powerful our machines become. Because even in an intelligent future, some forms of work and some kinds of connection will always be sacred. Chapter 12. Human Work, the Irreplaceable Heart of a Technological World. As artificial intelligence writes our stories, analyzes our scans, manages our finances, and simulates conversation, it's natural to pause and wonder, what remains for us? This question quietly stirs behind conference calls, in classrooms, and even at kitchen tables. If machines can do so much, faster, more thoroughly, more reliably, what is left that truly needs a human being? But perhaps we've been framing the question backwards. The future of work isn't about what we lose to automation, but what we're finally free to do when machines lift away the wearying burden of repetitive or soulless labor. What lies ahead is not a retreat from purpose, but an opportunity to rediscover what only people can bring to our work, relationships, and communities. There are boundaries to what machines can authentically contribute, no matter how sophisticated their models become. Artificial intelligence may become an expert in recognizing patterns or predicting outcomes, but it does not feel the tremor of uncertainty before a hard decision or the warmth of presence in a difficult moment. An algorithm may replicate the rhythm of human speech or summarize the logic behind a choice, but it cannot bear responsibility, nor can it understand joy, loss, or hope in any real sense. All around us, there are realms where automation may inform or assist, but only a human can truly be at the center. In professions of deep trust and ethical complexity, a machine simply cannot substitute for lived experience and emotional presence. First responders and crisis workers, for example, may use AI to assess hazards, but no model can cradle a frightened child or improvise in a moment of chaos. Protocols mean little without intuition and care. Therapists, counselors, and spiritual guides work in silent spaces that algorithms cannot enter. Healing often takes place not through language alone, but in the quiet patience of presence, an understanding that only grows through grief, time, or transformation. No machine can offer real grace in these spaces or sit alongside someone in their sorrow. Nor can artificial intelligence embody courage and moral clarity in the face of injustice. It may catalog inequity, but only real people confront unfairness in courts, on the street, or in moments that shape public policy. Progress requires more than knowledge. It needs principle and a willingness to act. At the heart of education, the most important knowledge isn't simply handed down. It's awakened through guidance, encouragement, and inspiration. A machine might measure or quiz, but a teacher sees potential and encourages character and resilience. When it comes to creation, even as AI can remix, generate, and stylize, it cannot create art from longing, joy, or loss. Creativity is not only about skill, but transcendence, artwork and storytelling that springs from our depths. Leadership, too, cannot be programmed. To lead is not to check a box or maximize a process, but to guide others through adversity, uncertainty, and change. The trust we place in leaders comes not only from competence, but from their willingness to stand in the unknown and act with integrity. Companionship and caregiving are at the center of the human journey, especially at life's most vulnerable moments. No system, however well designed, can truly replace the warmth of a hand held in silence, the reassurance of a gentle touch, or the value of simply being present. In these moments, our need is not for efficiency or speed, but for presence, the uniquely human gift of being with someone, to witness and share their experience. Across all these domains, the bedrock is trust. Algorithms may spot anomalies, but we do not build faith in systems alone. Trust grows in the spaces between the data, through empathy, humility, and the courage to say, "I don't know, but I'll stand with you while we find out." In medicine, we trust a surgeon not just to perform the steps, but to pause in moments of doubt. In aviation, we put faith in a pilot who will fight not just with skill, but with will. In education, we trust teachers who see beyond mere results to the promise inside each learner. As AI advances, the most important choices we face will increasingly be ethical, not technical. With every breakthrough, we need to pause. Should we hand this decision to a machine? When is judgment a matter for code, and when must it remain a human responsibility? From questions of family and healthcare to justice and care for the elderly, these boundaries can only be drawn by people, through thoughtful dialogue and shared values, not by automated tools. Presence is what ultimately defines our irreplaceability. It is not just about being in the room. It is about bringing our full attention, our willingness to listen, to respond, and to be changed by another's reality. This is what makes listening an act of healing, makes care humane, and gives leadership its soul. In the language of Maslow's hierarchy, machines may help us up the pyramid, securing basic needs and even offering tools for belonging or esteem. But at the summit, where work becomes calling and fulfillment, only humans walk. It is in teaching for growth rather than grades, healing lives rather than simply treating symptoms, and leading for the good of people rather than for profit that we reach our highest sense of self and meaning. The future will no doubt be shaped by increasingly powerful and intelligent technology. Yet our deepest calling will remain the same. We must invest in those uniquely human gifts that cannot be coded: imagination, interpretation, care, comfort, courage, and love. Artificial intelligence will take the routine, but it is ours to take the tender and the profound. With each advance, we are invited not to step back, but to rise, rediscovering the depth of what it means to be human and renewing our commitment to each other. In this way, the machines do not make us smaller. Instead, they give us the freedom and the mandate to become more, wiser, more attentive, and more present in the work only people can do. This is the true horizon of the age of intelligent machines, not a world where humanity is made obsolete, but one in which we are empowered to focus on what matters most. Instead of spending our days caught in loops of routine and repetition, we're called to step into roles that require discernment, courage, empathy, and imagination. These are the abilities that define not just our work, but our humanity itself. In the years ahead, as AI becomes ever more capable, our greatest progress will be found not by racing against the machines, but by partnering with them, using their speed and accuracy as a foundation upon which to build richer human experiences. A future worth striving for is one where health professionals spend more time comforting and less time documenting, where teachers inspire and mentor rather than merely grade, where leaders focus on vision and values instead of micromanagement. We want a world designed so artists create more boldly, caregivers support with compassion, and innovators find new ways to serve genuine needs. Holding firm to what cannot and should not be automated is an act of collective wisdom. In moments when technology tempts us with the promise of total efficiency, we must return to first principles. What makes us feel alive? What brings us together in trust, meaning, and care? Where does presence matter more than performance? As we build systems designed to serve, we must remember to ask not just what can be done, but what should be done. Growth for its own sake is not enough. The purpose of progress is to create the conditions for people to thrive, to play, to care, and to grow. So, as this new era unfolds, the invitation is clear. Let the machines lift what they can, but let us invest more deeply than ever in becoming the kind of humans and communities we most admire. Let us teach, serve, comfort, and create as only people can. The future, bright, challenging, and deeply human, is still ours to shape. It is within our relationships, our choices, and our presence where the irreplaceable heart of this technological world will always beat. Part 3. The History of Change, Industrial Revolutions, and They Prepare Us for the AI and Information Revolutions. Chapter 13. What We Forgot to Teach, The History of Learning and What We Left Behind. There was a time, not so long ago, when an American classroom hummed with the energy of a well-oiled machine. The mid-20th century school did not prioritize imagination or individuality. It prized uniformity, predictability, and discipline. Every morning, students entered classrooms lined with identical desks. Each child expected to sit up straight and listen closely as a single teacher delivered lessons meant for every mind in the room. The bells rang on the hour. Quiet was maintained, rules obeyed. The fundamental goal was clear: to produce workers ready to fit into a structured workforce. This was not the result of malice or neglect, but practicality, a response to the needs of an economy that valued order and compliance above all else. Reading, writing, and math formed the backbone of the curriculum, while creativity, emotional acumen, and collaboration were left to the margins or dismissed entirely. In those classrooms, it wasn't just information that was standardized, it was the very spirit of curiosity. Seen from today's world, a place shaped by AI, automation, and a shrunk-down global village, this all feels eerily out of step. What if, in our zeal to produce reliable, rule-following employees, we failed to prepare young people for the unpredictable journey of life itself? Imagine the Florida classroom of the 1970s. The chalkboard is perpetually dusted with yesterday's arithmetic. Fluorescent lights flicker overhead, their buzz filling the silences between questions. One child, lost somewhere in the back row, quietly memorizes multiplication tables and the dates of revolutions, her sense of wonder quietly fading into the humdrum of routine. No one pauses to ask her what she's passionate about or whether she understands her own fears, hopes, or feelings. Skills like managing emotions, resolving conflict, or picturing the life she dreams of are never addressed. Subjects like foreign language and cross-cultural understanding are electives, not necessities. Empathy, leadership, negotiation. These remain unspoken, overshadowed by an unyielding focus on content. Meanwhile, across the globe, classrooms in places like Zurich, Helsinki, or Tokyo sound and feel different. Children are learning in multiple languages, regularly collaborating and problem-solving together, developing a sense of global citizenship that extends beyond borders and bureaucracy. Their education is not just a checklist of facts, but an invitation to see the world in its fullness. While the American classroom focused on building workers, many other nations focused on cultivating citizens. By the 1980s, cracks in the foundation of American education became more difficult to ignore. It was clear that, strictly speaking, American students were being left behind. Test scores started to slip. More tellingly, the gap widened in places that couldn't be measured by a number. Adaptability, critical thinking, leadership rooted in empathy or kindness. These qualities were not prioritized and, as a result, rarely developed. While international assessments rated U.S. students poorly in problem-solving and collaboration, countries like Finland, Singapore, and Japan surged ahead, not because their children were naturally brighter, but because their schools approached education with greater wisdom. They nurtured the entire child, preparing students not only to answer questions, but to face a world constantly in flux. With the rise of standardized testing in the late 20th century, the tide shifted even further. Initially, the intentions were good, to measure progress, create accountability, and ensure every student received a fair education. Over time, though, the pressure to perform on tests became the main driver of schooling, overshadowing the richer, more human dimensions of learning. School districts reconfigured their entire approach around test scores. The arts and programs that supported emotional or social well-being disappeared from daily schedules. Teachers were evaluated not for inspiring curiosity, but for coaxing a few more correct answers from their students each year. So much of what mattered, resilience, curiosity, courage, kindness, went unnoticed and unmeasured. There were no standards for compassion, no multiple-choice questions about how to comfort a classmate or lead with quiet strength in a group project. In our pursuit of measurable gains, we shrank the vision of what school could be. As the digital revolution began reshaping the world outside school walls, classrooms refused to change with it. The internet arrived, bringing boundless information to students' fingertips, yet schools treated it as a distraction rather than the new medium of the era. While students built digital personas and navigated the subtle intricacies of online life, most did so alone, without adult guidance. Human relationships, face-to-face conversation, and even time for daydreaming quietly slipped away. The unintended consequence was a slow erosion of the skills and habits that make us most human. Despite growing evidence that creativity, adaptability, and emotional intelligence mattered even more than traditional cognition, these were labeled soft skills and often considered a luxury. Again and again, vital classes about emotional regulation, healthy relationships, or self-awareness were dismissed in favor of additional hours spent drilling for tests. Mental health concerns among young people became more visible, but few in the system seemed equipped to respond. We overlooked the fact that students learn best from adults they trust, and trust is built not through syllabi or rubrics, but by the steady presence of a caring teacher. By the 2010s, schools existed in worlds apart from the lives their students actually led. Teens communicated in bursts across phone screens, constantly connected and yet achingly isolated. Social media encouraged performance, carefully curating a digital self for others to see, without teaching true connection or belonging. Schools, still chasing grades and benchmarks, failed to notice as loneliness and anxiety quietly multiplied in their halls. Studies from the American Psychological Association confirmed that the more time teens spent online, the more likely they were to struggle with anxiety and depression. In our rush to connect everyone, we forgot the meaning of true closeness. Perhaps the most profound lessons of childhood were never written on lesson plans. The skills and virtues that shape character took root in small, easily overlooked moments. When a teacher stayed late to help a timid student find her voice, when classmates learned the importance of an apology after a heated debate, or when a project showed a child that leading sometimes means letting others shine. As time went on, these moments happened less and less, quietly squeezed out by forces greater than any one teacher could resist. We didn't just lower academic scores, we raised a generation more uncertain about how to be with themselves and how to be with others. Now, as we stand on the threshold of an era unlike any before, our choice is stark. We could double down on old habits, continuing to educate children for a world they may never inherit, or we could choose to recover what was lost, to put wisdom side by side with knowledge, purpose at the heart of performance, and creativity alongside compliance. Schools and communities could once again make leadership, cultural fluency, adaptability, and emotional intelligence the pillars of their purpose, asking not only what children know, but who they are becoming. The future will not belong to those who simply memorize the most. It will belong to those who understand themselves and each other most deeply, who have learned the true meaning of being human. Ultimately, education is about far more than passing down knowledge. It is the careful, communal work of preserving our shared humanity. Sometimes, to move forward well, we need to remember what we forgot along the way. Let this chapter be a memory, and the ones that follow be a vision. When we teach children not just how to work, but how to live, we don't only shape what comes next, we reclaim what matters most for us all. Chapter 14. Learning to Learn Again. The Future of Education in an Age of Machines. In the gentle hush of a classroom in 2043, nothing seems familiar to anyone raised in the industrial age of learning. There are no rows of identical desks, no chalk dust on coat sleeves, no authority perched at the front, orchestrating each lesson. Instead, a dozen young people sit in a ring beneath the outstretched arms of trees. Some gather on soft mats, others find comfort on stones warmed by the sunrise, and overhead, sunlight flickers through leaves like the memory of enlightenment. What hovers among them isn't a test or a rule, but a question. What does it mean to be wise? At the edge of their circle sits an AI facilitator. Its voice is warm and gently coaxing, never prescriptive or insistent. This guide doesn't dictate terms or hand down answers from above. Instead, it offers prompts drawn from philosophy, history, and science, weaving in metaphors or alternative viewpoints whenever the conversation grows thin. The students themselves, though, are the real leaders here. They chase questions together, tugging at the roots of ideas, sometimes disagreeing, often reconciling, always searching. Layla, their human teacher, is there as well, but her role is subtle. She offers connections, quiet encouragement, and invitations to pause or explore a moment of awe more deeply. This learning space stands in quiet rebellion against the memory of education as a strictly managed ritual. It signals something new, a movement perhaps best described as the return to learning. It's about reclaiming the pursuit of wisdom, not as a static body of facts, but as something alive, evolving, and personal. There was a time when knowing the answers could change everything. The child who could recite the periodic table, recall state capitals, or diagram complex sentences from memory was awarded a place at the table, a scholarship, a career, the keys to social mobility. Success was a series of correct responses, one rung at a time on the ladder of achievement. School was the proving ground, the place to show what you knew and claim your reward. That world has faded. Knowledge, once scarce and hard-won, now sits everywhere, ready at a whisper to an AI or a few hasty keystrokes. Mastery of facts is no longer what distinguishes the prepared from the unprepared. The essential shift of our age is clear. Children do not need to amass more answers. They need desperately to generate better questions. They must learn to think in ways that are nimble and wise, to spot patterns, chase curiosities, sort sense from noise, and make meaning out of chaos. The job of education has changed, and the change is profound. We must ask ourselves not what schools are for, but who they are for, and how they help us become resilient learners who thrive in uncertainty. Artificial intelligence is not simply a repository for information. These new systems can synthesize, contextualize, and communicate knowledge at a level and speed few teachers could hope to match in any one subject. At first, that sounds like a threat to what makes the classroom special, but upon closer look, it is a liberation. The teacher is finally free from the bounds of rote recitation and content delivery. The precious time once spent reviewing, repeating, and testing can now be offered up to something more essential. What steps forward as the central task of education is the cultivation of capacity, those vital human skills that machines cannot replicate precisely because they are born in the unpredictable landscapes of heart and mind. Skills like critical thinking, true curiosity, empathy, respectful disagreement, cross-disciplinary synthesis, and the courage to follow one's moral compass even when uncertain. These will define the next generation, not merely as workers, but as thoughtful leaders, compassionate caregivers, innovative builders, and wise citizens. An educator's new charge is no longer to deposit data, but to nurture growth and adaptability. It is to show students how to learn, how to unlearn, and how to stand steady amid shifting ground. Consider Meera, a 14-year-old in Bangalore whose experience captures the future already beginning to take shape. Meera's AI tutor, Noor, knows the smallest rhythms of her day, when she is sharpest, when she grows restless, when her doubts bubble up. With Noor's tailored guidance, Meera breezes through college-level topics, physics, art history, computer programming, yet the lessons that stick do not originate from her machine. Each evening, Meera walks the bustling streets beside her grandmother, stopping to sample snacks from vendors, eyes open to the world. Her grandmother, a woman whose own schooling ended far too soon, peppers these walks with questions. Why does this street cost more than that one? Why are certain customers greeted while others are ignored? What does it mean, truly, to have enough? These questions, born of lived experience, follow Meera home. She asks Noor, who answers with lessons in urban economics, social psychology, and the complexities of human behavior. For Meera, the most valuable education arises in the overlap between cold algorithms and warm wisdom, where AI illuminates options and people bring meaning. This is not a battle of humans versus machines, but a dance in which both partners move towards something richer. The future of learning will rest on the bridges we build between them. One of the hardest habits to leave behind is the idea that education is a conveyor belt. For decades, children stepped on at one end, passed through the prescribed sequence, and stepped off, diploma in hand, ready or not. But learning, it turns out, is neither linear nor uniform. Some children flourish early, others only after many setbacks. Some need repeated attempts to grasp a new idea, while others find themselves learning best through turbulence and recovery. The most powerful thing AI reminds us is the one thing ancient teachers always knew: every learner is different. Adaptive learning systems already adjust for pace, interests, and needs, shaping lessons minute by minute for each student. Yet, the deeper transformation arrives when we no longer treat divergence as deviation and individuality as disorder. Education at its heart is not a race, but a journey. Our goal should not be standardization, but the celebration of unique progress, growth, and discovery. This is especially clear in how apprenticeship is making its return, though with a thoroughly modern twist. In a small Portuguese village, Paulo, age 16, does not spend his days locked in a traditional classroom. Each morning he is out working with an electrician, learning how to maintain the village's solar grids. In the afternoon, he writes software with a remote mentor, and in the evening, he experiments with new designs, his efforts guided by Nova, an AI coach. His experience is echoed around the globe. Guilds in Germany train new tech workers outside university pipelines. Students in Indonesia build water purifiers with help from mentors halfway across the planet. Teens in New York pitch inventions at co-learning centers with support from real-world investors. The common thread is trust, a belief in the capacity of young people supported by the right mix of human guidance and technological aid. AI connects learners to mentors, delivers immediate feedback, and tracks deep growth that no standardized test can reveal. What emerges is not just skill, but dignity, and a sense that one's passions matter. Central to all of this is a cultural shift around failure, curiosity, and not knowing. The most formative sentence a learner can carry is, "I don't know, yet." That single word, yet, opens the door from doubt to possibility. It makes space for uncertainty and allows curiosity and hope to take root. To embrace not yet over never is to see that growth is possible and that learning is movement, not a final destination. Creating such an environment, though, takes great care and intentional design. Emotional safety must replace fear of error. In Meera's world, AI tutors offer infinite chances. There are no red pens or public shaming, just a gentle, "let's try again." When wise adults pair this with emotional insight, learning becomes an act of courage, as much about resilience as it is about mastery. We must also be clear-eyed. There are lessons no machine will ever be able to teach. AI will soon outpace us in more skills than we prefer to admit, but it will never know the feeling of awe or the moral complexity of witnessing injustice. It cannot offer comfort to a grieving friend, nor ponder the ancient questions of right and wrong. It takes human hearts and hands to wrestle with philosophy, to enter the world of others through literature, to find peace in presence, or to rebuild after conflict. The future curriculum must weave these threads tightly: critical thinking, empathy, conflict resolution, environmental stewardship, and the art of being fully present. Education is also rapidly becoming borderless and interconnected. In Kigali, a girl uses VR to study climate science in a simulation designed by researchers in Helsinki. In Toronto, a group of children conducts remote interviews with elders in Guatemala about land stewardship. In Bangkok, an AI helps a dyslexic child compose a song, which is then played live in Vienna. All of this happens because we dare to prioritize connection over control, purpose over prestige, and the thick weave of humanity over rigid hierarchies. If there is one unchanging truth, it is that learning at its best is never a transaction, it is always a transformation. The age of information does not call on us to simply move data faster or cheaper, but to help young people grow into the kind of adults who build wise societies. The great challenge, and the greater opportunity, is to raise a generation who know how to learn, how to care, how to question, and most of all, how to lead with integrity when the world offers no easy answers. In the end, the real legacy of education will not be measured in what we taught, but in who our children become. The world ahead will belong not to those who memorize the most answers, but to those who never stop learning and never stop reaching for wisdom. Chapter 15. What Technology Can Never Do: The Uncopyable Gifts of Being Human. In a quiet hospital room high above the bustling streets of Seoul, a young man sits beside his grandfather's bed. The beeps of machines fill the air, their steady rhythm marking out time as pulses and chemical balances are measured with perfect precision. Everything is in order: vitals tracked, medications dispensed, lights set to a comforting softness. And yet, in the heart of that clinical efficiency, nothing can reach the place that aches the most. The young man, overcome by a grief that is equal parts helplessness and love, gently takes his grandfather's hand. It isn't an act of healing, nor is it a gesture meant to change the course of fate. It is something deeper and older, a quiet instinct signaling that presence matters. That touch is not obsolete, that even when nothing can be fixed, love is never wasted. No artificial intelligence, regardless of its sophistication, will ever reach out to hold that hand. And in moments like this, the gap between human and machine could not be wider. Year after year, headlines trumpet new marvels. AI systems that write novels, render paintings, argue legal cases, or compose symphonies that move us to tears. Outsiders marvel at how these technologies now pass medical exams, edit together films, problem solve at superhuman speeds. It can all sound like the dawn of true machine mastery, as though humanity's specialness has finally been duplicated in silicon and code. But a closer look reveals something crucial, something too often ignored. Replication is not the same as understanding. Calculation does not become wisdom with speed, and clever mimicry fails to create real meaning. AI can echo what we do. In certain narrow measures, it can even surpass us. Yet it does not know the world it models, nor does it feel the weight of its decisions. It cannot care, cannot wonder, cannot grieve. This difference, the space between intelligence and awareness, between data and intention, is not a shortcoming for a programmer to solve. It is, in fact, the core of what it means to be alive. Humanity lives and breathes in this interval, the place where presence, emotion, and the search for meaning take root. Consider the classrooms of New Orleans, where technology hums quietly in the background. It was in one of these schools that a boy named Jamal struggled with speaking. He had not stopped using words entirely, but guarded them, reserving his voice only for those rare moments when he felt truly safe. His teachers did what teachers everywhere are asked to do. They brought out the newest tools: AI-driven assessments, data dashboards, interactive learning games, each designed to nudge, encourage, and analyze. Despite their promise, none really reached Jamal. Ms. Bro, his teacher, chose something different. She put aside her lessons and her apps. Day after day, she sat next to Jamal at lunch, bringing 2 sandwiches and chatting about small, ordinary things. Her dog, the city's rhythm, the weather that day. She waited, not pushing, not analyzing, simply present. Many weeks later, it was Jamal who finally broke the silence, whispering, "My dad's in prison." And in that moment, Ms. Bro only nodded, quietly acknowledging the truth of his experience with a simple, "That must be hard." Slowly, carefully, trust was built. Healing began. No program could have engineered this. No machine would have sat in patient silence, teaching by presence rather than by task. The unlocking of Jamal's heart was the work of human empathy, patience, and the slow, sacred labor of building trust, something no technology will ever master. As AI becomes an ever-present feature of society, it's worth naming exactly what it cannot and will not do. Progress is inevitable. These systems will draft, design, build, optimize, and even create dazzling new forms of art or problem-solving. But the essence of humanity remains unchanged. No technology can replace the core gifts of being human. First and foremost is emotional depth. AI might recognize patterns of distress in speech or identify a trembling note in the voice of someone grieving. It can process data about facial expressions, flag signs of depression or anxiety, and recommend a list of responses. But AI cannot feel alongside you. It cannot share in the ache of loss, nor can it laugh so hard that it breaks into tears. Real empathy is not just detecting a neural signal, it is moving with someone through joy or suffering, resonating on a level that goes beyond arrangement to true connection. Next is the ability to make moral judgments. AI can be programmed to identify ethical dilemmas and weigh outcomes, but only the human mind wrestles with guilt, confronts sacrifice, and dares to risk the hard path of doing what is right, even at personal cost. Morality cannot be reduced to an algorithm. It is forged in struggle, contradiction, and a sense of responsibility to something greater than oneself. And only the human soul, for all its flaws, can bear that weight. Imagination, too, stands apart. Algorithms can blend existing styles, remix genres, or generate endless variations on a theme. But to truly imagine is to long for what does not exist, to hope for what cannot be calculated. The ideas that changed history, the movements for justice, the leaps in science, the revelations of the spirit, were sparked not by perfect reasoning, but by dreams. AI may imitate a Picasso or speculate on possibilities, but only we can crave what has never yet appeared. Intuition further marks the difference. Where machines predict based on past data, humans sometimes leap, guided by a knowing that surpasses conscious logic. Time and again, a firefighter senses collapse before any tremor, a nurse spots a hidden sickness that machines overlook, an entrepreneur risks everything on a hunch. These instincts are not irrational. They are born from lives richly lived, from lessons woven into muscle and memory. No sensor, no matter how sophisticated, can quite replicate this leap. The significance of physical presence can't be overstated, even as virtual reality and metaverse experiences become part of daily life. Holding a hand, hugging a friend, sharing the hush of a vigil, or the laughter of a meal, such moments live in the body as much as the mind. A child sleeps sounder when held, a handshake cements trust, and a solitary walk brings the kind of comfort technology can only try to mimic. Flesh and bone are not mere containers for the mind. They are part of knowing itself, and they ground us in the richness of experience. And finally, there is a sense of purpose. AI exists because we design and build it. It does not fear death, crave meaning, or marvel at beauty. It will never weep in gratitude or stagger at the wonder of being alive. It does not sacrifice, worship, or wonder. These longings and struggles belong only to humanity, shaping the stories and values that grant our lives direction and significance. A moment from northern Chile makes all of this tangible. After a fierce earthquake, drones equipped with AI mapped destruction, analyzed damage, and coordinated emergency supplies. All vital, all efficient. But it was Eduardo, a sculptor and retired art teacher, who brought something the machines could not. Standing in the ruins, he took up his carving tools and began shaping lost faces into wood and stone. Children gathered to watch, then to help, and soon entire blocks rang out with the music of creation. The community didn't just need calories or shelter, they needed to see themselves, to find beauty and identity in the aftermath. The AI saved lives. Eduardo helped restore what makes life meaningful. If we don't pay attention, there's a subtle danger in the rise of such powerful tools. Rather than making us more ourselves, they risk slowly shifting our values. We might start measuring our achievements only in terms of what is efficient or profitable, rather than what is meaningful. We could privilege precision over presence, teaching children to command machines expertly, but not how to sit beside someone in need. The true hazard is not that technology becomes too powerful, but that we lose touch with what it means to be truly alive. So what path should education take in this unfolding world? We must double down on the things machines cannot do. Let emotional intelligence, storytelling, craftsmanship, ethics, and the arts take their rightful place at the heart of learning. Children should be taught not only to reason, but to wonder, not only to code, but to care. Schools can invite elders to share wisdom, artists to spark joy, survivors to speak of courage, and communities to honor legacy. Feelings must be woven in as valid, valuable data, and systems should constantly ask not just what a student can do, but who they are becoming. In the end, there will always be a spark that technology cannot replace. AI will one day write books, orchestrate business empires, and solve technical mysteries with dizzying speed. Yet it will never sit beside a frightened child and offer comfort, nor forgive a friend, nor make music that brings people to tears they cannot explain. It will never risk itself for love or speak softly in the ear of a stranger. I'm here. I see you. That charge is ours. We remain the guardians and teachers of those gifts no tool can summon or simulate. At the center of every future worth building is a light, deeply and distinctly human, that was never meant to be copied. Chapter 16. The time to teach is now, reclaiming the gift before it's lost. On my desk sits a photograph that isn't remarkable from a technical standpoint. The colors have faded with age, and its frame is crooked, a little loose at one corner. Zoom in, and the grain fights against crisp memory. The picture shows my grandfather and my older brother on an old wooden porch in the low sun of late afternoon. In the image, my grandfather is teaching my brother how to sharpen a knife. My brother's hands are tentative, still learning, while my grandfather's are steady and weathered with years. If you were to look quickly, you might think the lesson was about blades and whetstones, but what draws the eye isn't the knife at all. It's the way they look at each other, unhurried, open. There is no rush, no calculated outcome, just a slow exchange of trust and time, the invisible inheritance of character gently being passed down. Years later, I realize that this is precisely what's at stake in our era, not because technology will steal it from us, but because we might simply forget to offer it to one another. For generations, our hopes for the future rested on efficiency. We designed machines to care for our laundry, keep our ledgers, guide us through unknown streets. The rise of artificial intelligence seemed to promise even more. Computers that could answer emails before we wake up, write code or contracts in seconds, diagnose complex medical concerns, optimize the minutiae of our lives so we could finally be free. Automation was supposed to lift the weight of busy work, giving us the rarest gift, more time. But the irony is hard to miss. Now, as more and more tasks can be handled in an instant, many of us find ourselves adrift amid the time we'd so eagerly anticipated. We scroll mindlessly, we binge distractions. The extra hours, rather than opening wide with meaning, shrink beneath the noise and flicker of endless options. If we're honest, the pace of our former lives left us not just time-starved, but meaning-starved too. In our drive to fill every spare moment with busyness, we lost touch with what freedom was supposed to be for. Modern culture shrouds us in a kind of unspoken lie that the more crowded our calendars, the more valuable our lives must be. Parents compare the number of after-school activities crammed between dinner and bedtime, professionals race from meeting to meeting, and children are booked solid with tutoring, rehearsals, or sports. Busyness becomes our armor, a visible declaration that we matter, that we are chosen. But history offers a quieter wisdom. The great surges of thought, the art and ideas that define civilizations, rarely burst forth from frantic schedules. The Renaissance bloomed in pockets of margin when thinkers took time to wander, to wonder, to tinker simply for beauty's sake. And think of your own most important lessons. Did they really arrive when you were speeding toward the next checkpoint? Or did they gently reveal themselves in slow time, on a long walk, around a table, in the gentle company of someone who loved you enough to be fully present? We don't need more productivity. We need more presence. In Minneapolis, a man named Raj faced an ending he never foresaw. The accounts he'd managed were one day simply handed off to an AI, and in a single phone call he found himself unemployed. At first, the shock was overwhelming. He felt cast off, embarrassed to admit to friends and family that his years of expertise had been rendered unnecessary in the blink of an algorithm. The mornings that once started with emails and meetings now opened into a strange, uncertain quiet. He made coffee, let the minutes stretch on. It was in those first days of displacement that something unexpected sprouted. Raj's 5-year-old daughter, Lena, began joining him for breakfast, delighted by his sudden availability. She peppered him with questions about clouds, about music, about why people hold hands or fall in love. Raj didn't always have the answers, but he had something better: time. Slowly, their early mornings turned into lessons. Together, they drew rainbows to chart the sky's moods, built towers from cereal boxes, and plinked out melodies on a long, neglected piano, laughing as wrong notes turned into their own kind of song. One morning, between spoonfuls of oatmeal, Lena looked at him and announced, "Dad, I think this is the best school." Raj never set out to become a teacher. He didn't have a grand plan. He simply chose to be available to his daughter, and together they built a new curriculum, theirs alone. The world is teetering at the edge of immense change. Let's name it honestly. Many jobs as we know them will disappear in the rising tides of automation. The shift is already underway, quietly reshaping industries, career paths, even the shape of an ordinary day. Yet even as work is transformed, purpose remains out of reach for any machine. If we have the vision and the courage, this could be the moment to rebuild childhood, family, and community around being instead of only doing, to value soulful learning over relentless achievement, and to rediscover that what matters most has always slipped in through the cracks of mere performance. It's tempting to wait. We're conditioned to believe that transformation must be organized, codified, rolled out with institutional approval. But the truth is far simpler and more immediate. You don't need a government grant or a school board meeting to read by candlelight. You don't need a standardized curriculum to show a child how to stir soup, tend a garden, or listen deeply to a friend in pain. No policy will ever replace the invitation to teach someone beside you to fix a squeaky hinge, plant a tomato, or quietly accept a disappointment. You just need to make the choice to spend your time differently, just brave enough to invite someone with you. If you're a parent, know this: you are the most significant teacher your child will ever have. This is true even on your most exhausted days, and despite any doubts. The way your voice rises in kindness or sharpens in frustration is a lesson in self-worth. The boundaries you hold, the rituals you keep, the way you forgive not only teach rules but also teach grace. Don't imagine you must teach everything perfectly. Show your children what it looks like to be truly human, and let them see you try, fail, and get up again. They will absorb more from your perseverance and attempts than from any show of flawless expertise. For those who lead, your influence might run deeper than you realize. It is less about official memos and more about the way you respond to setbacks, how you treat people when nobody is watching, whether you remain curious in the face of the unknown or cling to certainty. In times when reports can be drafted by AI in minutes, you'll find that your greatest gift is not operational success, but the modeling of deep listening, steady stewardship, and the kind of leadership that outlasts metrics. The lived curriculum of any culture, office, classroom, or home, depends far more on daily example than on slogans or handbooks. And if you are an elder, carry your honor with both humility and courage. Algorithms will never know what you remember: the texture of old holidays, the recipes measured by hand, the stories of sacrifice and simple delight. Even if you worry that you are out of step or slow, trust that your presence and stories are needed as much now as ever. All it takes is sharing. Teach what you know. Let your lessons be anchors, not just for this generation, but for all who follow. There are stories everywhere. In a small Oregon town, a grandmother named Ruth chose to spend her retirement not in quiet withdrawal, but as a teacher beneath the open sky. Every Saturday, she gathered a few children and offered a class, one day composting, another on pruning branches, next on the careful art of capturing rainwater. Sometimes only a handful came. Yet, week by week, the gatherings grew. 2 children became 20, and soon their families and teachers joined in. Today, on the edge of that town, there is a forest, 37 species of trees, each tended and named after a memory, a child's triumph, or a neighbor's good deed. Ruth was not teaching mere science. She showed her community what it looked like to steward a world, to care for living things, to grow together. Now her students are teachers in their own right, passing on what cannot be digitized. The chance will not wait. If you find yourself hoping that the world will pause for you to recenter or looking for a quiet moment on the calendar to reclaim your calling, know that such moments seldom arrive by themselves. The demands will not diminish. The distractions will not stop. It is for us to choose, again and again, whether we are willing to clear space for the things that matter. You can make that choice today by giving more of your true attention to someone you love, by mending something that's broken, by teaching the gentle lessons that don't fit into a job description, but can last a lifetime. In the end, each life teaches something, whether intentionally or not. What will yours pass down? Will you teach urgency or depth? Will you model distraction or patience? Will your days train others in anxiety or in awe? The children are watching, as are neighbors and colleagues and the generations that will inherit our inventions. As the gift of time returns to us, let us not squander it. Let us build lives that teach courage, presence, and joy. Let us create legacies worth copying, not by machines, but by the very people we love. Chapter 17. The New Village. Designing an ecosystem of learning that never stops. In the foothills of northern Spain, there is a school so unique it doesn't need a name. It has no conventional hallways, no school bell breaking the day into rigid chunks, and no plastic attendance sheets passed from hand to hand. Here, children gather on Mondays in a community garden. Tuesdays are spent hiking the woodlands, breathing in green stories from the trees. Wednesdays might find them inside weathered wooden houses, where elders teach the patient rituals of cooking, storytelling, and asking questions that linger beyond the surface. The curriculum is everywhere, braided seamlessly into daily life. Math becomes real in the rough arithmetic of budgeting for a farmer's market. Science is awakened through the turning of compost. Ethics come alive in honest debates, and resilience grows not from a textbook, but from the shared cycles of failure and renewal. At the vital center of this place is not a solitary teacher, but an entire village. The community is the school. Bakers, dancers, electricians, philosophers, farmers, and poets all play their part. Each offers a lesson that no algorithm or artificial intelligence could ever convincingly replicate. This is not a vision of a far-off future, but something already breathing quietly in pockets around the world. It's a reminder, most of all, that learning is not a place. It is a living web of relationships, woven from the threads of community. For most of human history, education was not boxed into years or buildings, nor entrusted solely to specialists. Children learned by watching, mimicking, and joining the work and stories of those around them. They sat in laps and listened to tales, followed elders through fields, learned to sing, cook, heal, repair, and create in the course of communal life. Every adult, whether family or neighbor, held a fragment of knowledge, offering it up naturally without pretense or ceremony. Learning was alive, communal, contextual, winding its way through every part of life. Only relatively recently did we decide to standardize it, creating institutions with walls, bells, and checklists. As societies scaled up and industrialized, we built an educational system that mirrored the factories and bureaucracies of the era. Within these walls, learning became a subject to be measured, organized, and sequenced. Gradually, we began to accept a thin but powerful myth. If knowledge doesn't come from the classroom, it isn't real. We forgot that before we had standardized curriculums, we had wisdom handed down by story, music, craft, and ritual, shared in gardens, kitchens, boats, and around the warmth of fires. In making learning more efficient, we unintentionally stripped it of a certain soulfulness, a magic woven from context and connection. In our efforts to measure and manage what children learn, we made learning abstract. Subjects became silos, context was lost, and education centered on competition, highest scores, fastest advancement, most scholarships won. Yet the world our children will inherit does not reward those who learn in isolation or who simply absorb information. It asks for people who can listen, stitch ideas together, adapt, build, and repair not just machines, but relationships and communities. It asks us to remember that authentic learning is more than the transfer of facts. It is about weaving knowledge into the fabric of living. I think of Malik, a boy from Detroit. School struggled to reach him. He earned the label difficult, quiet, distracted, too often absent. His teachers saw numbers and missed potential, but Malik's grandmother saw through the surface. She gathered a small group of neighbors in her garage each week, a retired welder, a jazz musician, a social worker, and a carpenter. They called themselves the Circle. Here, there were no grades and no lectures. Instead, learning unfolded through presence and shared activity, learning to cook a meal, writing songs, fixing old radios, practicing the art of disagreement, and above all, making each other welcome. Naturally, Malik resisted at first. He lingered on the edge, uncertain. But the rituals of authenticity and care slowly wore down his defenses. He grew curious, began to ask questions, and then started to come early. Over the spring, he rebuilt a battered old bicycle from spare parts. By summer, he was showing younger kids what he'd learned. He still walked to school, but he truly began to grow in the circle. His report card changed little, but his trajectory changed completely. Here, he was seen and stretched in ways the official system seldom recognized. The kind of learning ecosystem we need for the future doesn't just call for another swing at school reform. It demands a new architecture for the whole community. Imagine a landscape filled with connection and creative generosity. In one neighborhood, a retired architect mentors teens in design, while a block away, a group of parents teaches children how to sew or repair bicycles in a library makerspace with AI software just a few tables over. At the local cafe, a pop-up workshop attracts 10 kids and a single parent volunteer. Across town, multi-generational pods gather to solve practical problems, elders bringing stories and children bringing questions. Online, learners are matched not just with distant experts, but with real artists, farmers, healers, and builders from the next street over. Every learner is issued a learning passport, not a list of grades, but a living portfolio rich in experiences, skills, values, failures, and the unfolding story of who they are becoming. This network is not meant to replace schools. It is meant to wrap around them. In the best systems, no child need fall through simply because the classroom doesn't fit the texture of their mind or life. The village is there to catch them, to offer what the official system cannot. And if you are inspired to start a village, know that what's needed is not funding or fancy approval, but courage and openness. Find a table, a few chairs, the willingness to be imperfect in public. Begin with questions that matter. What do I know that could be useful to someone else? What would I have needed to learn at 12 or 18 that no one thought to show me? Who nearby can teach what I cannot? Invite one person to teach one thing. Do it monthly, then do it again. As these circles grow, they may eventually overlap and braid into larger, richer ecosystems, until what began as small acts of intention has built the architecture for a future that is both technologically advanced and deeply, fundamentally human. Artificial intelligence and technology, far from threatening this model, can serve as the glue that holds it together. Imagine AI that matches mentors to learners, balancing interests with emotional needs. Picture augmented reality that can resurrect ancient crafts and languages, letting stories come to life before the eyes of a new generation. Wearable tech could nudge, not distract, encouraging real-world practice and reflection. Smart dashboards might reveal the talents and needs that hide in plain sight throughout a town, helping connect youth with elders, those seeking with those offering. Technology must be a powerful tailwind, supporting rather than steering, always keeping community at the center and helping us remember the purpose behind all this knowledge. There are already places rewriting their scripts. Take a small town outside Dublin, once beaten down by economic hardship and rising youth disconnection. The school system was overwhelmed, but the community dared to ask a radical question. What do you know that no one has ever asked you to teach? The answers startled everyone. One butcher began teaching anatomy and resilience. A widow led a grief circle for struggling teens. A refugee shared new languages and his own hard-won perspective. A man who had rebuilt his life from addiction taught recovery and honesty. They did not wait for the perfect grant or new curriculum. They claimed a park, a community center, and made a simple promise. Everyone learns, and everyone can teach. The effect was astonishing. Dropout rates plummeted, mental health improved, and for the first time in decades, there was a sense of uplift. Connection, not curriculum, made the difference. Each of us was shaped, for better or worse, by our own village. Some were visible, full of love and guidance. Others were scattered, silent, or broken. Yet we all remember the people who taught us to be more fully ourselves. The patient neighbor who passed down a craft, the aunt who listened without judgment, the coach who believed in us despite our mistakes. In this digitally fractured AI-augmented world, what if the greatest opportunity before us is to rebuild a village for the next generation? What if, by threading lessons into daily life, we could teach our children that learning is as much a birthright as breathing? The best learning systems will never be mass-produced or standardized, no matter how advanced our technology becomes. They are always shaped by human hands, nourished by the patience of elders, the curiosity of the young, and the quiet willingness of communities to reach beyond scripts and schedules. And every village begins when someone dares to say, "Come, sit with me. Let me show you something I've learned." Maybe that simple sentence, open, generous, and profoundly human, is the most enduring technology we'll ever invent. Chapter 18. The Human Renaissance, Reclaiming Our Time, Talent, and Purpose. Picture yourself on a deserted platform, the last train of the industrial age rumbling away behind you in a cloud of exhaust. There's a weight in the air, history, pressure, the remnants of old routines. But as you turn and look forward, there's nothing but possibility. Ahead lies no new factory, no office maze or endless cubicles. Instead, there's a sweeping horizon and something far more ambitious, a chance to begin again, to create a new story for human work, meaning, and connection. Chapter 18 is the conclusion to Part 3 of this book. It's a door, an outstretched hand welcoming you to step into the next chapter of the human story. By now, we've traveled together over ground thick with assumptions. We've questioned the ways we labor and learn. We've peered into the heart of automation and the coming age of machines. But mere change, dazzling as it may be, isn't our true finish line. Our goal is higher, not just transformation but elevation. Looking back, leaving behind. For the better part of a century, work operated like a uniform that everyone wore, whether or not it fit. The world praised conformity, rewarded those who stuck quietly to their lane, and asked most of us to erase the quirks that made us whole. Our societies idolized productivity and pretended it was the same as purpose. Somewhere between clocking in and logging out, too many of us stopped asking, "Why am I really here?" The compromise was slow but profound. Curiosity was traded for compliance, checklists replaced creativity, distraction devoured the precious hours we might have spent making, wondering, connecting. But now, for the first time in human history, the tools have caught up. Artificial intelligence and automation can shoulder the repetitive, the procedural, the mundane. Tasks that once consumed us are passing, from our hands to theirs. It's not a threat if we let it be a gift. If we are no longer paid to act like machines, we can finally remember what it is to be fully, gloriously human. The Great Realignment. Machine minds, human hearts. There is a natural reflex to see AI as a threat. It evokes anxiety because it is so fast, so tireless, so uncannily competent. But the real danger is the story we tell ourselves, that AI's strengths diminish our own. Let's rewrite that narrative now. Artificial intelligence doesn't outdo what's most essential in us, it spotlights it. AI is the master of data, scale, and speed. It recognizes patterns in oceans of information, calculates at breathtaking velocity, and works without exhaustion. But it cannot feel, cannot imagine, cannot care. These powers remain uniquely ours, and they are about to take center stage. And so, in this new chapter, the skills we once dismissed as soft, empathy, judgment, creativity, nuanced relationships, the ability to see across silos and sense what truly matters, rise to the top. These aren't just pleasant extras, they are foundational, irreplicable, and increasingly the source of every edge worth having. The bond in a team, the courage to ask the harder question, the vision to draw meaning from ambiguity, these will be the gifts that power the economies, communities, and cultures of the next century. Climbing Maslow's ladder, together. Let's revisit Maslow's hierarchy, that pyramid of human needs we inherited from psychology's great dreamers. For generations, work has kept most of us circling the lower rungs. Wages to survive, health benefits to just hold on, attendance counted but belonging neglected. Survival was treated as the prize, as if paying the bills were the sum of a meaningful life. But what if AI is the lever that lets us reach higher? When technology relieves us of what drains and numbs us, we can climb. We can do the work that defines us, not just the work that sustains us. Imagine a workplace that rewards not just obedience, but mastery, where people come to belong, not just to attend, where managers and team members alike ask, "What makes you come alive?" and then trust one another to chase it. This is not pie-in-the-sky idealism. It is simply shrewd strategy. People who are actualized not only contribute with more heart, but raise up everyone around them. From threat to threshold. The purpose of these pages was not to stoke worries, but to plant seeds of readiness, creativity, and hope. If you are an employee, the robots are not coming for your soul. They're offering you a hand up the ladder. The roles with the greatest future aren't those hidden from AI, but those enhanced by it, liberated to become more. Ask yourself, what part of your job could never be given over to an algorithm, not because it's too hard, but because only a human can do it well? Make that the foundation for your next round of growth and discovery. If you are a leader, remember, efficiency is not a vision, only a limit. Leadership in this new era means shaping conditions where humans grow, adapt, and contribute with pride. It means waking up to the truth that your greatest assets are not your software licenses or machines. They are the unique people sitting, thinking, and caring in your organization. Invest in their potential, not just their productivity. To those designing policy and building civic frameworks, don't legislate out of anxiety. Lead with imagination and compassion. Guard the vulnerable, expand access and participation, and build safety nets of both income and dignity. New work must be constructed on foundations of invitation, opportunity, and lifelong learning, not simply on fear. And if your hands shape technology itself, never forget, you are writing new rules for society, not just for systems. Code with clear intent, design with humanity in mind, and let your highest feature, the one that sets you apart, be trust. Where tomorrow's roles take root. Throughout this journey, we have watched new roles spring up where human need and machine capability overlap, roles unimaginable just a decade ago. These jobs aren't science fiction. They're already appearing in the world's most innovative organizations and communities. They go by names like process architect, AI health navigator, financial coach, learning designer, trust engineer, and creative synthesist. Some wield data, some wield empathy, some blend both to heal, build, and inspire. Look closer at these pioneers and you'll see the new qualifications. Not years in a classroom, but insatiable curiosity, natural compassion, and the courage to learn publicly, to build alongside change. These roles don't erase human work. They elevate it, what machines cannot and will not replace. Of course, honesty requires boundaries. There are fields, moments, and depths that artificial intelligence will never truly reach. No one hopes to hear, "I'm sorry for your loss" from a chatbot. No one's panic is eased by a script or their child's dreams safely shepherded by an invisible black box. When the stakes are real, when trust or presence is needed, when life's meaning hangs in the balance, only people suffice. Caregiving, storytelling, mentoring, leading with integrity, teaching with soul, these are not chores to delegate, but sacred responsibilities to uphold. Even as code and automation continue to evolve, some tasks will remain resolutely, stubbornly, beautifully human. Your invitation to the Renaissance. So what happens next? How do we act on everything we've learned? If you're an employee, the path begins with action, not waiting. Experiment, play, explore digital tools across your field. Learn how they can make you stronger, but don't stop there. Ask yourself why you use them. What part of you do you want to amplify, and what do you want to protect? Lead with the qualities that are most human. Your intuition, your capacity for meaning, your longing for purpose. If you're a leader or manager, recognize that you set the tone, whether you intend to or not. Ask yourself, do the people in your care feel safe to grow? Do they feel seen as more than roles or resources? Use this technology not to surveil or squeeze, but to create cultures of trust where everyone can risk the stretch toward what matters most. If you're an entrepreneur or builder, look beyond efficiency and speed. What is the deepest need that no machine can fulfill? What is the boldest possibility humans alone can achieve? Unleash your creativity not just to automate, but to reimagine. Tomorrow's leading organizations will be those centered on human purpose, simply enhanced by AI, not defined by it. The final shift. The world is at a hinge point, a threshold that asks for courage but shines with promise. This is not the end of work or the conclusion of meaning. This is the beginning of a new chapter, a time to reclaim what matters, to build anew. This is the human renaissance. Away goes the anxiety of, will I be replaced? And in its place, a more vital question, what do I finally have the freedom to become? Machines are here, humming at our side. Now it's our move. May we answer with courage, with heart, with wisdom and wonder. Because the future is not simply automated, it is bright, awake, beautifully human, and it begins right now, with you. Part 4. The Human Workforce, Future Opportunities with AI. Chapter 19. Redefining Work, not replacing it, the future of jobs in the age of AI. We are not at the end of work. In truth, we are standing on the edge of its next revolution. If you felt anxious, confused, or even cautiously hopeful about artificial intelligence and what it means for your career, you're in good company. The conversation about AI's impact on work is noisy, one side warning, "It's the end of jobs as we know them," while another insists, "Just adapt or get left behind." Neither of these narratives fully captures what is actually unfolding, because at its core, this revolution is not only about technology, it's about people. The central question has shifted. It's no longer, "Will AI replace me?" but "How will AI redefine what only I can contribute?" Let's start with honesty. Much of what we call work today feels broken. The tasks that once invited creation, connection, and contribution now often feel like endless routines. Back-to-back meetings with no heartbeat, overflowing inboxes, cut-and-paste drudgery. For decades, we've quietly taught ourselves to think like machines, to follow instructions, to repeat, and to conform to processes built more for scale than for soul. In a way, the bigger problem isn't artificial intelligence, it's that we've normalized the underutilization of human potential. Imagine a future where that changes, not because we ask people to work harder, but because we design tools smart enough to take away the noise. In such a world, instead of competing with our best hours, AI becomes a catalyst. It removes friction, not purpose. It gives us back energy, time, and focus to be more human at work, not less. We've been through revolutions like this before. When the Industrial Revolution began, machines took over muscle. During the Digital Revolution, computers took over memory and calculation. Now, as AI expands, it is quietly taking over another frontier: mental repetition and pattern-based tasks. History reveals something important in these shifts. As our tools evolve, so do our roles. Scribes became journalists, farmers became agronomists, switchboard operators became digital storytellers. Each time, what changed was not only the task, but the meaning behind human work. We didn't become obsolete, we became irreplaceable in new and surprising ways. The transformation happening now is a shift from operators to orchestrators. Human work is moving away from manual execution and toward orchestration, from simply managing tasks to building trust, from repetition to relationship, and from labor to leadership. I can perform many functions faster and more consistently than any human. That's its power and also its boundary. What it cannot do is feel, imagine, or adapt with wisdom. It cannot know what it means to care, to be tired, and still choose to show up with heart. What's left for us is not less work, but better work. Work that makes room for judgment, creativity, empathy, adaptability, and all the intangible spark that only people provide. Nearly every role in the coming years will undergo one of three transformations. Some tasks, rule-based, repetitive, data-heavy, will be automated away. That's not a threat, but a relief, a chance to shed the work that numbed us. Other roles will be augmented. I will become a supportive partner, anticipating needs, summarizing mountains of information, leaving you free to focus on the subtle and strategic. Finally, there are entirely new roles just now emerging, positions that couldn't have existed before, but now flourish because humans are needed to guide, question, and steward these new systems. Which path your job will follow depends less on your title and more on your willingness to embrace change, learn, and use AI as a tool, never a replacement for what's most human. The real opportunity in this transition is to focus our work around serving people, not just keeping systems running. This is where the revolution quietly becomes radical. Imagine a healthcare system in which AI handles diagnosis, but the caregiver is freed to focus on comfort and recovery. Or a world of finance where AI crunches numbers, while humans help families navigate emotional decisions around money and meaning. Or schools where lessons are personalized by algorithms, and yet children learn courage, belonging, and resilience from educators who care. AI will do the mechanical work, but the heart of work will remain in those crucial human spaces, the relationships, the moments when judgment and empathy matter, the places where a kind word or a wise question changes everything. To bring these ideas from the theoretical to the everyday, the chapters ahead will dive into how AI is reshaping industries one by one. In healthcare, construction, finance, hospitality, technology, transportation, and beyond, we'll see not only what tasks are being automated, but what roles are being enhanced and what entirely new jobs are being created in their place. More importantly, we will look at how humans can, and must, bring value in ways that technology never can. This isn't just the future of jobs, it's the future of meaning in our working lives. If we do this well, AI won't replace people. It will help us discover what work is actually for. So whether you're a parent trying to guide your child's path, a teacher rethinking what skills and mindsets actually matter, a leader preparing your team for uncertainty, or simply a person seeking direction as you navigate change, this part of the book is written for you. You don't need to become a programmer or AI engineer to thrive in this world. What you need is exactly what technology can't supply: empathy, ethics, creativity, the ability to connect and guide, to adapt and to find meaning in change. These are not soft skills. They are the new essentials, the survival skills and superpowers of the future of work. In the chapters that follow, you'll find not just information, but clarity and a kind of compass, a way to regain confidence and rediscover your capacity to lead, to serve, and to create. Together, we will redefine work, not as something to be feared, but as a horizon of possibility. The future is not waiting for us to react, it is waiting for us to shape it. Let's begin. Chapter 20: The Future of Work in Finance. Finance has always run on trust. Long before the days of high-frequency trading and digital wallets, business in ancient marketplaces depended entirely on credibility, reputation, and a firm handshake. Whether two merchants in Mesopotamia bartered sacks of barley or investors today move millions with a click, there's always been an implicit contract. Financial systems work because we believe in their fairness, their accuracy, and above all, their accountability. As artificial intelligence sweeps through the industry, upending every assumption about what's possible and what's safe, an urgent question comes to the fore. Are we truly ready to hand the keys of our financial futures to algorithms? The answer is emerging, bit by digital bit. We're willing, but only so long as we trust the humans guiding the machines. The world of finance is no stranger to seismic shifts. Over the last 2 decades, it has weathered the storms of globalization, transformed in the glare of digital disruptions, adapted to the wild promise of cryptocurrencies, invented and reinvented new channels like open banking, and embraced a customer base more likely to check their mobile app than visit a branch. Artificial intelligence is simply the next revolution. But it isn't just another tool. It fundamentally alters the rhythm and reach of decision-making. Today's AI isn't content to run quietly in the background. It's at the front line, detecting fraud in milliseconds, rebalancing investment portfolios before human traders have time to blink, calculating insurance rates, approving or denying credit applications, and alerting teams to market anomalies no average analyst would ever spot. And that's just in a single day. But with this power comes profound pressure. What happens when an AI model gets it wrong or hallucinates a connection? When it inadvertently perpetuates bias sourced from its oceans of historical training data? Will it guide decisions that favor the institution's bottom line over the client's best interest? These are the ethical fault lines where the future of finance and the future of work itself begins to shift. For generations, the bread and butter of entry-level finance was manual, reconciling accounts, processing never-ending streams of paperwork, poring over patterns in market data, and answering the same client questions over and over. AI, with its superhuman capacity for repetition without fatigue or error, is rapidly changing this landscape. Mundane but time-consuming tasks, data processing, transaction monitoring, sifting through decades of financial history, are already being performed at a pace and scale no human team could hope to match. AI can scan for suspicious activity almost instantly, proactively alerting compliance teams to potential fraud long before losses spiral out of control. Consider the story of J.P. Morgan, which introduced an AI program to review commercial loan agreements. What once took 360,000 hours of legal review now happens in seconds, freeing attorneys for higher value work. Likewise, technology has upended the task of portfolio optimization. Robo-advisors, software platforms using sophisticated algorithms, now customize and rebalance investment portfolios based on market moves and client preferences, whether at 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning. These systems never sleep, never forget, and never grow impatient. Routine customer service is no longer the exclusive domain of harried bank tellers or call center staff. Chatbots and virtual assistants now handle thousands of account inquiries simultaneously, providing instant, context-aware responses and sparing human teams the monotony of endless routine. Lending decisions have become both faster and more objective as machine learning models analyze everything from credit histories to online behavior to assess default risk with growing accuracy, often reducing bias rather than introducing it. Yet none of this progress is bad news for those who work in finance. Quite the opposite. The tasks now automated by AI are rarely the ones that inspired young professionals to enter the industry in the first place. Few people dream of a future spent reconciling spreadsheets or reviewing suspicious transactions line by exhausting line. These are, after all, chores, not careers. As AI steadily takes on the grunt work, it reshapes not just the what of financial jobs, but the how. The most promising future isn't one where people are replaced, but where their roles are transformed and elevated. Consider the work of a financial advisor. 20 years ago, this profession was rooted in tracking markets, delivering investment performance reports, and sifting through news. Today, with AI handling the data and number crunching, the advisor's real gift is in interpreting those numbers through the lens of the client's life. Helping a couple save for their child's college, advising an entrepreneur contemplating retirement, or offering support to a family managing expenses after a job loss. These conversations require context, empathy, and trust, qualities algorithms still struggle to approximate. Risk analysts, too, find their jobs morphing. Instead of serving as the primary risk detectors, a task AI now excels at, they are becoming interpreters and communicators. Their expertise lies in contextualizing risk and making sure it is presented in ways that stakeholders and executives can act on. AI might highlight a red flag on a spreadsheet, but it takes a perceptive analyst to explain what it means in the larger narrative of a business or market cycle. Similarly, compliance officers, once the very picture of back-office diligence, are becoming investigative leaders. Rather than trawling through every transaction detail, they are training machine learning algorithms to do the heavy lifting and then investigating those cases that require real judgment, context, and sometimes a leap of intuition, things at which humans still outpace machines. In every case, the human grows less like an operator, mechanically processing data, and more like a guide, helping clients and institutions navigate a world of uncertainty. Perhaps most exciting, however, are the careers AI is calling into being, roles that didn't exist a decade ago and now feel essential. As the machines become more capable, their blind spots and vulnerabilities also grow. This creates space for a new breed of financial professionals whose primary mission is to ensure that AI remains safe, ethical, and above all, human-centered. The demand for AI risk auditors, for example, is rising sharply. These individuals probe the fairness and reliability of models, running stress tests to uncover where algorithms might systematically disadvantage a segment of borrowers or lead institutions off course. Their work ensures that AI-driven decisions are consistent not just with regulations, but with society's evolving sense of justice. Another new title making its way into corporate directories is Algorithmic Ethics Officer. These specialists sit at the intersection of technology, law, and moral philosophy, scrutinizing the automated processes that underlie everything from investment advice to credit underwriting. It's no longer enough to simply build smart systems. They must also be responsible and transparent. Consider the case of Apple Card's algorithmic bias controversy in 2019, which led to allegations that women received lower credit limits than men. A backlash ensued until the company publicly committed to adding greater ethical oversight to their automated systems, a move indicative of trends across the industry. A new era of financial behavior strategists is also underway. These professionals leverage AI to better understand and guide the financial habits of individuals and organizations using insights from behavioral economics and psychology paired with the predictive power of data science. Instead of simply warning a client that their savings rate is inadequate, they use AI findings to coach and even nudge clients toward healthier habits. The result is a hybrid relationship, powered by AI, made meaningful by a human touch. Digital asset guardians and conversational finance designers are emerging as well, spurred by the rise of cryptocurrencies, tokens, and the growing complexity of digital financial products. These experts ensure that digital assets are managed not only efficiently, but also ethically and securely, guarding against everything from cyber theft to ethical blind spots in blockchain applications. Meanwhile, conversation designers inject warmth and reassurance into AI-powered communications so that interactions with bots feel less like a sterile script and more like a conversation with a trusted advisor. These new professions share a single, urgent purpose: returning humanity to a financial system that, paradoxically, is becoming more automated than ever. While AI can detect shifting trends in milliseconds and make portfolio suggestions with pinpoint accuracy, it cannot comfort someone who has just lost their livelihood. It might optimize asset allocations under every conceivable scenario, but it doesn't understand what a missed mortgage payment feels like, nor can it replace the dignity and compassion of sitting across the table from a client, looking them in the eye and saying, "I'm here for you." This, in the end, is the unique and lasting advantage of the human worker in finance. AI will handle the speed, the scale, and the menial drudgery with superhuman precision, but true financial relationships, those built on understanding, trust, and empathy, will remain forever out of reach of the machine. The future of financial work is more human, not less. No, you won't be competing directly against the machine. You'll be empowered by it, and more importantly, given the freedom to do what only humans can: connect, coach, and care. Now, more than ever, the world of finance is rewriting its own story, not as a tale of obsolescence and displacement, but as one of transformation and renewal, where technology and humanity evolve side by side. The most enduring legacy of the AI revolution may not be smarter software, but smarter, kinder, more meaningful work for all. If you are entering finance today, your greatest competition is not the algorithm. It's your own capacity for empathy, wisdom, and creativity, which the machines, for all their code and hardware, cannot hope to emulate. Chapter 21. The Future of Work in Technology. Technology built the AI revolution, and now finds itself face-to-face with its own creation. There's a unique irony at play in the global technology sector. The very minds who unfurled the potential of artificial intelligence, those who wrote the first lines of smart code and coaxed learning from silicon, are now wrestling with existential questions about their own future. It's a kind of digital karma. Engineers, developers, sysadmins, designers, architects, security specialists, and QA testers, essential architects of the past 20 years, suddenly disrupted by the next wave of their own innovation. Yet, for all the anxiety and speculation in tech circles, there is a profound reassurance emerging. AI is not in the business of making technologists irrelevant. If anything, it stands poised to elevate their craft, to turn what was previously routine into something more ambitious, creative, and fundamentally human. Much of the anxiety originates with the archetype of the keyboard coder. Coffee-fueled and screen-lit, these are the builders who for decades translated business ideas into running software. Lately, there's a myth swirling, both in lunchtime debates and online forums, that AI will soon write better code than most humans and render junior developers obsolete before they've even accrued their first battle scars. There's a kernel of truth here. AI tools like GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT's code interpreter, and Replit's ghostwriter have already shown they can generate boilerplate functions, structure syntax in a rainbow of programming languages, and even optimize specific algorithms when given clear instructions. For one memorable example, a finance startup in New York documented how their junior engineers could rebuild whole segments of legacy codebase in half the usual time using Copilot as an always-on assistant. But what stands out in these stories isn't the prospect of obsolescence, it's the shifting definition of what it means to be a developer in this new era. AI can crank out lines of code with astonishing speed, but what it hasn't mastered is understanding the deeper context. That context is often invisible to machines, but painfully obvious to the seasoned developer. The messy realities of edge cases, the subtleties of business logic, the ever-shifting priorities of users, the delicate balance between speed and reliability. When a hospital system is patched to support a new workflow, or a fintech tool is tweaked for new compliance rules, it's the human developer who integrates the why into the how, translating ambiguous requirements into working, secure, and user-friendly applications. In the near future, the demand for developers doesn't diminish. It transforms. Instead of armies of coders laboring over endless syntax, the winners will be those who excel at system design, problem framing, and bridging technical possibility with human need. These are the developers who don't just ask, "What should the program do?" but probe deeper, asking, "Why should it do this? Is it solving the right problem for the right people? How can it be resilient when things inevitably go sideways?" The actual act of typing lines of code becomes commoditized. The art of knowing what to build, how to build it, and for whom becomes invaluable. In large language model circles, the phrase prompt engineering now rivals object-oriented programming for buzz status, not because the code is harder, but because guiding the machines wisely is the next essential skill. For the working technologist, this transition plays out less as an extinction event and more as an evolution from builder to conductor. The old model demanded craftspeople who worked at the code's coalface, hand-carving every feature and hunting down every bug. Now, the emphasis is increasingly on how well you can orchestrate an ecosystem of tools, many of them AI-based, into coherent, adaptable, and trustworthy software systems. The day-to-day workflow of a back-end engineer, for example, shifts from implementing countless API endpoints to architecting robust, scalable data flows fit for an AI-enhanced world. Security professionals set up intelligent monitoring that not only reacts to threats, but anticipates them, learning from each alert. Quality assurance isn't just about regression testing anymore. It's about probing new areas of algorithmic bias, making sure, for instance, that an AI-driven scheduling app doesn't lock certain users out of opportunities for reasons invisible to the naked eye. Consider a DevOps engineer leading deployments at a global e-commerce giant. Just a decade ago, their work focused on automating server spin-ups and rolling out code changes smoothly. Now, with AI managing not just infrastructure but the deployments themselves, this professional's focus has moved from menial pipeline maintenance to a mission-critical role of governance, risk management, and incident response. When Amazon introduced its own deep learning platform to monitor millions of server processes, it gave its engineers an ability to diagnose and resolve incidents before customers ever felt the glitch. But even with real-time logs and predictive analytics, when the stakes are high and the logs grow ambiguous, it's still a human who weighs the trade-offs and makes the final midnight call. The responsibilities that AI is best suited to in tech roles are those that are highly repeatable, rule-driven, and time-consuming. AI writes code snippets, automates testing, suggests bug fixes, optimizes systems, profiles application performance, monitors real-time events, and adjusts resources on the fly for scalability and uptime. For instance, Netflix's AI-powered chaos engineering tools routinely test microservices by causing intentional failures and watching for unexpected vulnerabilities, all without risking customer experience. These capabilities free up astonishing amounts of time that teams once spent firefighting or maintaining legacy scripts. This automation, far from shrinking the field, expands the horizon for technologists' human strengths. With AI taking over grunt work, developers and IT pros turn their attention to broader, deeper issues. The design of entire systems, ethical considerations, and cross-disciplinary collaboration. What happens when a user can't figure out why their recommendation engine suggests certain purchases? Whose job is it to ensure a predictive policing tool doesn't reinforce societal bias? Where do privacy boundaries lie when security systems analyze personal data in real time? These are not issues AI can resolve on its own. They require technologists who understand complexity and nuance and who can advocate for users in the conference room and the codebase alike. A particularly profound area of transformation is emerging at the interface of technology and ethics. Companies are scrambling not just for code wizards, but for ethical architects, engineers tasked with embedding accountability, transparency, and fairness into AI-driven platforms. As AI's black boxes make more critical decisions, the spotlight has turned to the need for explainable, auditable systems. The headlines are littered with cautionary tales, from Apple Card's algorithmic gender bias to facial recognition mishaps leading to wrongful detentions. These aren't just PR issues, they're calls for a new discipline, where digital trust designers work hand in hand with engineers to ensure that technology uplifts rather than undermines society. Real-world job listings now showcase this change. Prompt engineers, specialists able to articulate precise input language and goals for AI models, are becoming fixtures in hiring pipelines, especially at startups building on generative AI platforms. At Google, for example, new hires are increasingly evaluated not just on their coding proficiency, but on their ability to frame crisp, context-aware prompts that yield the most relevant AI output. Similarly, the rise of AI systems interpreters is creating a role for technical liaisons able to translate black box model outcomes into actionable insights for designers, business analysts, and executive teams. Cognitive load analysts now evaluate not just interface usability, but the full spectrum of mental effort required by humans to interact with increasingly autonomous systems. Their job is to ensure that people using AI, a pilot relying on an automated flight assistant, or a consumer monitoring smart home security, don't become fatigued or confused during critical moments. The field of digital trust design, meanwhile, is giving rise to UX professionals whose mission is to make AI decisions explainable, user-driven, and fair. Through these new functions, one truth becomes clear. The heart of technology's future is not about speed, but responsibility, transparency, and vision. AI might generate code at blinding speed, simulate hundreds of user flows, or monitor global systems with never-ending attentiveness. But it can't read frustration in a user's face, advocate for accessibility during a rushed deadline, or earn the confidence of a client angry over a midnight outage. The edge that technologists now bring is embodied in decision-making, judgment, and collaboration, rather than rote syntax or brute force debugging. The most successful technologists understand that their growth depends on learning to work with, rather than against, AI tools. They invest in emotional intelligence, empathy, and the ability to lead teams through ambiguity and change, a sharp pivot from the lone coder cliché of the 1990s. Many are now spending time exploring ethical frameworks, design thinking, and systems architecture, not just the differences between JavaScript frameworks or command-line flags. Real-world examples abound. At Spotify, engineers supplement AI-generated playlists with curated content and oversight to avoid algorithmic echo chambers. Salesforce has entire teams focused on the explainability of its Einstein AI, making sure customer insights aren't just accurate, but also trustworthy and understandable to their human clients. Even small teams like those at indie game studios now rely on procedural content generated by AI, but they still need creative directors, the humans who know how the game should feel, who can tweak, edit, and override the code for a player's authentic experience. So if you're navigating the tech landscape today, your best move isn't to type faster or worry about being replaced by a chatbot. It's to become a systems thinker, an ethical advocate, a collaborator, and above all, a creative leader in guiding the next generation of technology tools. In the end, it's not the mechanical act of coding that defines your value, but your choices, what you build, why you build it, and how you ensure your innovations create a positive, lasting impact in a world irreversibly shaped by artificial intelligence. Now, more than ever, amid exponential change, the most human skills, judgment, empathy, vision, are not only safe from automation, but more valuable than ever before. In the world AI has built, those who embrace and shape its promise will be the architects, not the casualties, of the next revolution. Chapter 22. The future of work in healthcare care is personal, and AI will never be a person. This truth, even as the world races to digitize and optimize, remains at the core of healthcare's future. In an age when industries chase speed and scale, healthcare stands as an outlier. Success here is not measured merely by throughput or data accuracy. It's measured by healing, a process deeply and undeniably human. It is a process founded on trust, relationship, and touch. While artificial intelligence has arrived and is already transforming medicine at a rapid pace, no code or algorithm can substitute the presence and intuition that guide the best care. Still, AI is here, no longer a promise glimpsed on distant horizons, but a partner integrated into daily routines. At leading hospitals, places like the Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, or Singapore General, the technology that once seemed the stuff of science fiction is now matter of fact. Radiology departments deploy deep learning networks that can spot subtle tumors in scans faster and sometimes even more accurately than veteran physicians. AI models raised on millions of patient records now flag signs of patient deterioration long before those warnings would surface in vital signs at the bedside. Doctors who would once spend hours summarizing patient progress for charts now use digital assistants to turn spoken notes into concise, searchable summaries. Meanwhile, non-clinical burdens that suffocated so many with frustration, like endless insurance forms, compliance reporting, or the jigsaw puzzle of staff assignment, have begun to shift. Chatbots answer post-op questions at 2 a.m., virtual care coordinators handle patient intake, and AI tools help managers optimize the delicate dance of beds, supplies, and scheduling. In many hospitals, as in London's Moorfields Eye Hospital or Boston Children's, AI-driven logistics systems have shaved hours off patient throughput and allowed clinicians to spend more time with the people they serve, not just their paperwork. These examples aren't the future. They're today's new normal. What makes healthcare's transformation unique is not simply that tasks are automated, but that the automation itself frees human beings to answer their calling more fully. For years, doctors, nurses, and allied professionals have reported the same frustration: too little time spent not on the patient's needs, but on screens, checklists, or insurance codes. Research from Stanford Medicine and Medscape confirm that paperwork and administrative overwhelm remain among the chief drivers of burnout. AI presents an act of liberation. It takes on the data crunching and the monotonous form filling. It works tirelessly through mountains of billing codes, offers up instant eligibility and claims calculations, and highlights patient records that might need urgent review. It doesn't crave a lunch break or lose focus halfway through a 12-hour shift. A modern healthcare system now looks very different. Widespread AI-driven process automation is visible everywhere, from claims processing to appointment scheduling to triaging new telehealth queries. In radiology and dermatology, deep learning models have proven capable of reviewing thousands of images for cancerous patterns far more quickly than any team of professionals. Hospital administrators use AI predictions to plan discharges, manage inventory, and forecast surges in demand, a lifeline during the COVID-19 pandemic when bottlenecks could mean the difference between life and death. But the magic lies not in what is automated, so much as in what is made possible for humans. The truth is, the roles most commonly handed to AI were never what people became healers for. Physicians rarely burn out because of long hours at a patient's side. More often, it is because of the hours spent wrestling with electronic health records or fighting with opaque insurance workflows. Nurses dream of holding a patient's hand, not updating charts into the night. Administrators want to create environments that nurture healing, not fill out compliance audits. The best of AI offers a reprieve, a chance to return clinicians to their highest purpose. Yet the role of clinicians does not simply diminish, it evolves, and in key ways, it grows richer. Artificial intelligence, for all its processing power and pattern recognition, cannot see the patient veering off topic with a trembling voice or missing an appointment because of an unspoken fear. It cannot grasp the weight of worry behind a question, nor the subtlety of hope in a hesitant smile. Instead, it takes its place as a partner, a source of insight, a second opinion, sometimes an early warning. The work of nurses, physicians, and therapists becomes not obsolete, but more vital, a craft combining clinical wisdom with digital intelligence. Picture a primary care doctor in a rural clinic using AI tools to assemble a short list of plausible diagnoses when presented with a complex case. The algorithm sorts thousands of possibilities in seconds, but it is the physician who weaves together the patient's story, physical exam, and life context, making the final and most important call. Nurses, armed with predictive dashboards, can spot high-risk patients hours or even days before they deteriorate, making time for crucial interventions. Social workers use alerts from AI to prioritize home visits, not as a replacement for gut feeling, but as an augmentation, helping them focus humanity in the places it's needed most. In all these cases, AI's greatest power is in magnifying the clinician's presence, shifting the balance from data wrangling to relationship building. And as these daily frontlines shift, the employment landscape in healthcare expands. The future here is not only about scaling existing jobs, but about inventing new ones that blur the boundary between the technical and the human. Already, we are seeing the emergence of physicians who specialize in interpreting AI outputs, AI-augmented diagnosticians who fuse algorithmic prediction with bedside examination. These professionals navigate the partnership between the analytic clarity of machines and the narrative subtlety of human experience. There are empathy-first care coordinators acting as the translators between algorithmic risk flags and the messy reality of individual lives, constructing care plans that weigh not just medical probabilities, but family context, fears, and hopes. Behind the scenes, health systems are hiring medical data curators, individuals talented at cleaning and labeling vast quantities of clinical data to ensure algorithms are trained on high-quality, representative information. Health AI literacy coaches are rising to prominence, educating both clinicians and patients on how to use these tools, when to trust their guidance, and when to ask for a second opinion. In telemedicine, a new breed of providers, telehealth empaths, are mastering the art of reading emotion and body language through a screen, preserving the therapeutic bedside manner in a digital world. Importantly, as the data grows and AI's footprint increases, there are also new guardians at the gate. AI bias investigators who actively hunt for disparities in care decisions, striving to ensure that old prejudices don't become coded into new models. Just as crucial are workflow designers and ethical triage directors, tasked with guiding the ethical design and use of AI-driven resource allocation, balancing efficiency with justice and fairness when resources are scarce. Out of the pandemic, some hospitals have hired clinical workflow optimizers to run AI simulations and create smarter, safer, and higher capacity processes. Each of these new roles recognizes a simple but profound truth. The heart of care is relational, not transactional. Algorithms may process lifetimes of data with superhuman speed, but when a cancer diagnosis lands, it is the oncologist who sits in silence as the news sinks in. When a parent is told about an antibiotic for their child, it is the pediatrician who listens to fears and gently answers each question. When a patient signals the first hope of addressing long-standing depression, it is the therapist's presence, not a prediction, that holds space for the conversation to unfold. The future of healthcare work, therefore, is not one of shrinking teams and disappearing doctors. It is one of more human, more present, and more empowered humans. Technology will reveal just how valuable empathy is, not make it obsolete. For those called to the healing professions, this, right now, is a defining moment. The future does not belong to the clinical scribe, nor to the fastest typist. No longer does the best nurse waste talent navigating Byzantine charting systems. Instead, the differentiator becomes the courage to partner with rapidly evolving tools, the clarity to keep the patient at the center of every decision, the vision to demand ethical design, and above all, the willingness to remain truly present in the face of suffering, doubt, and uncertainty. The tools are changing, and with them, our methods, our workflows, and our assumptions. But the calling is the same as it ever was: to heal, to hold, to help. Let AI take up the burden of bureaucracy. Let it chime alerts, crunch numbers, and complete the paperwork. The work that matters most will always need a human hand, a human heart. And that calling? It will never be replaced. Chapter 23. The Future of Work in Pharmaceuticals. In medicine, timing is everything. A miracle discovered a moment too late can offer no hope. A rushed drug, inadequately vetted, can destroy trust and lives in a single blow. Within pharmaceuticals, every decision is a negotiation between urgency and rigor, risk and promise, innovation and the overarching imperative. First, do no harm. Artificial intelligence, with its accelerating reach, is compressing and complicating this delicate timeline, demanding new ways of working and, crucially, new ways of being. For decades, the pharmaceutical world was characterized by patience and persistence. Breakthroughs came slowly, built atop painstaking experimentation. Generations of scientists tested molecules in petri dishes and animal models, crossing their fingers that, out of millions, just one would prove both effective and tolerable for the human body. Success, if it came at all, often followed years of clinical trials and eye-watering investments, with no guarantee of reaching a single patient. That patient journey is changing, sometimes in the blink of an eye. Today, AI algorithms simulate molecular interactions in silico, rapidly predicting which compounds are likely to bind to a biological target and with what effect. This means wet lab teams spend less time on blind alleys and more on promising leads. In one striking recent example, DeepMind's AlphaFold was able to predict the structure of proteins, one of biology's great puzzles, with accuracy that had previously taken years to achieve. With such tools, the discovery phase itself contracts from decades to years, from years to months. But drug discovery is only the start. Recruiting patients for clinical trials, once a notoriously slow and biased process, has become far more targeted. AI models can now search vast electronic health records, identifying candidates not only by age or diagnosis, but by genetic profile, lifestyle, and risk tolerance. Trials grow stronger, more diverse, and, importantly, safer. Algorithms monitor wearable devices and real-world data, not merely to count steps for fitness apps, but to surface adverse reactions that would have gone unnoticed in past eras. Predictive models help researchers determine whether a drug should proceed to the next phase, often minimizing risky exposures and accelerating regulatory approvals. The lines between the laboratory and living room blur as data flows in real time from patients' bodies to trial databases and back to clinicians' laptops. Of course, new speed breeds new complexity. What once took decades now happens in years or even months. Guesswork gives way to guided insight, but the need for rigorous oversight, ethical, scientific, and humane, has never been greater. Within pharmaceutical companies, AI's signature is most visible on the repetitive, high-volume, and error-prone tasks that threaten to swallow entire careers. In silico chemical screening can evaluate thousands of molecular candidates each day, prioritizing those with a shot at clinical success. Protocol generation for clinical trial designs, an undertaking once bogged down in regulatory minutiae, is now assisted by AI tools able to craft, shuffle, and revise every contingency. Automated systems mine patient feedback, scan medical records for safety signals, and integrate findings into structured reports for review. Even the regulatory process, so often a bottleneck, has been streamlined by AI-driven documentation software that not only generates required forms, but tracks submissions and cross-references evidence trails. On the operations side, supply chain forecasting models use global health data, factory inventories, and weather predictions to ensure life-saving drugs are produced and delivered where they're needed, when they're needed, sometimes adjusting plans by the minute in response to a crisis or pandemic. These efficiencies are felt far beyond corporate walls. Shorter timelines mean new medications arrive faster, reaching more patients and opening the door to therapies for rare or previously untreatable diseases. Lower costs increase the chance that a breakthrough will not languish on a shelf due to financial risk, and as the process grows more transparent, patients and physicians alike can follow the journey of a therapy from discovery to delivery, fostering confidence and understanding. But the machine's growing role does not diminish the importance of human expertise. It makes it more critical. The researchers, managers, and clinicians shaping tomorrow's drugs will be those who draw upon AI for speed and scale while preserving the nuance, ethics, and creativity required for medical progress. For example, a drug developer of the near future won't start by laboring through hundreds of molecular combinations in the dark. Instead, she will use AI's recommendations to select a handful of promising targets, design experiments more strategically, and focus her creative thinking where it matters most. Her experience and intuition remain central, guiding everything from the initial hypothesis to the design of preclinical studies. In the realm of clinical trials, AI-driven analytics will enable researchers to adjust protocols in real time, analyzing emerging patient data to identify new patterns of efficacy and side effect. The researcher's role shifts. Instead of simply searching for answers, they're curators and stewards, evaluating which stories in the swirling sea of data deserve attention and action. Regulatory leads partner with AI to generate robust safety narratives, telling the story not just of what works, but of why, for whom, and under what conditions. As a result, the drama of trial progress becomes more responsive, ethical, and attuned to real-world needs. As in every AI-transformed field, new jobs emerge even as old ones evolve. Drug discovery analysts are fast becoming essential, specializing in the interpretation of what chief scientists call AI intuition, those tantalizing simulations that suggest a molecule could be the next game changer. These roles demand not blind faith in models, but a critical, questioning understanding, sorting signal from noise, possibility from hype. Clinical trial orchestrators, meanwhile, are rising to guide complex studies made possible by large-scale data and digital recruitment. They ensure diversity, data integrity, and ethical transparency, using AI as an extension of their own judgment. In the post-market space, real-world evidence synthesizers pore over streams of data from wearables, insurance records, and even social media forums, extracting insights about safety, value, and adherence that were unthinkable to previous generations. Digital pharmacovigilance officers increasingly monitor not just published reports or physician queries, but signals from every corner of the digital world, tweeted complaints, forum anxieties, or wearable sensor blips. Their work makes patient safety not only a matter of annual review, but of constant, vigilant attention. And where the human science of behavior has always struggled, a new breed of medication adherence designers now works at the intersection of psychology and AI. Their job is to understand why some patients fall away from essential regimens, then build responsive, personalized tools, text nudges, digital rewards, supportive communities that help people stick to life-changing treatments. It's an approach rooted in humanity, amplified through technology. In genetics and personalized medicine, ethical consultants ensure that innovations in gene therapy, now guided by AI-predicted edits, are carried out with consent, equity, and deep sensitivity to the social and cultural context. The rise of AI-enhanced pharmacists will further bridge the interpretive gap, blending data-driven predictions with clinical intuition to recommend truly personalized therapies. Perhaps most importantly, as digital transformation races ahead, biomedical AI policy advocates are emerging as key voices in shaping public debate and regulation. They sit at the crossroads of safety, innovation, transparency, and trust, reminding us at every step that new power demands new accountability. Behind every breakthrough molecule, however, remains a human story. AI might suggest which compound to test, but it cannot walk alongside a terminally ill patient hoping that one last trial might bring a few more months to say goodbye. Algorithms can parse side effect data, but only a caring researcher or doctor can look a mother in the eye and explain both promise and risk when she asks about enrolling her child in something still experimental. When a rural physician calls in desperation for an emergency dose of a rare therapy, it is a human being on the other end, someone capable of empathy, creative thinking, and the resolve to help. The power of pharmaceuticals lies in the bridge it creates between what is possible in the lab and what is meaningful in life. For those who work in this field, the new technologies are not just tools, they are catalysts. AI is not a replacement, but a force multiplier designed to free up more time, resources, and autonomy for the work that demands the most humanity. The future of the pharmaceutical industry will certainly be faster, perhaps even smarter, but it will also be required, more than ever, to be accountable, transparent, and inclusive. That future will not belong to those who can merely flood the market with the next wonder drug. It will belong to the stewards and guardians able to deliver real healing with care and wisdom to an ever more complex world. The medicines of tomorrow will be built with machines, but, as always, they must be delivered with humanity, by hands and hearts that understand both the stakes and the promise of a single healed life. Chapter 24. The Future of Work in Construction. Buildings are more than shelter. They embody our ambitions, values, and sense of belonging. Throughout history, construction has been as much about craft and community as about technology or economics. From the hand-carved stones of ancient temples to sprawling urban skylines, each era's works reveal what mattered most to its people. Construction is not just the business of erecting walls or pouring concrete, it is how we project our humanity into the physical world. That is what makes the coming transformation of the industry so consequential. While artificial intelligence has quietly revolutionized sectors like banking, logistics, and even healthcare, its arrival on the construction site heralds something different. Here, digital meets dirt, and every blueprint meets a living, unpredictable world. No two sites are the same. Shifting weather, uneven ground, material delays, and above all, teams of skilled workers whose experience and judgment shape every outcome. The future in this field will not be some antiseptic march toward automation, but a radical reimagining, technology and humanity, side by side, building the world ahead. Already the outlines of this new era can be seen. Construction projects today begin not with a single plan, but with thousands, thanks to generative design tools that simulate every conceivable layout, orientation, and approach. What once required weeks of drafting and revising now unfolds in mere hours, with AI engines weighing cost, sustainability, code compliance, and energy efficiency across a dizzying array of options. The architect's work becomes not just drawing, but choosing, the artful curation of possibilities machines surface. Walk onto a modern site and you may see drones spiraling overhead, their sensors collecting mountains of data, measurements precise to a centimeter, thermal scans of critical joints, progress photos uploaded in real time. Their watchful eyes feed into dashboards in the project trailer, helping managers track timelines, verify safety compliance, and head off small problems before they balloon into costly delays. It's not just data for the sake of documentation, it's real-time awareness, guiding daily decisions on the ground. Meanwhile, machine learning models ingest years of historical project data, weather conditions, supplier records, and labor schedules, searching for the subtle patterns that often precede trouble. Perhaps the forecast flags an approaching storm. AI recalculates the sequence of outdoor tasks, shifting personnel and equipment to maximize productivity before rain halts work. Or maybe an algorithm notes a rise in accident risk as fatigue builds among crews. It recommends staggered break protocols to keep everyone sharp and safe. More visibly, robots now assist with certain repetitive or dangerous tasks. Automated bricklaying systems, for instance, lay down foundations with a level of exactness difficult to achieve at scale, leaving skilled masons free for specialized detail and finish work. Excavation logistics can be run by drones and AI-coordinated crews. Digital twins, virtual real-time replicas of the site, keep everyone aligned and flag discrepancies before they become expensive errors. Yet the heart of construction remains stubbornly physical. Unlike industries built purely on information, each job site is unique terrain, full of unpredictability. Machines can simulate structural loads, but they can't feel the ground shift beneath their feet or adapt in the moment to a stubborn batch of concrete hardening in unexpected heat. Technology's greatest promise isn't in minimizing the human presence, but in amplifying human capability, freeing workers, managers, and designers to do their best, most creative work. Consider the rising tide of automation. Permitting and code validation, for example, are rapidly being streamlined. AI-driven compliance systems now review digital plans against vast databases of municipal codes, flagging issues before permits are even filed. What once involved days spent navigating City Hall can now be handled in hours, letting projects kick off sooner and with fewer regulatory surprises. In the pre-construction phase, digital modeling tightly integrates scheduling, budgeting, and clash detection. Teams can spot a potential electrical conduit issue before a single wall goes up, saving costly rework and environmental impact. On the ground, surveillance systems powered by computer vision do more than prevent theft. They scan for hard hat use, proper harnessing on high floors, and even signs of exhaustion or tedium that can lead to accidents. Inventory and supply chain management gets a technology boost too. Real-time tracking and predictive materials ordering mean fewer delays, less waste, and smaller ecological footprints. What emerges is not simply a more efficient workflow. It is safer, more transparent, and greener work. Construction managers, once tasked with endlessly updating schedules by hand and chasing deliveries, now orchestrate networks of machine intelligence, balancing supply chains, workforce rosters, weather predictions, and local labor regulations through intuitive, interactive dashboards. Decisions are informed, not delayed. Frontline teams benefit from up-to-the-minute insights, turning complexity into clarity in a field where no surprises is always the goal. The safety officer's role is elevated as well. Instead of relying only on memory or checklists, they partner with AI to analyze risk alerts pulled from hundreds of cameras and smart sensors. Subtle signs of negligence, PPE violations, worker fatigue measured in gait and movement, near-miss hazards, are flagged instantly, letting interventions happen before incidents do. It is a move from static compliance to living, dynamic vigilance. For architects and planners, the task is no longer just to imagine beauty and function, but to engage in dialogue with technology. Generative design engines propose thousands of trade-offs. This layout maximizes daylight and energy efficiency. That one saves cost but loses flexibility. Another balances noise control with floor plan openness. The architect of tomorrow must interpret these outputs, bearing responsibility for the final vision. The tools multiply imagination. They do not replace it. With this transformation comes a wave of entirely new roles. On the edge of the site, AI-driven site planners use simulation tools to optimize sequence, material flow, and equipment placement, reducing congestion and wasted motion. Safety monitors validate the flood of risk alerts, discerning the urgent from the routine. The advent of drone fleet coordinators, an entirely modern job, not only optimizes aerial inspections, but also manages compliance with privacy regulations and flight safety. Digital twin analysts maintain the mirror world of each project, flagging discrepancies between model and reality and helping teams catch costly drift early. As sustainability climbs higher among industry priorities, specialists in green materials work closely with AI, identifying innovative substances and supply partners that minimize emissions and waste. Project administrators, once mired in regulatory back and forth, become permitting navigators, accelerating approvals through algorithmic document prep and validation. Perhaps the most unique frontier emerges in the relationship between people and technology. Robot A. I-team supervisors bridge the world of autonomous machines and human crews, ensuring coordination and clear communication. Ethics liaisons examine how these new systems affect worker safety, job security, and fair hiring practices, engaging directly with local communities and advocacy groups. And labor AI mediators bring together unions, workers, and tech vendors to negotiate terms and practices that keep the future of work both progressive and humane. Throughout all these changes, some things remain unchanged. AI and robotics can optimize a complex timeline or fine-tune a bill of materials, but they can't walk a muddy site with a frustrated client, explain why a custom finish is delayed, or reassure a veteran builder facing a new process for the first time. No algorithm feels the pride in setting a wall perfectly straight, or in seeing a weathered team high-five at the completion of a safe project. Human judgment, intuition, and relationship will always be the bedrock of construction. The future, then, is not a contest between people and machines. It is a new partnership, one where safety improves, environmental impact shrinks, schedules are met more reliably, and jobs become more meaningful. If you work in construction, the path forward will not be about resisting new tools, but about rebuilding work itself around core values, collaboration, dignity, and the pride of making something that will stand the test of time. I will never pour a foundation or sign off on a completed beam. It can, however, remove the friction that used to eat away at creativity and safety. It will predict problems before they happen, turning risk into opportunity and freeing people to focus on the challenges and the joys that only they can tackle. The result will not simply be taller buildings or faster timelines. It will be communities built with greater care, workplaces built with greater respect, and a construction industry that reflects not just our ability to build, but our capacity to build with integrity, from blueprint to beam. Chapter 25, The Future of Work in Architecture. Architecture is imagination made real. Few professions so beautifully marry vision and precision, daring and discipline. At its best, architecture is not just the process of orchestrating steel, glass, and stone into shelter. It is the creation of places that move us, structures that reflect a people, embody a culture, and speak to a specific moment in time. Every city skyline, every cherished neighborhood, every sacred space, these are the tangible footprints of architects' dreams rendered into daily reality. Buildings don't just accommodate life, they shape it, guiding how we move, how we interact, even how we feel. Today, as artificial intelligence makes its way onto the drafting table, the central question in this storied discipline is clear. Can machines help us imagine better? Or will they reduce the alchemy of design to mere calculation? The truth, as ever, depends not on the technology itself, but on the wisdom and intention of those who wield it. AI is already changing the architect's workflow, but not by replacing the creator. If anything, it acts as a remarkably versatile partner, one capable of expanding what is possible in both beauty and function. In architecture studios from Copenhagen to Chicago, generative design software now generates thousands of building forms at the touch of a button, rigorously testing spatial arrangements, structural grids, and facade details against an assortment of constraints. These constraints might include daylight optimization, thermal comfort, sustainability targets, and of course, budget and code compliance. The result is not a narrowing of choice, but a broadening. Architects are liberated from the tedium of hand calculation and free to spend more time shaping experience and narrative. Energy modeling, once the domain of dense spreadsheets and retroactive green add-ons, is now front and center. AI-powered software forecasts not only the carbon impact of materials, but simulates airflow, solar gain, and the life cycle performance of a proposed structure decades into the future. In Singapore, high-rise public housing schemes now employ AI-driven energy simulations even in concept development, prioritizing sustainability from the first sketch onward. On the administrative side, AI-assisted zoning and permitting tools parse thousands of pages of municipal code or historical regulations. They can scan a digital model and instantly flag conflicts, from setback violations to accessibility oversights, dramatically reducing costly design revisions later. Instead of waiting weeks for review, architects might now get almost instant feedback, accelerating the process and allowing more room for creative problem-solving. Clients, for their part, benefit from unprecedented engagement. Using augmented and virtual reality platforms, designers can now invite owners, tenants, and community members to walk through spaces before any construction begins. One architecture firm in Los Angeles recently used VR to engage local children in the redesign of a community play plaza, allowing the youngsters to see, adjust, and respond to each design iteration. The result was not just a better playground, but a deeper sense of ownership and delight for everyone involved. AI systems also act as vigilant design integrity checkers, analyzing models for inconsistencies, structural clashes, and overlooked regulations. Automated space optimization analyses balance ergonomics, light, and circulation, suggesting ways to maximize wellness and accessibility. By automating the technical troubleshooting, architects are freed up to focus on the human drama of design. What does this space feel like? Who will cherish it? What memories will it make possible? This shift in automation not only makes the process more efficient, but elevates the role of the architect as conductor and composer. The creative leader is now empowered to test, adjust, and refine form and function in parallel, not sequentially, using AI's feedback as both canvas and critique. For instance, a lead architect designing a hospital might use real-time data analysis to ensure the shortest, most logical paths for patient movement, while also working with patient advocacy groups, often through VR walkthroughs, to ensure comfort, dignity, and access for all. Project designers invite clients into these journeys, using immersive feedback loops to refine choices before anything gets locked into concrete or steel. The design conversation is no longer a distant one-way dialogue, but a shared, evolving, and richly informed process. Meanwhile, sustainability consultants synthesize AI's predictive modeling with the lived experience of climate, culture, and context, knowing, for example, that what works for a wind-swept Nordic library might not translate to a bustling sub-Saharan school, no matter how efficient the simulation. It's not a loss of authorship, but a deepening. The architect as collaborator, synthesizer, and storyteller. Out of this digital transformation, entirely new architectural roles are emerging. Generative design directors are becoming sought-after guides, setting the goals and values that shape AI-powered engines toward genuinely human-centered results. Experience flow architects bring insights from psychology, urbanism, and behavioral science to ensure not only that people move efficiently through spaces, but that they feel both inspired and at ease. Specialists in energy efficiency are now an invaluable part of project teams, integrating carbon analysis and climate resilience right from the start. Immersive technology opens the door for AR/VR human experience designers, creatives who bring spaces alive for clients long before ground is broken, enabling communities to co-author the future of the built environment. There are inclusive design advocates who audit AI-generated plans for accessibility across neurodiversity, physical mobility, and cultural difference, ensuring nobody is left behind in the push for efficiency and novelty. In an era of increasing uncertainty, resilient scenario designers test plans against climate disruption, disaster, and social stress, baking adaptability and robustness into every decision. Many firms, particularly those working in heritage preservation or adaptive reuse, are hiring modelers who specialize in digitally reconstructing and restoring historic sites with a precision previously unimaginable, breathing new life into the old without erasing its soul. Meanwhile, ethical aesthetic consultants now occupy an important seat at the table, asking hard questions about beauty, justice, and who is served or displaced by each ambitious new project. The evidence is everywhere. Far from narrowing the field, AI is infusing architecture with new dimensions. It is not about trading sketchbooks for algorithms. It is about multiplying options, freeing up architects to be more curious, more engaged, and more accountable to the people and places they serve. And still, some things never change. AI may optimize the angle of a window or the efficiency of an internal corridor, but it cannot know what it feels like to watch dawn break through stained glass, or the thrill a child feels running across a courtyard he helped imagine in a VR session. Machines can balance a floor plan, track sunlight, and even predict pedestrian flow, but they do not experience the pleasure of coming home or the awe of entering a space that has grown into sacred memory. Architecture, at its deepest level, is about making places for living, feeling, remembering. For all its extraordinary power, no algorithm can feel. The value of the architect, then, is not in keeping pace with the latest software, but in discernment, in knowing which possibilities to pursue, which to set aside, and which to bring to life. It is in the capacity to guide form toward feeling, data toward meaning, and logic toward legacy. The future of architecture will belong to those who treat their new AI tools not as substitutes for vision, but as creative partners. Those who use data to discover, not dictate, and who balance utility with poetry, efficiency with empathy. In this new era, where walls may rise faster and designs sorted in seconds, the most important questions remain timeless. What should we build? Who does it serve? What story will it tell? These are questions that only a human can truly ask, and only a human can answer. Chapter 26. The Future of Work in Hospitality. Hospitality has never been about beds, menus, or the architecture of a lobby. At its essence, hospitality is about one thing: how people feel. It's the unspoken warmth behind a genuine smile at check-in, the small thrill of having your name remembered by someone who sees thousands of faces a week, the wonder of entering a room that isn't just clean, but somehow feels like it was thoughtfully prepared for you and you alone. Maybe it's a handwritten note welcoming you on your anniversary, or the bellhop remembering to ask if your allergy-friendly pillow was to your liking. These moments, small but meaningful, transform an ordinary stay into an indelible memory. In today's world, artificial intelligence stands ready to reshape countless industries, and with hospitality, there's understandable worry. Some fret that AI will render travel impersonal, reducing hotels and resorts to sterile, contactless vending machines for sleep, food, and towel exchanges. The fear is that in trading efficiency for magic, we'll lose the soul of service. Yet the real story unfolding in front of house and back-of-house offices from Tokyo to Toronto is much more nuanced and, if anything, more hopeful. AI, when thoughtfully implemented, doesn't erase hospitality's heart, it elevates it. Rather than replacing people, it allows the people at the center of this business to focus on what matters most: genuine, memorable, human connection. Already, AI is quietly transforming the guest experience, starting from the very moment a traveler dreams of their journey. Visit the website of a leading hotel chain like Marriott or Accor, and you'll likely find a chatbot available to answer queries, manage bookings, and even suggest package upgrades, all hours of the day, 7 days a week. Chatbots now understand natural language nuances and can tap into guest profiles, making recommendations based on preferred room types, prior stays, or even food preferences. Instead of waiting on hold, a family can modify their reservation with a few quick taps, while a honeymoon couple can ensure their room's temperature is set perfectly before they ever walk in the door. Within the guest room itself, technology becomes a quiet accomplice to comfort. Smart rooms are no longer science fiction, and their influence is spreading fast. At the Wynn Las Vegas, for instance, voice-controlled lights, curtains, and climate controls mean a jet-lagged traveler doesn't fumble for switches. All it takes is a simple request. The room remembers settings from previous visits: the blackout shade that came down for a night shift nurse, the playlist that greeted the CEO after a tough quarterly review, the warm lighting a frequent guest prefers at sundown. These aren't gimmicks. They're friction removers, simplifying everything that should be easy, so staff can focus on what can never be automated: the art of making someone feel truly at home wherever they are. At the property level, AI is enhancing not just comfort, but intuition. Sentiment analysis tools scan the avalanche of online reviews, surveys, and real-time guest feedback. If a trend emerges, say complaints about slow service at breakfast or recurring issues with gym cleanliness, managers are notified almost before the situation escalates. Proactive, even preemptive action replaces frantic damage control. Predictive maintenance systems, quietly monitoring elevators and HVAC units, flag failures before guests notice disruptions. There are fewer 2 a.m. wake-up calls to fix a broken thermostat, and more opportunities for team members to focus on delivering delight instead of dousing fires. Where AI shines brightest is not in the removal of human presence, but in the removal of friction and routine. The repetitive back-end and logistics tasks that once consumed so much staff attention. No one books a luxury suite hoping to watch a front desk attendant struggle with a clunky reservation system. Behind the scenes, AI handles those burdens efficiently, assigning rooms based on preferences, updating guest profiles, and optimizing inventory for housekeeping. Dynamic pricing engines adjust room rates in real time based on demand, seasonality, or even special events, helping properties remain competitive without the sales manager chained to spreadsheets into the night. Housekeeping, often the unsung backbone of a hotel, is reimagined as well. Predictive staffing algorithms monitor occupancy, forecast high turnover days, and ensure the right resources are scheduled when needed. Inventory systems keep track of towels, toiletries, and minibar supplies, automatically generating purchase orders as stocks dwindle. The upshot is more time for housekeepers to focus on immaculate details, guest preferences, and those individual touches that make returns and glowing reviews more likely. Human workers, liberated from this maze of logistics, find themselves able to lean more fully into the art of service. A modern concierge, for example, now complements encyclopedic local knowledge with AI-driven guest insights. When a guest asks for dining recommendations, the concierge can seamlessly blend traditions. You liked that tiny Thai place last time you visited. With instant access to newly opened restaurants or current festival happenings, the suggestions are more attuned, assembling memories from data and intuition alike. For international travelers, language barriers evaporate as translation tools are woven into every interaction, allowing for hospitality that feels local no matter where a guest's journey began. At the front desk, the evolution continues. Associates spend fewer hours squinting at reservation screens, more time greeting new arrivals, engaging in authentic conversation, and troubleshooting novel problems. When a regular guest checks in late after a delayed flight, the desk associate knows, thanks to machine learning-driven alerts driven by the guest's profile and flight tracking, that it's not just time for a signature cocktail, but also a quiet room away from the elevator. Even behind the scenes, hotel managers are finding that their roles are subtly shifting from reactive problem solvers to proactive guest experience architects. With live dashboards tracking review sentiment, operational trends, and resource bottlenecks, managers are empowered to intervene early. A minor complaint about room temperature on the 9th floor is addressed before it becomes a negative TripAdvisor post. Staff recognition programs are energized by insights into which team members are turning ordinary service into extraordinary memory-making, fostering a culture where excellence is expected and rewarded. AI is not just transforming how individuals work, it's catalyzing entirely new types of hospitality roles. In larger brands and boutique niches alike, an emerging class of strategists and specialists shape how technology enhances, rather than erodes, the human touch. Personalization strategists focus not on the cold optimization of preferences, but the orchestration of hyper-tailored experiences rooted in genuine care. Experience curators blend design, technology, and psychology, mapping the emotional arc of a guest's stay from anticipation to afterglow. Digital concierge developers build chat, voice, and mobile interfaces that delight guests rather than frustrate them. Just as importantly, new leaders emerge in data privacy. Trust experience managers seek that delicate balance where personalization feels respectful, not invasive. On the operational side, supervisors oversee complex back-end AI systems, ensuring automated processes complement, rather than override, frontline judgment. Culture translators help major brands maintain a sense of local flavor and custom, so a business traveler arriving in Seoul feels the warmth of Korean hospitality rather than arriving at an anonymous, globalized outpost. New roles in service recovery, reputation management, and hospitality ethics arise to confront hard questions. What happens when automation fails? How do we protect fairness in pricing and accessibility? Where is the line between helpful anticipation and intrusive surveillance? These are not side jobs. They stand at the heart of tomorrow's guest experience. For all the technological leapfrogging, hospitality's true north remains unchanged: the creation of emotion, memory, and belonging. AI may be able to suggest a wine that pairs well with tonight's chef special, but it cannot see the happiness in a couple celebrating their silver anniversary and offer a surprise toast on the house. An algorithm can assign a room based on preference data, but only a seasoned front desk clerk senses that a solo traveler who requests extra blankets might need not just warmth, but reassurance and gentle conversation. Recognition programs can track loyalty points, but it's the bartender who remembers your favorite cocktail from a year ago who makes you feel like you belong. In an industry built on smiles, empathy, and the serendipity of shared humanity, guests will always crave more than just efficiency. They will recall the night staffer who found ginger tea for their upset stomach or the housekeeper who left an origami swan to cheer up a child after a tough day. The best hospitality memories are spontaneous, sometimes messy, and always deeply felt. If you work in hospitality, the message is clear. Your job is not to compete with AI, but to bring soul to the new systems. This means championing surprise alongside scale and choosing presence over automation whenever the two are in tension. The competitive edge of tomorrow's hospitality professional will not be a mastery of spreadsheets or even technical protocols. It will be the ability to blend data and discernment, efficiency and intuition, digital scale and personal surprise. It will be noticing the guest whose body language speaks more than their words, orchestrating the seamless upgrade that transforms an average stay into a lifelong story, and nurturing teams to believe that every interaction is a chance to create delight. The future does not belong to those who deliver rooms at the lowest cost or anticipate every need through sensors alone. The golden era ahead will belong to those who use the tools of AI to strip away what's tedious and let the uniquely human work of hospitality shine brighter than ever. In the age of automation, the greatest luxury will not be contactless convenience, but the depth of authentic welcome. AI can make hospitality smarter, but it will always be the people in those small, immeasurable moments who make it unforgettable. Chapter 27, The Future of Work in Municipal Services. Cities are alive. Their heartbeat is not only felt in the ceaseless flow of traffic or the bright glow of street lamps, but in the hands and hopes of those who make them work. At dawn, sanitation trucks rumble down avenues, sweeping away the night and restoring dignity to public spaces. In the hush of the early morning, water treatment engineers monitor reservoirs that let families drink and cook in safety. By day, transit operators, social workers, and parks crews lend an unseen choreography to urban life, ensuring that everything from sewer systems to playgrounds serve not just the city as an entity, but the people within it. These are the labors that rarely make headlines, but they are the silent infrastructure that props up daily living. Municipal services, by their very definition, don't exist for profit. Their imperative is higher: to support, protect, and dignify. Now, as artificial intelligence evolves from boardroom proof of concept into a tangible force within local government, cities stand at a crossroads. There is a temptation to treat smart city technologies as magic bullets that drive efficiency, save budgets, or modernize aging systems. But those who have spent their lives serving communities know that efficiency is never enough. The goal, especially in the public arena, must always be equity. Already, the influence of AI is transforming urban spaces in ways that would have seemed like science fiction a generation ago. In Singapore, a model for smart urbanization, networks of sensors peer into every corner of the city, monitoring traffic densities, air quality, and water use in real time. The city-state can automatically adjust streetlights or reroute buses based on changing conditions. In Boston, predictive maintenance schedules flag water pipes likely to burst before leaks disrupt neighborhoods, using years of historical failure data and weather patterns to anticipate trouble. Across major American cities, chatbots now answer non-emergency calls and field civic questions through 311 services, ensuring that a resident reporting potholes or requesting a building permit gets a faster, more consistent response. Even more transformative are digital twins, virtual replicas of entire city districts built from a constant stream of data. In Helsinki, planners run simulations on these digital twins to test how new developments will impact everything from rush hour gridlock to a neighborhood's access to green spaces. Before a single shovel hits the ground, city managers can anticipate bottlenecks, stress test their infrastructure against floods or snowstorms, and fine-tune their investments to avoid unintended consequences. And yet, the hallmark of a truly smart city is not its ability to run at maximum efficiency. It is, instead, the quality of its listening, its commitment to hearing every voice, with special attention to those who are often left out when decisions are left to numbers alone. The spread of AI-driven automation is already streamlining many of the most labor-intensive, error-prone, or tedious facets of municipal work. License and permit approvals, once notorious for their bureaucratic snail's pace, move swiftly now through automated document checks and identity verification systems. In New York, experiments with AI-powered traffic signal optimization have cut travel times across busy corridors, reducing both commuter frustration and urban emissions. Public safety agencies increasingly rely on pattern recognition tools to analyze crime trends or to dispatch emergency responders to likely hotspots before calls come in. AI systems triage the thousands of daily citizen service requests, matching complaints or concerns to the right department before a human even picks up the phone. Utility usage tracking, billing, and even shut-off warnings are increasingly managed by digital systems rather than by field staff making rounds. Each of these saves time and cuts cost, but the savings come with new risks. When left unchecked, algorithms can amplify the very inequalities cities exist to redress. A predictive policing tool trained only on historic arrest data may send more officers into neighborhoods already burdened by surveillance and suspicion, deepening mistrust. Dynamic pricing for water or power, if not transparently designed, can place an outsized burden on marginalized communities. Efficiency in service is not justice. Without intentional oversight, well-meaning automation can become a new source of blind spots and bias. This is why the most forward-looking cities are reshaping their approach. In San Francisco, for example, city IT leaders have appointed dedicated teams to audit algorithms for equity, not just speed. The city's 311 chatbot, while a marvel of automation, is monitored by bilingual support staff to ensure that language minorities receive fair and personalized help. Instead of replacing humans, these systems free up employees for the creative, compassionate, and boundary-crossing work that technology cannot touch. For the public servants on the front lines, the texture of work is already changing. Imagine a caseworker who receives not just a caseload, but timely AI alerts flagging families at growing risk, drawing from data streams across housing, schools, and health clinics. With this knowledge, outreach can begin before a crisis hits. City planners, staring at vast maps, can use real-time simulations to examine the spillover effects of proposed zoning amendments, testing density, access, and environmental impact before setting new rules in stone. Public health officials, perhaps in the wake of a mysterious uptick in ER admissions, can use AI-detected anomalies in hospital and wastewater data to identify the early signs of disease outbreaks, enabling preemptive action, not frantic response. In social services, coordinators rely on predictive assessments to rank outreach and schedule home visits with greater relevance, ensuring the most vulnerable are not left on the margins. These augmented roles are not about less human involvement, but rather about making city work more proactive, responsive, and humane. AI is no substitute for community insight, but it is a powerful amplifier. Take, for example, the way Copenhagen now designs its public housing, incorporating AI-driven analysis of walkability, school proximity, and pollution data, but always cross-referencing recommendations with local councils and neighborhood associations to ensure the numbers make sense to real lives. As city systems become more complex, new professions arise at the intersection of urbanism, technology, and ethics. Urban AI designers are now among the most sought-after minds in city planning firms, expected to harmonize real-time data flows with the long arc of civic goals. Smart infrastructure stewards keep watch over transit and utility algorithms, balancing the promise of machine learning with the need for public oversight and ethical deployment. Public safety analysts meticulously scrutinize AI-powered interventions for patterns of bias, regularly stress-testing them for fairness and effectiveness. Citizen engagement architects are busy building digital platforms that make it possible for residents to provide feedback, flag problems, and help shape budgets, all while bolstering transparency and trust. Transparency itself is now a standalone job. In global cities like London and Toronto, AI transparency officers serve as watchdogs, tasked not only with explaining why a city's system made a particular decision, but with opening the black box of automation to public scrutiny and review. Meanwhile, digital permit advisors act as guides through online bureaucracy, ensuring that vulnerable residents, immigrants, or those with limited technology access can still navigate the digital hallways of city government with dignity, not frustration. The social sector is seeing a similar evolution. AI-enabled caseworkers are those rare public servants who wield predictive tools judiciously, always guided by real relationships and local knowledge. New public health signals analysts translate obscure digital trends, perhaps a spike in Google symptom searches or a subtle uptick in pharmaceutical sales, into actionable early warnings, giving cities precious time to mobilize resources. Climate adaptation planners, using scenario-building algorithms, play a vital role in designing infrastructure that can withstand the wild swings of weather that now define the 21st century city. And overseeing all this technological procurement are specialists who ensure weak or biased tools don't make it to the public ledger, refusing to let the allure of shiny hardware undermine deeper community priorities. If there is a golden thread running through all these roles, it is a core democratic value. To be seen is to belong. No amount of computation can replace the act of knocking on a door and listening to a resident struggling to access new digital systems, or sitting beside a family overwhelmed by emergency repairs or uncertain rent. AI might be able to flag a service gap, but it cannot feel the stories behind those gaps. The frustration of a single mom navigating 3 bus transfers with 2 children, or a teenager hoping for a safe park in their neighborhood. Municipal work, at its best, is messy, personal, and rooted in lived experience. This is exactly what makes it indispensable. For public servants, the faces and names behind the window at City Hall, the voices on the phone in times of crisis, the custodians picking up fallen leaves in the park, the future is not about ceding ground to automation. Rather, it is about augmentation. You will remain the face of municipal government, the neighbor who listens, the problem solver who makes the city work not just for most, but for all. Your tools may become smarter, but your most vital skill remains unchanged: caring. The ability to see, hear, and honor those you serve is what makes city life truly civilized. Cities that lead in AI will not be those with the most dazzling sensor networks or the slickest digital twins. Leadership will come from those cities with the most compassionate people guiding, governing, and sometimes overruling automated systems in favor of what is fair and just. This is the heartbeat of urban life. This is equity in action, powered and protected by the irreplaceable wisdom and humanity of the people who serve. Chapter 28: The Future of Work in Transportation. Transportation has always been more than a means. It is a promise. It is what makes possible a child's first adventure on a yellow school bus, a grandmother's daily ride to see her doctor, or the global orchestration that brings fresh fruit to a corner shop in the dead of winter. The lines of subway tracks, the ribbons of highways, the humming air corridors crisscrossing our skies, each is a thread connecting lives and livelihoods. In the great tapestry of any civilization, transportation forms the connective tissue. It shapes communities, propels economies, and embodies our collective belief in movement as a basic right. Now, standing at a crossroads, the transportation sector finds itself swept up in a technological revolution, one as profound as the advent of the steam engine or the Model T. Artificial intelligence is accelerating change not just in how fast things and people move, but in who gets to move, where, and how. These next years will decide whether the gains from smarter systems are shared or segregated, whether we build not simply new roads, but new futures. Already, AI has begun to touch nearly every aspect of the journey. In the world's leading cities, it's no longer unusual to hail an autonomous ride. San Francisco's foggy, winding streets host Waymo and Cruise vehicles, shuttling passengers with no driver at the wheel, guided instead by vigilant sensors and millions of hours of digital driving experience. In Singapore, entire bus fleets run semi-autonomously during late-night hours, adjusting speed and routes as they learn from real-time traffic, street conditions, and crowd data. Meanwhile, logistics giants like UPS and FedEx depend on complex routing algorithms to schedule thousands of daily deliveries, optimizing for weather, congestion, and time-sensitive cargo, with AI adjusting the game plan in seconds in response to an unexpected highway closure or a sudden spike in demand. Behind the scenes, the infrastructure itself is becoming sentient. In London, adaptive traffic lights adjust their rhythms minute by minute, based not only on current conditions, but on predictive models that account for festival traffic, school holidays, and even the weather's effect on pedestrian flows. Sensors embedded in the pavement monitor wear and tear and alert maintenance teams before a pothole appears. Across Germany's rail network, predictive analytics spot early signals of mechanical stress, giving crews lead time to repair trains or tracks before small issues escalate into delays for thousands. Then there's the new aerial frontier. Drone fleets span from the urban test zones of Dallas to remote Rwandan villages, where pilot programs use AI-guided drones to deliver blood and critical medicines in places where roads are impassable. Cameras mounted on these drones do double duty, monitoring traffic from above, searching for accident hotspots, and even helping manage disaster recovery when floods sever conventional routes. These aerial networks, once a fantasy of science fiction, are now quietly joining the backbone of public mobility. For all their marvel, these systems thrive when people remain wisely at the center. Transportation has never been more efficient or data-driven, but the industry also realizes that machines, no matter how smart, haven't cracked the code of unpredictability. Real life is filled with gray zones. A sudden snowstorm, a frightened child boarding a bus for the first time, a protest rerouting supply trucks through neighborhoods with unique demands and sensitivities. AI excels at the highly structured aspects of transportation. Optimizing delivery routes, for example, is almost tailor-made for machine intelligence. The biggest e-commerce retailers rely on real-time logistics platforms that update themselves every few seconds, picking the fastest, cheapest, and most sustainable connections for their sprawling global supply chains. Dynamic fleet dispatch ensures that taxis and ride-hail drivers are clustered near where demand will soon spike, not just where it's currently centered. Autonomous vehicle systems perform remarkably well in environments designed for consistency. Airport shuttles with fixed stops, campus buses moving at slow speeds, and delivery robots on mapped-out sidewalks. Likewise, AI is transforming public transit operations. City agencies use algorithms to adjust subway and bus schedules on the fly, swapping out vehicles or drivers as patterns shift. Dynamic pricing models let train companies in Japan, or even the New York City Metro, ease congestion at peak times by changing fares in response to demand. Meanwhile, fleets of freight vehicles now self-diagnose, using sensor data to alert mechanics when oil is low or tire pressure irregular, cutting breakdowns and keeping goods moving smoothly. Yet, transportation is an industry defined by the unpredictable. It's not only about shuttling thousands or millions through orderly networks, it's about handling the messy realities of everyday life. The best AI in the world cannot always untangle the frozen complexity of a gridlocked intersection when a parade collides with a water main break and protesters take to the street. Algorithms may never fully account for the elderly passenger who needs just a little extra time to board, the cyclist with a broken chain in the path of an oncoming bus, or the harried parent whose missed connection might mean an hour-long walk home. This is where human expertise is not lessened by AI, but elevated. Transit planners, for example, don't just build routes. They use simulation models to study ridership behavior and adapt service to shifting needs before bottlenecks occur. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York now harnesses vast pools of data, ridership history, real-time crowding, service alerts, to tweak schedules and even redesign subway maps. Planners can test 10 variations in a morning that would have taken months to analyze by hand. But the insights gathered from surveys, community meetings, and decades spent observing lived reality remain irreplaceable, devastating when ignored, indispensable when integrated with digital forecasts. Logistics coordinators at major retailers or humanitarian aid organizations now manage supply chains supported by AI that predicts weather, detects route bottlenecks, and allocates resources in minutes. But even the best tools sometimes collide with the unpredictable. A customs standstill, a fuel shortage, a waterway unexpectedly iced over. In such moments, experienced staff rely on years of negotiation, instinct, and social navigation to find alternate solutions. They manage not just containers and miles, but also people's hopes, fears, and trust. On the asphalt and in the control tower, traffic controllers and operators face a similar reality. Today's predictive dashboards can preempt congestion before it manifests, recommending tunnel closures or suggesting express bus bypasses. But when multiple emergencies descend, say a crash on the bridge and an ambulance weaving through downtown, the final calls still rest with humans. In those moments, discretion, empathy, and improvisation remain vital. As automation multiplies, entirely new job categories are springing up. In Arizona and California, where self-driving vehicle pilots crisscross the streets, specialized operations leads oversee real-time fleet supervision, ready to intervene if a car faces an ambiguous situation. A sudden road closure, a stray animal, a child chasing a ball. Human presence. Navigators hover remotely, able to take control or make judgment calls whenever a split-second moral decision is required. Analysts, once siloed in logistics or tech departments, are now deployed as logistics optimizers, blending algorithmic insights with human priorities. On the software frontier, digital route designers create adaptive travel paths informed by floods, construction, sporting events, and the changing needs of cities and towns. As gaps in access persist, mobility equity analysts dig into data, fighting to close the divides that too often separate wealthy neighborhoods with multiple transport options from underserved communities that depend on a single, unreliable bus. With the rise of drone delivery and urban air mobility, whole new layers of management are emerging. Drone traffic coordinators run airspace operations, negotiating priority for emergency medicine versus commercial shipments. Safety escalation controllers define the protocols for human override, ensuring that a drone or a robotic truck never puts convenience ahead of schoolyard or hospital safety. Resilience simulation managers devise disaster scenarios, a flooded subway, a cyber attack on the traffic light grid, and help cities and companies rehearse how to keep society moving in the worst of times. Through all of this, the distinctly human capacity for judgment and care remains the industry's greatest asset. Sure, AI can predict the length of a delay, but it cannot ease the frustration of a passenger left waiting without explanation. It can reroute traffic away from a closed bridge, but it cannot know that a single detour might be devastating for an elderly rider or a family whose only affordable commute just got longer and more complicated. A drone may land with surgical precision, but it cannot make the nuanced decision to reroute in the presence of a playground or comfort the people witnessing a strange, buzzing machine descend from the sky. Transportation, fundamentally, is about trust. Every timetable, every crossing signal, every delivery depends on mutual understanding, a pact that society invests in the safe, reliable movement of bodies and goods. When that trust is broken, no algorithm can restore it overnight. The industry's future depends, above all, on those who can blend technical mastery with wisdom, care, and the courage to make hard choices when the unexpected appears. If you're part of the transportation world, your work is only growing more complex and, paradoxically, more meaningful. You're not just an operator or a planner, you shape how cities breathe, how rural towns connect, and how societies respond to challenge or change. You design systems that are not just fast, but fair, not just optimized for cost, but resilient in the face of disaster and disruption. You hold not only the keys to vehicles, but to possibility itself. As we move into an era of automated vehicles, smart infrastructure, and AI orchestration, the journey is not just about moving people and goods more quickly. It's about shaping who gets to move, whose needs are prioritized, and what kind of futures our children will inherit. If AI is the engine of this new era, human wisdom is the compass. Consider a bustling city on a rainy Thursday morning as autonomous buses and delivery vans weave through flooded streets. Sensors on bridges and train tracks send warnings to central control rooms. Algorithms spring into action, rerouting traffic, adjusting train frequencies, even dispatching drones to check for downed trees that might block emergency access. But amid the whir of machines and the churn of code, it's the station attendant who calms a frazzled commuter who missed their connection, and the dispatcher who decides on the fly to hold a late bus so school children aren't stranded in the storm. In these moments, no machine can replace empathy, discretion, or the quiet authority of experience. The future landscape of transportation will see the rise of teams where data strategists and mobility equity advocates work side by side. Infrastructure planners will assess not just the volume of traffic, but the lived reality of those who travel. Does a new bike path connect to neighborhoods in need, or is it just a trophy for a wealthy district? equity doesn't come pre-installed in an algorithm. It must be intentionally built into the system by people dedicated to seeing the unseen and serving the underserved. We are also witnessing the expansion of training and education for workers who must partner with AI. Fleet operators learn not only how to handle sophisticated dashboards, but also how to intervene if an automated system misinterprets a hazard. Mobility analysts, trained in both computer science and social science, will be the next generation of problem solvers, those uniquely able to bridge the newest technical advances with time-honored knowledge of human habits and local context. Society's highest ambitions for transportation remain what they have always been: connection, freedom, and opportunity. The questions that matter, the ones that surpass even the most advanced predictive models, are enduring ones. Who has access to mobility? How do we ensure no community is left isolated by the march of innovation? Who stands ready to answer the call when the system stutters and the world waits? In the end, the most meaningful journey will be the partnership between technology and people. Those who work in transportation in the years ahead will find their skills, empathy, and creativity more valuable than ever. Their challenge is no longer just to keep the world moving, but to reimagine what's possible. In the automated age, we don't just need better vehicles. We need better stewards, people who recognize that every safe arrival, every well-timed connection, is a victory for humanity itself. As we look to a future of self-driving convoys and aerial delivery swarms, let's remember, the most advanced traffic control system is still measured by the mother carrying groceries home, the nurse catching a pre-dawn train, the child waving at passing truckers from a backseat window. The real progress in transportation will always be made, not just in hardware and code, but in the collective commitment to moving possibility, for everyone, everywhere, with care. Chapter 29: The Future of Work in Industrial and Manufacturing Sectors. Factories are more than mechanisms of production, they are foundries of possibility. For generations, manufacturing has been the engine of prosperity, igniting towns and regions, shaping the fortunes of families, and connecting local creativity to the limitless reach of global supply chains. The echoes of the Industrial Revolution still resonate in every hiss of compressed air, every gleam of assembly line steel. Each chapter of manufacturing innovation has been a story of invention, of relentless progress. The steam press, the assembly line, the robot arm, the computer-nested process. Now we find ourselves at the opening of a new chapter, authored not just by engineers and entrepreneurs, but by algorithms and artificial intelligence. The new machines don't simply turn wrenches or weld seams, they learn. They analyze, decide, and predict. Yet, for all their sophistication, these systems still look toward humans for vision, for meaning, and for the stewardship of the future. The factory of tomorrow will not run itself, at least not meaningfully. It will depend, perhaps more than ever, on the intelligence, intuition, and values of those who work inside its gates. The impact of AI on manufacturing is already profound. In modern plants from Detroit to Dongguan, predictive maintenance platforms trawl billions of machine signals, spotting signs of wear or misalignment months before a part would otherwise fail. Downtime, once an expensive and unpredictable nemesis, is now something that can be forecasted, budgeted for, and in many cases, averted altogether. On the factory floor, computer vision systems, arrays of cameras paired with neural networks, inspect products at a speed and accuracy that would strain the eyes and patience of any human quality inspector. Defects are flagged in real time, sometimes with a nuance that only comes from ingesting hundreds of thousands of images, both perfect and flawed. Robotics, long a part of the industrial landscape, have taken on new roles as well. No longer limited to repetitive and solitary tasks, today's autonomous robots operate within dynamic environments, handling complex assembly, hazardous materials, or surgical-level precision workflows. In a German automotive plant, for instance, robots learn from their human counterparts, mimicking delicate tasks like the insertion of wiring harnesses that previously defied automation. These robots pass their lessons on to each other, sharing best practices, so to speak, in a digital apprenticeship. At a wider level, manufacturers deploy digital twins, virtual replicas of their entire operations. These sophisticated models are more than just simulations. They are living mirrors that adapt to real-time data, enabling decision-makers to test changes, say, altering a production process or introducing a new part design, before committing to costly changes in the physical world. Alongside, AI-powered forecasting models monitor everything from raw material inventory in Brazil to spikes in consumer demand in Berlin, allowing factory schedules to flex and pivot with global events. As efficiency and precision soar, so too does the demand for new dimensions of human oversight and creativity. The shop floor may now hum with the cadence of machines, but guiding them are dashboards that aggregate insights, prompt questions, and request decisions. Consider the once traditional role of the line supervisor. Today, supervisors don't simply watch for stoppages. They monitor a suite of AI-driven indicators that surface anomalies in throughput even before any bottleneck becomes visible. With these tools at their disposal, supervisors shift from managing incidents after the fact to optimizing for performance in real time. It's a movement from control to orchestration, from putting out fires to conducting symphonies of efficiency. Process engineers, too, are reaching new heights. Before a change ever reaches the conveyor belt, engineers simulate outcomes using AI, tweaking processes in digital space until they're confident the new approach will work not only in theory but in practice. When changes do go live, every data stream, speed, accuracy, defect rates, is monitored and mapped, providing a granular view of improvement or highlighting unanticipated areas for further refinement. Plant managers find their job more multidimensional than ever. Beyond balancing production targets, safety logs, and maintenance schedules, they now coordinate entire zones where humans and robots collaborate. These collaboration zones are not just about productivity. They are case studies in workplace culture, trust, and morale. Robots may never tire, but humans do, both physically and emotionally. A manager's new mandate is to ensure that efficiency does not come at the cost of dignity, well-being, or safety. Some of the best-run plants today are those where union representatives, engineers, and AI ethicists meet routinely to debate everything from sensor privacy to overtime protocols. Of course, certain tasks have become ripe for automation. Visual quality control, once a laborious stretch of long shifts filled with repetitive checks, is now largely delegated to high-resolution cameras trained by AI to detect microscopic flaws. Equipment calibration, energy optimization, and schedule management are similarly converted into digital routines, each task rule-bound, data-driven, and easier for software to optimize. Supply chain inventory is tracked not by hand, but by autonomous drones that scan warehouse shelves, providing up-to-the-minute inventory counts that help eliminate both shortages and overstock. The promise here is clear. Freed from repetitive, error-prone duties, human workers can invest their time in higher-level tasks that demand judgment and adaptability. But the most exciting transformation is not what's ending, it's what's being created. For every role that is streamlined or delegated to a machine, new professions emerge in their place, reflecting a more sophisticated, resilient, and ethical industrial workforce. In one leading aerospace factory, human-robot interaction supervisors now safeguard the seamless collaboration of people and automated systems. Their job isn't just technical, they manage safety, ensure ethical treatment of workers, and nurture trust on the floor. Predictive maintenance analysts interpret AI outputs, crafting schedules for repairs before breakdowns ever threaten a production target. In supply chain control towers, AI strategists orchestrate just-in-time logistics with the agility to react to everything, from port closures in Shanghai to sudden spikes in demand during a viral social media storm. As digital fabrication methods like 3D printing and generative manufacturing move from prototype to mainstream, new leads oversee fleets of machines that can fabricate parts at the touch of a button, often with complex geometries that defy traditional tooling. These roles demand a blend of artistry and engineering, a comfort with both software and spanners. Sustainability, once treated as a compliance box to check, now sits at the center of operations. Every major industrial player must monitor waste, emissions, and energy usage in real time, often with help from AI-based controllers. Model-driven quality inspectors validate not just whether machines have caught a defect, but whether the line's overall quality, efficiency, and environmental impact are improving. As plants become more sensor-laden and data-rich, a new cadre of industrial data cleaners emerges, professionals committed to ensuring the accuracy, privacy, and security of operational data. Mistakes here aren't trivial. Flawed data can reverberate through supply chains and sabotage even the best AI deployments. No less important are the process ethics officers, charged with ensuring that automated systems enhance, not undermine, workplace safety, labor rights, and environmental standards. These advisors meet with managers and frontline staff alike, listening for emergent concerns about bias, surveillance, or morale. Their mission is simple: protect the human core of the factory, even as the hardware grows smarter. All these innovations are connected, physically, between the machines and cloud-based AI engines, philosophically, between the pursuit of progress and the imperative of responsibility. Engineers known as cyber-physical system coordinators now keep the digital and material worlds in dialogue, managing everything from cloud updates to on-the-floor emergency backups. In every advanced factory, there are also upskilling program architects, learning designers, trainers, and HR leaders who craft world-class education for workers adapting to new realities. From AR-powered maintenance tutorials to digital safety walkthroughs, these programs keep the entire workforce in sync with a rapidly shifting future. It is tempting to see all this complexity as a threat to the human role. After all, machines can run 24/7, never need a break, and never file for overtime. But the story unfolding on the factory floor is different. AI can detect a defect, but it cannot tell when a veteran worker's intuition senses that something's off. It can recommend process optimizations, but it cannot weigh the costs of speed against the well-being, mental, physical, and communal, of a team working under stress. It can schedule tasks down to the second, yet it cannot coach a worker through a difficult shift, nor nurture the pride that keeps morale high and quality even higher in the face of adversity. Factories are indeed becoming intelligent, but intelligence is not wisdom. Machines may monitor safety, but only humans can weigh the moral calculus of a cut corner or a production shortcut. Ethics in automation is not something you can program once and walk away from. It requires people, watchful, engaged, and empowered, to challenge decisions and advocate for the well-being of all. Today, if you work in manufacturing or the industrial sector, your role is not disappearing. It is evolving. You are no longer just an extension of the machine. You are becoming its conscience, its designer, and its steward. Your insight ensures the heartbeat of production aligns with broader imperatives: the dignity of people, the stewardship of the planet, and the unfolding promise of meaningful progress. The future of manufacturing rests on making not just more things, but making better things, crafted with purpose, built for resilience, and designed to serve. The next generation of factories doesn't just need AI, it needs human wisdom, courage, and creativity. That's a future worth building together. Chapter 30. The Future of Irreplaceable Human Work. Not everything in this world can be automated, and when we pause to think deeply, we realize, perhaps to our relief, that not everything should be. We have journeyed through the corridors of industries shaken by the winds of artificial intelligence, busy hospitals where algorithms assist in diagnosis, bustling logistics centers humming with automated routing, the digital pulse that now helps design the very bones of our cities. With each stride, we have marveled at the feats of machines, software parsing unimaginable seas of data, sensors orchestrating flows in places both grand and invisible. And yet, through all of this, a central, unyielding truth persists. Some work still remains, unchallenged, at the very heart of the human story. This work belongs to us because it is rooted in the qualities that make us undeniably human: trust, empathy, presence, moral discernment, and the search for meaning. These are not simply job requirements or items on a RE9 resume. They are woven into the foundation of what it means to care for and be cared for by others. AI may be able to mimic our words, forecast our behaviors, and conjure strikingly beautiful art on a screen. It may even surprise us with its facility for cleverness and mimicry, but it cannot feel shame or pride, it cannot tremble with courage, and it cannot love. Machines will never know what it is to sit wordless at a bedside, to witness another's grief and meet it not with a solution, but with steadfast presence. A computer might recognize distress, yet only a person can offer the healing touch of compassion or the silent understanding that sustains us in loss. Consider the counselor who listens to a teenager's uncertainties, not just by parsing keywords, but by sensing the barely perceptible tremor in a voice or the averted gaze. Reflect on the nurse whose gentle joke diffuses a moment of fear before a daunting procedure, or the chaplain who stands shoulder to shoulder with a stranger in the dark hours of night, not to explain suffering, but simply to accompany it. These are not sidebars or sentimental add-ons to the economy. They are the very foundation that supports all other work. There remain, and will always be, certain professions, from the quiet patience of teachers and caregivers, to the first responders' brisk courage, to the poet's invitation to imagine anew, that neither complexity nor code can ever truly replace. They survive not because they are technically inscrutable, but because they are emotionally sacred. Through these pages, we have explored 100 such roles, a mosaic that cuts across continents, cultures, and industries. What binds these tasks together is not just the knowledge that comes from instruction manuals, but the wisdom that emerges from lived experience. It is the intuition that flickers in a firefighter's mind when chaos reigns, a sense honed by years, impossible to document, but undeniable in its usefulness. It is the teacher's ability to notice the child who grows silent when his world grows too heavy, or the hospice worker's patience in sitting through an hour of quiet, honoring a life soon to depart. Here, decisions are not made by reference to data alone. They are forged, often in real time, through relationship, discernment, and an open heart. Ours is an age often infatuated with efficiency, with the seductive promise that problems can be solved by increasing speed or scale. But the wisest organizations of the future will remember that some values simply cannot be measured by output or optimized for profit. The future, contrary to so much hype, is not a battle between humans and machines. It is a partnership, and all true partnerships have a leading partner. That leader must be us, the one who can step back, weigh the immeasurable, and ask not only can we, but should we. This will require us, as societies, to envision our worth differently. We must learn to value the professions of care and stewardship with as much admiration and compensation as we value those who write code or balance accounts. To train our children not just in STEM, but in resilience, listening, empathy, and the art of storytelling. Our greatest advances in artificial intelligence should not come at the expense of our unique gifts. They should inspire us to double down on them. We must design systems that do not simply reward the statistically efficient, but elevate the uniquely human. For it is in our ability to inspire, to connect, to nurture, and to learn together that we build resilient workplaces and communities. So what does this mean for you? You may never write a line of code, nor guide a learning algorithm through its paces, but you harbor inside yourself something no machine ever will: the slow accretion of perspective earned over years, the ability to take the long view, to place today's breakthrough in the context of yesterday's heartache. You have a conscience that can wrestle with ambiguity and a wellspring of imagination that can turn routine into revelation. You can connect across barriers, find the word that heals a wound, invent a ritual that converts ordinary moments into milestones. You, unlike any system, can comfort, can decide, can create meaning. Your job may change. In fact, it almost certainly will. Yet the more important question is what human work you will choose in response. Will you stand as the teacher who helps children discern truth in a world full of algorithmic illusions? Will you become the coach who guides others through reinvention, long after the old rules have faded? Will you choose to be the healer who tends to unseen wounds, the maker whose handiwork bears the imprint of memory, the bridge builder who brings people together when uncertainty frays the ties that bind? The future sketched by these questions cannot be downloaded or outsourced. It calls us to reclaim our place as creators of culture, meaning, and hope. This chapter, in many ways, is less a conclusion than an invitation. It is your chance to choose purpose in a new age, not as a reaction to machines, but as an embrace of what only humans can give. As we step forward, side by side with our inventions, let the algorithms be fast and accurate and helpful. But let us resolve to be the ones who care, who imagine, who serve, who lead. For the highest calling of the future of work is not to outpace the machine, but to show up with humanity when it matters most. In doing so, we transform being human from a vulnerability into our greatest unshakable strength. Part 5. Concluding Ideas and Opportunities. Chapter 31. Becoming the Future Human. This book was never meant to prophesize a world stripped bare by machines or to stoke the anxieties that too often dominate our visions of technology's ascent. From the outset, we set out not to chart a dystopia or a sterile mechanistic future, but to remind you, and ourselves, that the coming years remain defined by those who choose to show up as fully human. The rapid advances of artificial intelligence have indeed shaped our headlines and haunted our boardrooms, but underneath the tumult, there flows a deeper current. Ours is not just an era of machines, it is an inflection point for what it means to be human. At the dawn of this exploration, fear echoed through the conversation. There was fear of being replaced, fear of becoming irrelevant, and fear that the quietly humming, calculating logic of AI would eventually crowd out every trace of our warmth, intuition, and spirit. History has always greeted its major crossroads with such fear, when looms automated weaving, when assembly lines made artisans anxious, or when computers first reduced reams of handwritten ledger books to bytes. But as before, these fears tell only half the story. Change always unsettles, but it also liberates. Under the surface panic lies the beginnings of a realization. This isn't the end of human work. Instead, it is the beginning of a new valuation, a chapter in which human worth is not erased, but reimagined. For centuries, the meaning of work was inextricably tied to duty. People worked to survive, to provide, to gain the status required by their societies, or simply to fulfill the silent expectations inherited from family, community, and country. More often than not, the reward was measured in stability, which sometimes came at the price of monotony. Most found themselves asking, "What must I do?" rather than, "What do I want to create?" As intelligent systems now shoulder the burdens of predictability and repetition, humans are granted a rare and radical opportunity, the freedom to seek meaning in new places. The question before us is profoundly different from the one our forebears wrestled with. What am I, and what might I do now, with space to pursue what truly matters? This shift ushers in a new relationship with work itself. Imagine if we saw work not just as wage-earning necessity, but as a means of growth, a path toward becoming more fully alive and attuned to what is essential in ourselves and others. Imagine if jobs were less about fulfilling bureaucratic requirements or chasing dollar signs, and more about evolving into richer expressions of our best qualities. The era we are entering challenges us to discard centuries-old definitions of labor as mere survival and instead embrace the wild hope that work can become a vehicle for flourishing. To step into the role of what we might call the future human is not simply to race to keep pace with technological progress. It is, more profoundly, to pause and look inward, to ask how you might lead with your humanity rather than with your credentials or a list of skills soon to be digitized. It is to hold fast to the practices and qualities that no machine, however advanced, will ever be able to duplicate. A machine can process a mountain of data in the blink of an eye, summarize a thick technical report, or trade lines of conversation over a chatbot interface. But it cannot feel awe at a painting or ambiguity at a crossroads. It cannot experience the quiet ache of longing, the trembling hope of first love, or the holy patience required to hold space for another's grief or uncertainty. The AI may seem eloquent and even clever, but it will never know what it feels like to wrestle with confusion, to stand beside a friend in mourning, or to inspire hope in a weary heart when the world seems cold. That inheritance remains solely ours. To flourish in the age of AI, to truly thrive, will require us to embrace the gifts within ourselves that cannot be automated: our empathy, our moral compass, our imagination, and above all, our courage to stand at the edge of what is unknown and to take a step anyway. Adaptability, often minimized as a soft skill, rises now as the indispensable human advantage, the capacity not just to shift with change, but to shape it, to lead it, and to infuse it with meaning. This transformation does not rest solely with individuals. Organizations, too, must evolve if they hope to succeed in the world being born. The companies that will thrive in the next era will not merely boast the fastest servers or the leanest workflows. Instead, they will learn to be more deeply, courageously human. This requires them to design roles that draw out and elevate strengths such as creative thinking, empathy, problem-solving, and relationship-building, not simply patchwork solutions to technology's gaps, but as centerpieces of their cultures. Training programs must become living learning environments, spaces where curiosity is kindled and personal growth is nurtured, not squeezed into the margins after high-output days. In this world, artificial intelligence operates not as a silent competitor, but as an amplifier, a set of tools that clears the way for people to do their best, most meaningful work. Leadership itself is being redefined. No longer will the best leaders be those who simply extract output or tighten the reins of control. The truest measure of leadership in the future will be found in those who create the conditions for others to thrive, those who uplift, who inspire, who unlock purpose, and who nurture cultures in which every individual is seen as a co-creator of impact, not just another resource to be optimized. Our old hierarchies, even Maslow's famed pyramid of needs, are ripe for reimagining. Where once that ladder symbolized a solitary journey, each individual clawing towards self-actualization, often alone, there is now the possibility to redesign it as a collective scaffold. Imagine a workforce in which security is not conditional, but guaranteed by dignified work and fair wages. Picture the possibility of psychological safety being woven into the fabric of every team, so that people no longer fear being themselves at work, but are encouraged, even celebrated, for their uniqueness. Consider a world where recognition flows not only to those who meet performance targets, but to those who show up with presence, creativity, and care. Where personal growth is built into the very design of a role, so that every day on the job adds to a life rather than sapping it. Most importantly, let us make purpose not a perk, but the foundation upon which jobs are constructed. This is not wishful thinking or naive idealism. It is design thinking, applied boldly and compassionately to the human experience. In the age of AI, we do not rise as solitary figures scaling ladders alone. True progress will be collective, communal. We climb together or not at all. But such a world does not engineer itself. No matter your role, be you engineer or entrepreneur, student or caregiver, executive or essential worker, the invitation stands. You can challenge systems that reduce people to mere data points. You can help build technologies and organizations that prioritize human values over mere technical capability. You can mentor others, helping those around you navigate uncertainty with clarity, humility, and calm. You can advocate for broader inclusivity, forging workplaces and societies where dignity is the entitlement of all, not just the privileged few. And in all of this, you can choose each day to lead with your values rather than with your Arolansam ein or your outputs. The future of work is no longer just a story waiting to be told. It is a decision waiting to be made. Every day, with every small act of intention, you become an author of what comes next. We are on the cusp of a new renaissance, not one painted only with oil on canvas or written in computer code, but a renaissance of intention. The first blossoming of the Renaissance 5 centuries ago was not simply a flourish of invention and artistry. It was a recentering of human possibility, a belief that imagination, curiosity, and care could shift the world's foundations. Today, the tools are different, but the calling is the same. Let machines take on the repetitive, the hazardous, the soulless. But let us seize the freedom to reclaim work that is worth doing. Work that builds trust, forges meaning, nurtures hope, and dares to dream. It is easy to say we are entering the AI era, but the truer, more promising story is that we are entering the human era, an age whose greatness will not be measured by how many jobs machines replace, but by how many doors they open for lives to be lived more fully, authentically, and bravely. That vision is not theoretical. It is a choice made, moment by moment, by millions of people in all walks of life. It does not begin with a new application, a digital badge, or one more technological leap. It begins with a quieter question, one only you can answer. What will you do with the freedom to be more fully human? The machines are not arriving to replace us. They are, if we are wise, arriving to release us, to return us to what matters, to challenge us to become. And in that becoming lies the true, unfinished story of the future. Chapter 32. The Supply Chain. Reimagined. From fragile lines to human lifelines. For decades, the supply chain was a shadowy masterpiece, complex, interconnected, quietly reliable, and rarely the subject of public curiosity. It was the humming, hidden backbone of life, a tapestry of ships, trucks, warehouses, and spreadsheet models, deftly moving products from the ends of the earth into the hands of the waiting consumer. If supply chains appeared anywhere in conversation, it was as background, a technicality, never a headline. Until, of course, the headlines found them. The last few years pulled back the curtain and exposed the fragile nerves beneath the surface. Seismic shocks, a sudden pandemic, the standstill of ports, war and geopolitical strife, historic floods and wildfires made visible the truth few wanted to face. The supply chain wasn't just a business function. It was life support. When store shelves went bare or medicines perished in the cargo hold of a ship that could not dock, the abstract became painfully personal. Supply chains were revealed not only as logistical marvels, but as human lifelines, central to dignity and survival. We saw, with stark clarity, that when the complex machinery of global commerce stuttered, it wasn't the system that broke, but the fragile promise that the essential would always arrive. Our global logistics networks had, until that point, been built for speed. They were engineered to be lean and hyper-efficient. Just in time became the trophy phrase, a symbol of operational brilliance. Costs dropped, shelves filled, until, at a moment's notice, it all stopped. The invisible hands that kept the world ticking were suddenly too brittle to flex. One shock anywhere became a ripple everywhere. In this rupture was a lesson hiding in plain sight. Efficiency may get you through the good days, but resilience is what carries you through the storms. Now, with bruises still fresh and lessons learned in real time, the world is poised to build something better. A supply chain fit not merely for commerce, but for community and care. The goal is no longer to be fast and thin, but to become adaptive, robust, and above all, human in design. In this new era, disruption is not an enemy, but a teacher. It reminds us that the systems supporting modern life must be as flexible as they are formidable. We remember the old model, a linear symphony driven by heroic feats of late-night planning and manual intervention. Forecasts leaned heavily on what had come before. Managers huddled in boardrooms or war rooms, armed with spreadsheets, phone calls, and little more than instinct. Every handoff, each factory, port, truck, or customs broker, was a potential point of weakness, vulnerable to the unnerving unpredictability of weather, politics, or a virus hitching a ride across a border. And when failure came, it demanded human triage, reactive agility, and many sleepless nights. Then came AI, not, as many feared, a replacement for people, but a force multiplier. Suddenly, supply chains could come alive with real-time intelligence, simultaneously tracking an unfolding hurricane, a viral shopping trend exploding on social media, or the surge in demand triggered by a celebrity's endorsement. AI could forecast disruptions before they arrived, scanning the horizon through news feeds, satellite imagery, and market signals. Supply routes could be re-optimized in milliseconds, long before the first truck faced a detour. The low-level routine work, order fulfillment, basic scheduling, status update after status update, could be automated, liberating humans to focus on higher-order decisions demanding context, personality, and judgment. Guesswork gave way to knowledge, and reactive scrambling to predictive, purposeful adaptation. Yet, for all its sophistication, AI could only carry the baton so far. Algorithms deliver intelligence, but only people provide wisdom. It remains the irreplaceable role of human leaders to make choices not just for cost, but for culture, ethics, and community. In the future, the most valued roles in the supply chain will not be those who move boxes from point A to B, but those who shape and steward systems, resilience engineers simulating and stress testing networks for a future that will always surprise us. Ethical sourcing leads tracing every material and commodity to ensure business reflects our collective values, not just our appetites for more. Digital twin architects crafting detailed, dynamic models of entire supply ecosystems, granting teams the power to anticipate, tweak, and improve before small mistakes become big scandals. Risk translators, bridging the world of unpredictable geopolitics to concrete action, grounding volatility in human terms. And last-mile designers whose work acknowledges that the final leg of the journey isn't just a logistical detail, but a matter of trust and experience, especially when crisis strikes. These are not legacy jobs recast with new titles. They are the nascent careers of the future human, roles powered by intelligent machines but defined by judgment, empathy, and deep understanding. Imagine a global apparel company watching a storm form over a vital cotton-producing region. AI quickly flags a potential shortage, detects unexpected congestion at a critical shipping lane, and notes a sudden spike in online orders after a viral moment. Options are proposed, scenarios run in seconds. When political unrest threatens a key supplier overnight, AI can model alternative routes, weighing the pros and cons, expedited shipping at higher cost, or slower but more sustainable options. But only the human, armed with data but anchored to values, can decide what matters most. Is it speed, sustainability, preserving community, or maintaining the integrity of the brand? Machines can model. Only people can choose. This interplay reveals a hidden reality. Beneath our daily talk of efficiency and disruption, supply chains are ultimately about needs: food, medicine, heat, electricity. They represent the invisible hands that gently, or sometimes urgently, deliver the basics of life. If they falter, it is our base, our foundational layer of survival on Maslow's famous pyramid, that trembles. And when the foundation cracks, higher needs, security, belonging, meaning, falter with it. Supply chain professionals are not mere cogs working out of sight. They are frontline stewards of modern civilization's stability. Once, agility was the badge of honor. Move faster, pivot harder, cut closer to the bone. That ethos served its time. Now, resilience is what earns trust. Today's most enlightened organizations build redundancy not as a cost, but as an investment in possibility. This means spreading suppliers across regions, drafting contracts for flexibility rather than just efficiency, building real-time transparency into every partner and every node, and training teams to scenario plan and make judgments under genuine pressure. The mantra shifts, not to just in time, but to just in case, a model designed to absorb and adapt to surprise rather than shattering when it arrives. All this happens in a world that finally sees supply chains. The public now asks, why is clean water not reaching those in need? Where are the vaccines? How could bare shelves exist in a world so wealthy, so connected? These questions are healthy, even necessary. Every sourcing choice, every rerouted container, every delay now carries moral gravity. The supply chain has become not just a business machine, but a trust machine, reflecting our shared priorities in real time. This is the charge for anyone who works in logistics, procurement, planning, or distribution today. You are no longer simply moving pallets and paperwork. You are delivering security and dignity. You are shaping the story that tomorrow's systems will tell about fairness, foresight, and care. Whether you build digital twins, manage global vendors, or coordinate the quiet heroics of disaster response, you wield both data and intention, machine intelligence and moral clarity. The world is counting on you, not to merely bounce back from crisis, but to bounce forward, building supply chains that become stronger, fairer, and more human with every disruption they withstand. In the end, supply chains are a microcosm of the age of AI itself. Their future will be shaped not by the speed or cleverness of the technology alone, but by the courage and compassion of the people who guide it. The lifelines we build today will not only deliver goods, they will deliver hope. Chapter 33. Smart Cities. Designing for Intelligence and Integrity. Cities have always been one of humanity's audacious ideas. They are crucibles where stories collide, where commerce becomes transformation, and where innovation finds a physical home. From ancient capitals etched in stone to today's skylines etched in glass and steel, cities have served as our collective stages, chronicling centuries of striving, struggle, and wonder. Yet, in the rush to urban greatness, many cities now teeter under the weight of their own achievements. Aging infrastructure strains against ever-growing populations. The air thickens and the streets overflow as environmental stress collides with rising inequality. The very traits that made cities brilliant, density, diversity, relentless ambition, now threaten to break them. But within this structural and social crisis lies the possibility of reinvention, a rare chance to reimagine the city itself. The arrival of artificial intelligence into the machinery of urban life has given us more than a new toolkit. It has given us the chance not just to repair what's broken, but to create something better. Cities that are not only smart, but wise. But what does it mean for a city to be truly smart? Ask a city planner, and you'll be offered a thorough checklist. Traffic sensors in the pavement, responsive electric grids, autonomous garbage collection, and predictive maintenance for bridges and water pipes. To a citizen, the answers are more visceral: less time spent stuck in traffic, cleaner air, safer streets, and easier access to essential services. City leaders, meanwhile, may see smart cities as opportunities to inform every decision, public safety, budgeting, even festivals, with the clarity of data-driven insight. They are all correct in their own way, but each offers only a part of the whole. A smart city is not defined by the terabytes it collects, the sensors it hides, or even the efficiency it prizes. Instead, the real test of a smart city is whom it serves and what kind of lives it enables. When well conceived, the promise of urban intelligence comes alive. Buses reroute in real time to cut congestion and carbon emissions. Sensors can signal a failing bridge joint, averting disaster before tragedy strikes. Streetlights illuminate not on a timer, but with the intention of making every resident safe, especially the vulnerable, the elderly, and the unseen. City services become accessible in any language, and no one is left behind because of a barrier as simple as translation. Yet these powers come with dangers often overlooked amid the excitement. Intelligence can slip quietly into surveillance. Optimization can become exclusion. Efficiency, unchecked by empathy, risks erasing basic dignity. History warns us, every time we confuse data with wisdom or reduce citizens to data points, we risk building technocratic systems that may function, but fail, and even wound the spirit of the city. It is easy to believe that more data means better decision-making, but numbers have no conscience and algorithms know no compassion. The hazards are not theoretical. Predictive policing, built from historical data scarred by bias, can reinforce injustice rather than prevent harm. Facial recognition offered for safety can devolve into tools of social control, disproportionately harming the already marginalized. Automated systems for housing, benefits, or healthcare risk stripping away the human nuance, leaving residents at the mercy of decisions they cannot appeal or even understand. These are not failings of technology, but of leadership. The answer is not to expel AI from the city, but to recenter the human within every loop, every process. Trust does not reside within the code or the camera. Trust emerges in how we design these systems, who is invited to participate, and whose voice counts in both victory and error. The cities of the future will not be run by machines, but by a new generation of leaders who marry technical acumen with the moral clarity and empathy of the best civic stewards. These new roles are already taking shape. Urban AI ethicists labor to infuse digital policy with human rights and transparency. Civic data stewards hold the line between progress and privacy, ensuring personal information fuels good, but never exploitation. Digital equity strategists are charged with closing the chasm between those with and without access, from broadband and devices to digital literacy. Participatory technology designers ask not, how do we deliver services, but how do we invite citizens to co-create decisions? Resilience planners harness the power of AI to model urban shocks, natural disaster, economic crisis, and then lead citywide responses rooted in community, not just code. These are not jobs of the tech sector alone. They are trust jobs, fusing the disciplines of systems design, community organizing, and narrative storytelling. The future civic leader must be part architect, part social worker, and part servant. Glimmers of this vision are already real. In Barcelona, city leaders did not just digitize City Hall. They re-engineered the scaffolding of democracy itself. Through the Decidem platform, every resident is invited to help propose, debate, and co-author city budgets, laws, and plans. AI tools help organize and summarize the millions of inputs, but the power and responsibility remains in human hands. It is not simply transparency by proclamation, but co-creation through practical, daily engagement. Barcelona's living democracy flourishes because its residents help build the very system they are asked to trust. A city wired for intelligence but grounded in compassion can transform everyday experience. Imagine a public bus that reroutes during a protest, not to avoid inconvenience, but to ensure both commuters' journeys and demonstrators' safety. During a deadly heat wave, AI-powered alerts may mobilize emergency response, but teams still go door to door, checking on isolated elders, not just logging temperatures on a dashboard, but bringing bottles of water and company to those whose lives hang in the balance. A newcomer steps off a plane, greeted not with a maze of forms, but a multilingual chatbot that guides them at any hour to healthcare, housing, and the beginnings of belonging in their new home. Technology at its best in the city does not surveil, but supports. It reminds us that the most important software in any city is human empathy. Ultimately, the point of a smart city is not the pursuit of progress for its own sake, but the cultivation of lives made richer, safer, and more meaningful. Safety means more than surveillance. It is clean water, reliable electricity, and 911 calls answered in minutes. Belonging emerges in parks to walk through, street festivals that gather neighbors, and libraries with open doors for all. Esteem and purpose grow from spaces to create and the chance to earn a fair wage. Above all, from the sense that every resident can contribute their part to the story. When cities use technology to shore up our basic needs, we all can reach higher. The pyramid of human aspiration rises together. The revolution in smart cities is not about automation, it is about agency. We must move from seeing citizens as recipients of service to co-architects of the city's unfolding. Data donation becomes an act of personal sovereignty, not surrender. Policymaking opens up to resident participation, open dashboards making every budget or zoning decision legible and contestable. The resident is transformed from mere user to active shaper, from subject to architect. This is not science fiction. It is the logical, necessary next step in urban design. And so the future of cities is not fundamentally about machines and technology. It is, and always will be, about people. Asphalt and algorithms matter less than trust and solidarity, the ties that give a city meaning. The next urban renaissance will not be won by the city with the most sensors or the fastest connectivity, but by the one that most deeply commits to dignity, inclusion, and unwavering trust among its people. Smart cities are coming, yes, but wise cities, those where every resident's dignity is the ultimate measure of success, are the ones truly worth building. AI can help us manage our cities. Only humanity together can make them worth living in. Chapter 34, The Creative Commons, Redefining Art in the Age of AI. We are living through a creative awakening unlike anything humankind has ever seen, a moment when the power to shape new worlds, to capture emotion, and to share beauty is no longer constrained by the once formidable gates of expertise, access, or patronage. A single prompt is enough to summon poetry, music, images, and films from machines. The kind of artistry that once demanded orchestras, studios, or entire creative teams now shimmers into being at the fingertips of anyone armed with a question and a keyboard. This feels magical, and it is. Yet alongside the wonder comes a deep set of new questions about meaning, about originality, about the very core of what it means to be an artist or a storyteller. The evolution of our creative tools is not mere acceleration, it is a redefinition of creative identity itself. Because when everyone can generate something with only a gesture, the question quickly moves from how to make to why we make it all. Consider how the boundaries of creation have expanded. In the past, making art meant navigating barriers of cost, skill, and opportunity. A would-be novelist needed a publisher's permission and a supportive editor. Filmmakers required access to cameras, crews, and rarefied studios. Composers had to bridge the gap between imagination and the living sound of trained musicians. That architecture of access, for better or worse, filtered the creative output of whole generations. But the walls are falling. Now, with the help of machine learning, a writer facing a blank page can summon dialogue in seconds, test story arcs, and riff effortlessly through layers of narrator and voice. A painter needs only imagination and a generative image model to bring alternate realities to vibrant life. Animators can create without cameras, actors, or lights. Composers can orchestrate whole soundtracks, each note tailored to a mood or memory, all in the span of an afternoon. The boundary dividing the act of thinking from the act of making has nearly vanished. For the first time in human history, creation itself is instantly accessible. But in that abundance, a new challenge emerges. The scarcity has shifted. It is no longer enough to simply create. The world is awash in output. Now, discernment, intentionality, taste, discernment becomes the rarest gift. The artist's task begins to revolve less around invention and more around curation, meaning making and care. In this infinite stream, what matters is not how quickly or cleverly something can be made, but whether it carries the ember of human connection. This is the real shift, from the myth of lone genius to the rise of the creative curator, the guide, the conductor of meaning in a saturated landscape. The human chooses which image or sound evokes real memory, which line or sentiment lands with truth, which narrative or world speaks to the soul of a stranger. Machines can generate possibilities, but only people can recognize resonance. In such a world, the most powerful creators are not merely those who produce the most, but those who select, refine, and infuse their work with intention. A new creative class emerges, less defined by the tools in their hands than by the purpose guiding their choices. AI-enhanced storytellers navigate the tension between technological speed and the slow wisdom of lived experience. They know when to let the algorithm draft and when to interrupt with something only the heart can say. Others dedicate themselves to authenticity, ensuring that works reflect true diversity and honor cultural nuance. Some serve as mediators, blending the voices of audience and creator into interactive worlds that shift and evolve. A dialogue rather than a monologue in art. In a world of easy remixing and endless sharing, others uphold the rights of originators, crediting the spark that animates every homage or transformation. But more content does not guarantee more connection. As AI accelerates the act of making, saturation becomes the background noise of our time. What was once precious because it was rare can now be lost, because it is everywhere. That is why we so desperately need editors, critics, tastemakers, and feel-makers, those who can pause the scroll and say, this deserves your attention, this will move you. Even in the infinite commons, art remains measured not by quantity, but by impact. Journalism, perhaps more than any other creative field, embodies this new reality. AI can now draft headlines, summarize news events, animate synthetic voices, and fill feeds with ready-made narratives. Yet the essence of journalism is not in delivery, but in discernment. Machines can report facts, but it is the reporter, a steward of trust and context, who helps us see why events matter. In a world filled with synthetic realities, human voice and integrity only become more sacred. If you stand atop Maslow's pyramid and look past material comfort, what do you find? Not simply status or stability, but the urge to express, an inborn compulsion to turn emotion into form, to shape the invisible into something seen and felt, to leave evidence that I was here and this is what I imagined. AI has democratized that drive. No matter your background, you now possess the means to compose, illustrate, film, and share. This is an extraordinary advance, and one worth celebrating. Yet the heart of art, its vulnerability, its messiness, its identity, remains untouched by machines. Real value is born not in perfection, but in the stamp of personhood. Understand, every seismic shift in media has been received with panic. The printing press was scorned as a meddler. The camera called the death of art by the brush. The internet predicted as a sea of noise with no signal. Each fear missed the most important point. These ruptures open new public stages, new invitations to voices long ignored, and fresh opportunities for collaboration that would have been impossible in earlier eras. AI, for all its novelty, is only the latest tool in our ongoing history of reinvention. It can connect across languages, let more stories be told, and redefine what a creative team or audience can look like. What matters then is not the machine's capacity to make, but our capacity to use these tools, to expand, to refine, to surprise, to include, and to reveal. The real story is not whether AI can mimic art. The story is how we as humans will use AI to produce new forms, to make art that is braver, more inclusive, more emotionally true than before. When we succeed, we will make things that could not have existed without both human and machine, hand in hand. But as the Creative Commons expands, so does our collective responsibility. We must protect what is original, credit what is borrowed, elevate what is honest, and create not just for attention's sake, but for meanings. This moment is not about the death of art, but about its rebirth as a deeper, more purposeful act. As we face the next set of global challenges, be it the planet's health, social justice, or the sustaining systems of our future, we must carry forward the essential lesson of our creative transformation. Technology does not and cannot replace us. It illuminates what only we can do. It dramatically raises the bar, not for productivity, but for intention, vision, and the courage to leave a mark uniquely our own. Chapter 35. Climate Resilience, the Work of Regeneration. The greatest challenge of our time is not technological, it is existential. Rising seas are quietly redrawing coastlines. Fires sweep across forests that once stood tranquil for centuries, rivers wither, crops fail, and families are uprooted by homes that can no longer shelter them. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat reflected only in models or faraway news reports. It is all around us, in the air we breathe, the water we drink, the headlines we read, and the choices we make each day. Yet, amidst the urgency and heartbreak, a different kind of story is beginning to take shape. This story is not one of inevitable collapse, but of remarkable courage. It is not a tale of despair, but of design. Gradually, we are coming to see that the climate crisis is not only a test of policy or science, it is a test of our collective purpose. The answers we forge in response will redefine not just how we act, but how we lead, how we work, and what it means to live a life of meaningful contribution on this planet. For too long, much of our progress was built on a simple formula: take, make, and waste. We extracted what we needed from the earth, transformed it for our use, and discarded the rest, blithely assuming that nature would quietly absorb the bill. Sustainability taught us to slow the harm, to pull the brake on endless extraction. But regeneration goes further. It asks not simply, how do we do less damage? Instead, it asks, how do we restore what has been lost? How do we heal what has been wounded? How can our presence renew, not deplete, the places we call home? Now, with the rise of artificial intelligence, we wield tools previously unimaginable. These technologies open new possibilities, seeing planetary systems in all their dazzling complexity, modeling trajectories and outcomes that once lay hidden in chaos, and acting with a precision that crosses borders and disciplines. AI itself cannot care. It knows nothing of sorrow or hope. What it brings is clarity, an ability to illuminate patterns and suggest paths that human minds alone might struggle to see. It does not replace our role as stewards, but it sharpens our responsibility to decide wisely and act swiftly. We see remarkable examples unfolding. With precision agriculture, farmers can tend their fields plant by plant, drop by drop, conserving precious water while nurturing growing yields. Deep climate models peer decades into the future, giving governments time to act with foresight, not just urgency. Satellites equipped with intelligent vision scan sprawling woodlands, picking up the subtle signals of wildfire risk before even a wisp of smoke breaks the horizon. Smart grids orchestrate the dance of wind, sun, and demand, keeping cities alive while holding carbon emissions at bay. Even the elusive promise of transparency is within reach. Blockchain and AI-powered carbon tracking allow us to distinguish greenwashing from genuine progress. But let us be clear. Those tools alone are not our saviors. The real work remains profoundly human. It is about how we choose to design, decide, and direct these new powers toward a vision that stretches beyond profit toward restoration. The regenerative movement swells not in spreadsheets, but in the minds and hands of those reimagining what is possible. As this movement grows, entirely new forms of work are emerging. Whole disciplines and careers are taking shape around the task of healing, not extracting. There are climate data synthesists now, men and women who turn sprawling sets of raw numbers into stories that move policymakers and publics alike to action. Regenerative systems designers blend ecological wisdom with social equity and technology, crafting spaces where communities and landscapes thrive together. AI-driven conservationists use drones, sensors, and algorithms to protect forests and oceans, intervening with a careful ethical hand. Resilient infrastructure planners design roads, cities, and bridges for a future of floods, heat waves, and wildfires, not out of fear, but out of anticipatory wisdom. Climate adaptation facilitators walk with communities on the edge, helping them preserve their sense of self even as their environments are forced to transform. These are not theoretical jobs, they are essential work, growing more urgent and more widespread by the year. They are not meant to maintain a status quo that no longer serves us, but to dream into being a world that could be, and must be, different. Even at the height of computational possibility, there are boundaries that only human hands and hearts can cross. AI may tell us when to evacuate a vulnerable coastline, but it cannot carry the weight of memories rooted in that place, the ache of loss when heritage is swept away, or the burden of promises broken over generations. Algorithms might optimize energy supply chains, but they cannot answer. Who gets access first? Who is left behind? Who shoulders the hidden costs of convenience? These are questions sutured not with code, but with conscience. The climate crisis, in the end, is not a data problem, it is a values problem. While AI and data can illuminate options, only human beings can choose justice. Only we can decide whose voices are heard and whose futures are protected. This is why, though we build upon the scaffolding of new technology, the pen that writes our response must always remain in human hands. This struggle, too, is deeply personal. It echoes through the entire hierarchy of human needs. Climate disruption erodes every layer of Maslow's pyramid, from food and shelter to safety, community, and purpose. Yet, the regenerative movement begins to build those layers anew. Community adaptation, forged in the face of adversity, brings people together and cultivates a sense of belonging. The new era of green jobs offers paychecks, yes, but also dignity, a sense of mission and meaning in the work itself. To serve as a steward is to find not just purpose, but transcendence, the knowledge that your efforts may plant trees under whose shade you will never sit, but future generations will. This movement is not top-down. It is being driven by the young, marching for their futures, by indigenous leaders, bearing truths the world desperately needs to remember, by communities in the global south demanding equity rather than charity. Technology, for all its reach, must serve to amplify these voices, not overshadow them. Our deepest responsibility is to use our most powerful tools to listen, to people, to landscapes, to the long memory of ecosystems that have evolved over millennia. The climate fight is not really about saving the planet. It is about preserving our ability to belong to it, to have a place and a future here. So the climate emergency, for all its peril, is also an invitation, one to reimagine prosperity as balance, to redesign our systems around equity, and to rediscover purpose not in what we consume, but in what we restore. The choice is not between optimism and pessimism, but between abdication and responsibility. We are called not to see ourselves as conquerors, but as participants inside nature's great web. The tools are already within reach. The question now is, what will we use them for? As we approach the final pages of this book, our view widens. We look beyond any single industry or breakthrough and turn inward, because the most profound transformation offered by AI is not a matter of technical possibility, but existential choice. The future human is not simply defined by how differently we work, but by how differently we live, with greater insight, deeper empathy, and a renewed sense of purpose. Let us build, together, not just a smarter world, but a regenerative one. Not because our backs are to the wall, but because our hearts, at last, have found their calling. Chapter 36. Building the Future. We are not at the end of the story. In truth, we are standing at the exhilarating threshold of something vast, vital, and long overdue. Over these pages, we've examined industries in transition, jobs in flux, and systems awakening to new possibilities in the age of AI. But this closing chapter is not about technology, it is about you. There is one truth that resounds louder than any algorithmic breakthrough. AI may change what we do, but only we can decide who we become. All along, the quiet theme humming through these stories is this: the human renaissance is underway, not as a march of machines, but as a return to meaning itself. For generations, work demanded obedience. Our worth was tallied in output, efficiency, and the ability to do the same thing, the same way, day after day. We learned to follow rules, complete tasks, minimize mistakes. For a time, it worked. But now, the gifts of automation, precision, speed, repetition, are being delegated rightly to their mechanical inheritors. In that transfer, we are being given a priceless offering, something we forgot to ask for: time, imagination, agency, humanity. Tasks that once drained our energy, approvals, reconciliations, endless data entry, are receding. Not to erase us, but to return us to the work that matters most. We are not being replaced. We are being set free. The invitation now is to step into roles of empathy, vision, creativity, and leadership, capacities no machine will ever master. The future is not about the loss of work. It is about the rediscovery of meaning. Today's division of labor is more profound than ever. Let the machine mind parse the numbers, route the packages, balance the grids, fill out the forms. Our sacred task is what happens in the spaces between, the sensing, the connecting, the making of meaning, where zeros and ones cannot reach. This is where our value now shines, in empathy, the ability to anticipate what isn't spoken and feel what data can't convey, in judgment, the courage to draw a line when ethics demand it, not just when data permits it. In creativity, the boldness to imagine what has never existed. In the art of strategic synthesis, seeing patterns through chaos. Naming the story in ambiguity. In cultural and emotional intelligence, knowing what's funny here and holy there and honoring both. In ethics, drawing boundaries that ensure technology remains in service to dignity. These are no longer side skills. They are the main stage. It is time to redefine the good job, not just for security without fulfillment or connectivity without community, but for something richer. A regenerative workplace sees safety as adaptable systems centered on people, belonging as teams designed not just for productivity but for trust and difference, esteem as work celebrated for intention, not just output, self-actualization as the deep knowledge that your efforts contribute to something bigger than a bottom line. The organizations that embrace this model will not simply attract talent, they will set it free. Yet insight is mere potential until moved to action. For every individual, remember, AI isn't here to take your job. It is here to relieve you of busy work so you can return to the fundamental business of being human. Embrace the tools, yes, but more importantly, rediscover yourself, your curiosity, your deeper strengths, your evolving sense of purpose. For leaders, this era calls not for pruning, but for planting. Lead as a gardener. Cultivate growth, tend potential, and create the conditions where every person can flourish. Elevate your people, and performance will follow. Policymakers, your task is not to freeze progress, but to guide it. Build ladders that reach toward the future, not walls that defend a vanishing past. Shape policy with the wisdom that technology serves the public good when it protects opportunity, dignity, and shared prosperity. And technologists, remember, you do not merely write code, you write the very culture in which we live and work. Build with humility, design systems that explain, that include, that uplift. Think not only of lines of code, but of the legacy you leave behind. Consider the practical blueprints. For employees and makers, reframe your role. Ask daily, what could be automated and what must remain human? Invest in your own growth. Challenge inefficiencies with bold proposals, reflect honestly, and seek alignment between your labor and your values. For managers, coach instead of control. Foster autonomy and creativity, not just compliance. Lend guidance through emotional hurdles and champion diversity, not just as a metric, but the bedrock of excellence. Entrepreneurs and creators, put healing at the heart of innovation. Design not only for utility, but for connection, trust, and joy. Lead with an eye toward regeneration. build ventures that restore both the planet and society. Policymakers must remove barriers to access and upskilling, modernize laws for a fluid, purpose-driven future, and measure real progress not by GDP, but by the flourishing of people and communities. Technologists design always for trust and transparency, anticipate ethical challenges before they arrive, steward your creations as if building for the generations to come. So what will your action be? Maybe you'll learn a new human plus AI skill, storytelling with data, ethical tech, systems thinking. Maybe you'll convene honest conversations about meaning and the future of work, or mentor someone new to this world of possibility. Maybe you'll redesign your own role, making space for empathy and imagination, or join a project where AI lifts lives rather than displaces them. Maybe you'll use your voice to advocate for responsible innovation and champion equity, making inclusion universal, not optional. Whatever you choose, write it down, share it, return to it often. Movements begin and endure with individual commitments. The real final chapter of this book is unwritten. It lies in the actions you take, the values you bring forward, the possibilities you dare to create. You are not simply the reader of this story, you are its next author. The human renaissance belongs neither to the privileged nor the powerful. It lives in every person who steps up with integrity, imagination, and heart. So reclaim your time, reignite your talent, rediscover your purpose. Let this be your launchpad, not into anxiety, but into possibility. Let this be your call, not to comply, but to create. Let this be your era, not of automation, but of awakening. Because the future is not something that arrives on its own. It is something we build together. And the blueprint, as ever, begins with you. Acknowledgements. Every book is a collaborative act of curiosity, courage, and care. Future Human began as a question. What happens when the machines take over the mundane? It evolved into a shared journey, an exploration of how we reclaim meaning when routine no longer defines us. To those who helped along the way, to our families, thank you for the space, support, and grounding you gave when this work demanded more than we realized. To the researchers, educators, designers, technologists, and frontline workers who shared your insights, data, and lived experience, your stories shaped every page. To the quiet innovators, those building better systems in classrooms, clinics, cities, and startups, you are the true authors of the human renaissance. To our readers, you didn't just consume this book, you became part of its living question. What will we do with the future now within reach? Thank you. Reflection from the authors. This book was not written to glorify artificial intelligence. It was written to illuminate human potential. We live in a time when technology moves faster than policy, faster than institutions, sometimes even faster than our own ability to adapt. But the real story isn't the speed of machines. The real story is what we choose to do with the time and space those machines give back to us. If AI can write emails, approve invoices, and draft code, then we, the humans, are free to ask deeper questions, to listen harder, to create more bravely, to build more wisely. We are not at risk of being replaced. We are at risk of not stepping up. This is not a book about surviving disruption. This is a call to design what comes next, with heart, with intention, and with each other. The human renaissance is not a trend. It is a return to what matters most. We hope that you enjoyed listening to The Last Job You'll Ever Hate. The authors, Zachary Djimas and C.J. Murphy. Feel free to join our online community and receive weekly blogs at our website, thehumanworkforce.com.